Welcome back, everyone, to the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals for the Americas. I'm Golden Boy along with Bravo, and those EMEA finals were insane. It is a lot to live up to, Bravo, because these matches are amazing across the board. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Anyone who caught those last matches, first of all, if you didn't, you're going to go have to watch the VODs after this because it was an insane tournament. We have so much to talk about, and we'll break down just how amazing EMEA was. But I hope everyone had a good dinner break. It was only about 40 minutes before we jump back into this broadcast. Hopefully, you were able to get a little bit of a snack or fresh air, or if those really aren't your things, we thank you either way for joining us back here again for America's Day number 2. And we were talking about it with the production team, GB. We can only hope that the Americas can live up to the kind of the bar that EMEA has set. But my God, was that an amazing final?
Yeah, it truly was. Came down literally to the wire. While we did have some startling results coming out of yesterday, we will discuss that in a little bit. Do want to extend congratulations once again to North, the winners of EMEA. Awesome stuff there. But now let's discuss how this competition is going to shake up and what we can be looking at here today. So it has been a long road up until this point. And Bravo, we were actually talking about this before. You had noted how this is like a very different kind of experience in comparison to like what's been going on in Apex esports. You're actually seeing like a season with a conclusion. And while that will happen eventually with ALGS, it is pretty amazing to see what's kind of come out of all this with league play and the last chance day and how these finals have been stretched across 16 games, 8 per day.
It's been incredible. Like you said, for the ALGS, of course, we have the September playoffs to look forward to. But just looking at GLL alone, it's been a grueling weeks, and that's something we're going to talk about today. But here's also your schedule for today itself. If you joined us yesterday, it's going to look very familiar. 8 games is all that will decide who are our America's champions.
Yeah, that's right. World's Edge to kick things off at the beginning, our first 4 games. Then we're going to close it out on good old-fashioned Kings Canyon. That will be the grand conclusion, as we saw with EMEA and how that all shaked up. What happens in World's Edge may not necessarily take place in Kings Canyon. Anything is possible, but what is, I mean, obviously not up for debate here is the fact that we have $100,000 up for grabs across all of the different regions. $15,000 will be going to first place. And for the point system, it's quite simple. You get a point for every kill you get. Well, you'll hear the term KP, kill point. That is something brought up quite often because kills matter. And then placement also is going to be very important. Landing yourself in first place, getting the champion, that is going to make a 12-point buffer for yourself, well beyond what you would possibly would hope to be able to get if you go through these matches and think that, hey, I could probably play middle of the pack. No, you want to try and see if you can climb all the way up to the top, get that first place. 12 points, it can be yours. These teams all know what it's like to taste victory, and they're just one step closer to this right here, to the $15,000. Bravo.
And don't forget, of course, also ALGS points on the line, as well as your GLL Masters
right.
Summer, of course, is an official Tier 1 ALGS tournament as well. So lots to fight for here. And you could even say, Golden Boy, as you started to mention, there's a lot more riding. What really struck me as I was watching that final 16th game for EMEA, and I even put it in the chat, was that there's nothing in Apex that has been like this, where you have 5 weeks of play and then 15 grand finals games leading up to a final. Think about the pressure that we just saw on Alliance, major pushers, North, SJP2. The pressure in that, I'm honestly getting chills thinking about it. The pressure that we just saw there, granted, it's not the same, prize pool as, say, a major LAN event. However, there is so much invested from these teams. And that's the same thing for these North American squads. It's going to be really great to get into these games and see if things can be just as close going into the home stretch, because if we look at the leaderboard, which we'll take a look at right now, things are pretty darn close in North America as well, GB.
Yep, that's right. So this is the results coming out of day 1. A reminder for people who may be joining for the first time. We had 8 matches take place yesterday, and now we're going to have the final 8 take place today. And out of that, NRG are going to be the ones standing on top of the mountain, but it is a very fragile lead that they have right now, because MVP is sitting with 77 points and then Rogue at 76. Rogue famously made an adjustment after game 2, realizing that the Revenant crypto combination just wasn't going to be working for them. And speaking of that combination, we have to address the elephant in the room here. One of the best teams in the Americas, Team Solo Mid, sitting at 15th place. But Bravo, you seem to believe that perhaps this team could be making a big turnaround today. And if there is a team that can do it, it certainly would be Team Solo Mid. But 15th place, that climb will have to be something magical.
It really will be. The reason I think they could do it is simply if we just take a look at the history books and TSM's performance so far. Let's keep in mind, regardless of the fact that we've played 8 games and this is where we sit, we still have an entire second half of this tournament before us. And TSM, especially at the midpoint of tournament, sometimes even later, has been known to turn it up and put the pressure on themselves. To be honest, we were talking about it even early on in Apex. TSM, despite those early wins when they had that 5 tournament win streak in a row, they actually didn't make all of those wins very easy. Oftentimes they would have games where they did have early exits, and then they would really step up and they'd perform. One of the things we have to watch is just if TSM is going to come in still running Crypto Revenant. They've been running that for weeks, and we have seen them with great success with that. Keep in mind, not only did we see them winning things like the Esports Arena Weekly this week in dominant fashion, but they came into the GLL Master Summer Grand Finals with a huge first seed. What was their total? 526 over Sentinels, 398, a huge delta in points. So what I'm getting at, is TSM going to still run that same comp today across both maps? You might have seen Tech kind of half joking on Twitter saying the two crypto teams aren't really pulling it off. This might be time to say goodbye to crypto. We still saw a little bit in EMEA, but I wouldn't be surprised if TSM came out hitting hard and maybe with a different comp.
Yeah, it did wonders for Rogue yesterday. They were running with the Revenant crypto combination. It just wasn't working for them. They were getting bodied early on, and then when they made the switch, oh, look at them. They're climbing up the standings because the consistency and what works for them, it was just simply tried and true. But as you had mentioned, Bravo, TSM have been running with this composition for a very long time now. So to make an audible at this point will be very interesting and honestly quite surprising. Sometimes you kind of just got to stick with what brought you to the dance. And in the instance of TSM, maybe they're just going to commit to this. But even when we saw in EMEA, it was very clear that players are anticipating that EMP to come in, that fight to take place. It gets a little scrappy, and if the fight doesn't end quickly, then that is when you are susceptible to a third party. That has happened so many times now. When in Europe, I was like blown away by the amount of times that occurred, and it was very clear to me that is, that's the weakness of that composition.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing. That's the two sides of that coin. One, it's very hard to reset after you have that push, depending on your terrain and everything. Obviously, TSM, any team that's running a crypto is going to be very, very selective about how they engage. However, the other part of that is that TSM, we know that they are an efficient team. So they're a team that can get away with that. If they hit the timing push perfectly, they will get those kills quick. And we saw them do it yesterday several times. But you do need to be so consistent with that. And when you hear TSM's comms, right, it's really all about making sure that they know exact timing on the ults, that they're playing perfectly. And like you said, they are so susceptible. Anyone is when you're running a comp that doesn't have something like a Watt, something like a Gibby, to give you the cover that you need. So that you're right. It's absolutely true. And it works for and against TSM. It'll come down to how they play today. It'll be very interesting to see. But as we saw in Europe, Golden Boy, so many teams, after the course of another 8 games, the standings can go in absolutely any direction. What was interesting here in the second half of North America is we actually saw a few teams that were not in the top 5 throwing wins on the board. Those included Team Liquid, a few others like Smile, as well as Unknown. So we didn't see that in Europe. We did see it in the second half of North America. So what I'm getting at is in between the 3 teams we highlighted earlier, NRG, MVP, and Rogue, and TSM, there are so many teams that are going to be fighting for those top spots today.
Yeah, there are a ton of variables that can come into play here, folks. This is not cut and dry, even though as it stands right now, you have MVP and Rogue and excuse me, I'm forgetting. There aren't NRG. Why? How can I forget that? NRG at the top right now. They're not safe. They simply are not safe. Although highlighting North though in EMEA, they were getting bumped down significantly. And and it goes to show you how every interaction, man, like could just have another like cascading effect where like, something happens here and like Lazarus gets, aggressive in this area, or there was like another team, what was it? Nasty, Strafe, and Dell, like they would get really involved in different battles and fights, and that can really influence how this whole tournament shakes out. It's, you know, I hate to use the term RNG, but I mean, it definitely, you have no control over what those interactions are going to be like, and then how you benefit from those in the end. So players are really going to have to just rely on their core mechanics. And as I said for TSM, I'll say the same for all these other teams. You know, what brought them to the dance to begin with, why they're at this point right now. Some teams certainly do need to turn it around, Bravo. One of those teams that desperately needs to turn it around is Team Sentinels. They're currently in last place with 16 points. And look, I ain't going to sugarcoat it. The probability of them being able to win this tournament, it is low, very low. They have to clobber every single lobby in order for them to do it. And that did not happen yesterday. And I just didn't expect to see them struggle like that. This was the second place team out of league play.
It was, and I'm not sure what is going to be required for them. But if you look at their points, if you just look at the tables on either GLL or Liquipedia, it is not what you expect to see next to Sentinels. I don't think anyone would have expected to see that from this team. Absolutely not a team we'll absolutely be looking at. But like you said, the top three are not safe. And it really, what's cool, GB, is EMEA is no greater proof that every single KP, every single placement point is going to matter. North won that tournament by 2 points over the course of 16 games. That is absolutely insane. We can only hope that we have something as great here in Americas.
That's right. So I know you guys want to get into the action. We do as well. Don't worry. We're getting the lobby put together. And then as soon as we do, we're going to start this game. For now, though, we're going to take a quick break. And when we return, we go on with match number 9. And we see how the latter half of this competition shakes up. It's going to be a good one. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in a few.
Right next to the fountain. Woo! CEOs and business suits and private accountants. Yeah. Summertime parties by the pool, we lounging. Then by night we out stunting on the main strip. Out of state trips, cars with the paint drip. Yeah. How could you hate this? Jewelry in my chain sit. That's the life I wanna live. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Worry if I have enough dough. Fashion show out in Paris in the front row. Party every night, I don't have time to sleep. Next day it's the same, just rinse and repeat. Summertime trips on the yacht to the island. Squad rolling with me and we do a lot of wildin'. Bottle of whatever you want, just put your order in. You can have as much as you want, there's plenty more of them. Yeah, show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money.
And we are back for the GLL Masters Summer America's Grand Finals. Golden Boy and Bravo, as we bring you the action. We have been informed that the game is going to be starting in just a moment, and we'll be jumping right into the action for the first match of the day. And here we go, folks. This is it. It is now time to see who is going to walk away match 9, the victor. We're going to be starting off with our current leader, NRG. They are looking great. They've made some incredible strides throughout the entirety of yesterday, but they have only the most fragile of leads, Bravo. Just 1 point separating them and MVP. But if there's a team that can actually pull this one off, I mean, NRG are certainly one of them.
Absolutely. Here you go with the train drop. We'll see exactly what they can get off of this. Should be some good loot, and you're already seeing quite a bit of it here, unsurprisingly. And like you said, they are not going to be sitting comfortably in first. I think they're going to be proud of what they did, and they're going to be ready to play today, but they know they have a long day of Apex, a long evening, rather, of Apex ahead of them, and it is going to be a fantastic one. Once again, thank you all for joining us here and hanging out for the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals Day 2. These are your final 8 games of the season.
And there's the pull. So it's going to be over Harvester as well as sorting. Quite interesting to see that. We'll have a migration of those players by Skyhook as well as Refinery making their way in. Lots of activity, though, in the Skyhook area. Will be a concern for a few of those squads that could potentially be gate kept, especially by Drill Site. You see a team of 3 actually making their way over there. And I wonder what that would lead to, because if I am reading this right, that team is going to be split up considerably. So they'll have to, the team that is all the way toward the western side, Bravo. But yeah, this is an interesting pull here over the Harvester and sorting.
Absolutely. And the big thing that anyone and everyone's going to be looking at here is just how much cliff face you got there. If we talk about that zone, kind of has a lot of, like you said, has a Harvester, it has sorting north, and it also has the ridge in there. And we've seen end circles all around that, even to the northern side of that central cliff face, which is such a hard place to fight around. What I'm talking about is around the train tracks, kind of exactly where we even saw the drop early on. So it's going to be pretty wild. Team Liquid, though, a team that's in 9th place coming into today. But keep in mind, they did have that round 5 win yesterday, so expecting to see big things from them. Also in 5th place, here's Wraith 1 Tricks.
Yeah, Wraith 1 Tricks, an LCQ squad that has been performing very well as it stands right now. Everyone's been pulling their weight. Teenage with Teen with 15 kills, Zenial with 12, and Sauceror with 11. So they've all been contributing quite nicely. And they found themselves in some sticky situations a few times, but they managed to get themselves out of it. And here we have TSM. And hey,
look at the comp.
Look at that, Bravo. You were right. You called for it. And I mean, you know, man, it is no surprise. If I'm being honest with you, man, it's not a shocker that if it ain't working, you got to change it up, right?
And you have to, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at TSM's performance yesterday, not only are they in 15th, but their highest placing, we were checking, I believe, was 9th. So to break into the top 10 once, those are not even things you associate with this team. Talking about another team that is at the bottom of the table right now, it's Team Sentinels here. Of course, they're already in sorting. They've been dropping sorting for quite some time, and they're looking very good in the loot department. But TSM very quick to rotate from frag through the central choke. From frag through the ridge choke all the way into that northern sorting building as well. So they're going to be setting up there on a more traditional comp, and we'll see what both of these teams can do today and maybe make it a very different day on Sunday.
I did mention that yesterday, Brav. Like, what happens on Saturday, it's entirely different from Championship Sunday. You know, the tone changes, the pressure's on, the mood just feels all that different. Now, we do have an interaction happening now between Ziploc bags. They are going to be pinned between a few teams, it seems like. Gobble's going to be in a world of hurt there, too. So Smile's going to be on the other end of that one. That's and then Solafide. Okay, so Solafide, Smile, and Ziploc bags all next to one another here, and they've bunkered into these buildings. In some instances, they'll be able to throw down those fences, give themselves some added protection. They'll have bubbles too, and there you can see the spread. There's also going to be another team located south, and then one more coming through the choke on the northern side. And let's not forget about the team that wants to have some fun on the western front. So there's just a lot of activity going on in this area as expected.
Absolutely, and a few things you're going to notice. The team that is actually in the Ridge choke is almost certainly going to hold that choke. They're going to gatekeep, as we talked about, anyone coming from Fragment, No Name, as far up as, Epicenter Refinery, all those movements. They're going to gatekeep that as absolutely long as they can. They're going to be pretty happy that they have that. Also pretty comfortable are going to be these teams that are in the Ridge buildings, like you said. Those are already filled up, but now look at 303 in a world of hurt here at sorting. That'll be it.
That is unfortunate for 303. This whole competition has been honestly a bit of a bummer for them, if I'm keeping it real with you guys. It just has not been going the way they wanted. They're sitting in 19th place right now, 17 points, and it seems like they got no points for that one too. So as it stands, they could end up in last place, given that Sentinels were going to be the ones that took them out. So that is great for the Sentinels. It's an interaction that will put them over 303 Esports, and perhaps that's what it's going to take for them, man. Just one step closer, right? The climb. You just get one kill here, wipe a team there, and little by little, you march your way up. You just have to make sure that you're taking out some pretty sizable targets too, because they're only going to continue to gain points as this thing moves on.
Yep, and great shout out to our observers here. This is the team I was actually wondering about, and it's a great switch. It's HRN who's going to be holding this Ridge choke. They are going to be the absolute gatekeepers for anyone that was thinking about coming from that northeast side of the map. They're going to hold this as long as they can, establish presence, which is going to kind of make sure that teams know they're there, but they're going to try to engage anyone that they possibly can, because keep in mind, the only other options that teams are going to have is going to be that central choke that's closer to Harvester. If they want to make any sort of moves. The nearest route is you have to head straight west through the train tunnel. So that's the reason they're hanging out there for now.
Well, and it seems like MaxDog might actually be running into HRN here in a moment. There's also going to be a fight going on with Sentinels. They take out one member of Team Liquid. That's going to be Casper, who has to take a seat for the time being. So Sentinels, again, just adding some more KP, way better than what they did yesterday. Well, I shouldn't say adding KP, but they get it down. They'll have to bring their teammate back up. But again, I stand by the statement. Sentinels are just playing at least a little bit better than what we saw yesterday, because typically they'll be involved in first engagements and then they were out of there. So I'm glad to see that they mix things up and feeling a little comfortable right now.
Yeah, and they get a pretty good draw. I mean, with that loot we saw, and of course their sorting drop, and the fact that they were able to, and you'd expect it, but the fact they're able to also hold top stairs on the northern side of the sorting station. So right now they have kind of the three big things that they'd want stacked into their favor. We'll have to see if they can convert and make that a great result today. Here's Team Superior, a team that's in fourth right now, and if you caught the first few games yesterday, you might have caught that they were right at the top of the table throughout the most of those first few games, really making a statement. And not surprisingly, because they won 2 games in their LCQ. They won on both maps, and they really showed up there. And now in fourth, they are certainly poised to have a great Sunday. One of the teams that we're expecting to watch well into the bracket, even when the points start to separate.
66 points for that team. Another squad that has been, I would say, in and out of the top is MaxDog. You'll see their name discussed top 4, top 5 in a few occasions. Again, they will be running into that team in the choke. That is HRN once again. That's who they're looking at. They'll be fine for right now, but we'll see where this pull happens when this round does come to a completion and the circle has finally collapsed. But HRN, they're just going to keep tabs on them right now. And what's great about this composition that they're running too is that they can just go in for a decent amount of poke, because they'll have the Watson pylon there to give them some more shield generation if need be. I think they'll be okay with just going in and out of fights there. And look at the migration. Everyone just have made their way in. They've made the call, and so far it's going to be those 3 teams, Smile, Ziploc, and Solafide in those buildings feeling good. Also a team that's located in the structure to the south of them. A lot of teams have just bunkered in. They're set. They're fine. There's also going to be another interaction that's outside toward Train Yard, if you saw Bravo, that could spell bad doom for either of those teams. We'll see and keep a tab on that one. But now going over to Aim Assist, who have also been extremely consistent. 49 points, 7th place for this team.
Yeah, I love what we saw from Aim Assist yesterday, and once again, also not surprisingly, just because of how well they've been doing lately. 4th in the last ALGS Super Regional, but remember, 1st in the 2nd Super Regional, a huge 82-point victory over the next closest 49. It was one of the most insane results we've seen in a major tournament, and they're going to be looking to repeat here. You might have caught in the Observer full screen map there that we saw HRN holding that choke, and they're waiting to see if anyone might come, but thank you right there, exactly what I'm talking about there to the OBS team. No one's coming from Fragment. They're going to hold that choke. They're right now just watching their back, and they were hoping they could gatekeep a little bit better to pick up some KP, but unsurprisingly, everyone avoided that at all costs. Some undoubtedly went underpass to Geyser, but instead, they will now be playing Edge and pushing into Ridge. It's a difficult push, but they're just going to have to make sure they try to time those third-party opportunities.
Yeah, you take the gamble of what you want to do. You know, do we just hang here, try and farm some KP, or, you know, just, hey, well, at least we'll be able to survive this one. There haven't been many battles taking place thus far. The only one earlier was when Sentinels took out 303, who are waiting for this next game in match 10, unfortunately, for the 303 squad. Now, the New Brainers, who Zeratricky just had some heroics yesterday, some real rat plays. Didn't he also try and blend in with the squad at one point?
That was Zeratricky indeed.
Yeah, you know, what a sly dog. I love that. Good man. I'm a fan for life.
I like to play too. Here's Unknown, a team that as we talked about yesterday, a lot of fan favorites, and now we'll see exactly what they're going to be able to do here as they're trying to make maybe a little bit of a push here. They know that they have limited options. Once they go up into sorting, actually, Matt Pickett has already broken that. And now we'll see Crummy, surprisingly, is the last one to go in there as that Wraith, but they are now all the way into sorting, and we'll see exactly how they make this move here. As you saw from the overhead earlier, South sorting was open due to how this circle pulled, so they'll have a little bit of an easy time in, but we'll have to see where they get comfortable.
So they're making some calls here. Don't forget, folks, Unknown did win the last game yesterday, 26 points. They had 14 KP. Just a beautiful closing for them that has led them up to this point. Unknown right now in 8th place. That one game gave them more than half of the current points that they have right now. And then this squad right here, Rogue, Snipe Down, Dropped, and Sweet Dreams. These folks have just had to make the difficult decision of changing up the composition. Perhaps they practiced with it, but then everything started to go swimmingly for Rogue. They started to put together some dominant showings game by game. They find themselves in a great spot in 3rd place currently, but here's HRN once again. Now, we know that teams aren't looking to potentially go into this one, but there is actually one team. So perhaps Bravo HRN will be able to get this KP here. I thought that they had abandoned that completely.
They had gone through underpass to Geyser, and they were into Geyser. They were not even in the choke, but now they're north of that underpass choke, and based on what we're seeing here, it looks like they're going to try. They don't really have, I mean, they still have, certainly, based on the fact that we're just here, they could certainly try to make a fast move. Take a look at how much cliff face they would lose there. If they wanted to make a Geyser push still, they'd be able to make that, but now here's NRG in Harvester once again.
Yeah, NRG in a scuffle currently here. Nathan's going to be a little low, as well as Frexus. Things have slowed down for a bit. No shots exchange quite yet. Not quite sure the team that they were going up against either there, but I'm sure we'll learn that relatively soon. Some tags have went out, so I'm assuming those players did abandon ship. Not worth it. Here's HRN now, and you know what, Bravo, I mean, I think maybe they went through that underpass and said, you know, we don't really like what we're seeing here. Now HRN actually went a little deeper than I think that they were initially anticipating, giving Max Dog some space to work with now. They're going to continue to push up. HRN, they're going to just go right back into that safe haven where they were presently now. But here we go. He got Beans. He's going inside for the fight, but he's going to get down. Urice is down there. That is unfortunate for him too. But HRN do have the high ground. Here comes the barrage for the ultimate of the Gibraltar. Moore wants to get into scuffle. Now it's going to fly into this one. Now it's just going to be simply RKM, the last player left alive here with an EVA. He's got 2 shots. He's going to have to work around this knockdown shield. Recognition is going to see him and have him in his sights, just looking for the shot. But it's a 1v1 and both players are going to be dangerously low, and he lost the coverage there. Oh no, he's still going to be dancing around it, playing around the knockdown shield, but he has a Gibraltar shield. Oh my goodness, simply RKN was simply beautiful there, dancing around the knockdown shield and managed to keep his team in this competition. Unbelievable.
It's an EVA 8 versus a Mastiff there, and look at the HP. You can still see it on your screen. When we say 1 HP, this time we really mean 1 HP. My goodness, what a win for HRN. And yes, holding that choke will get them the KP they were looking for in the end, even though it might not have been as much as they would have hoped, as much action they would have seen north of that. They will hold that. And I'm surprised that Max Dog did go for that, because nothing about the overhead indicated that they were having trouble at Geyser. Maybe it's something we didn't know, certainly, when they made the call to flank all the way back around, maybe hoping that that choke had already exited. But now look at TPH here at sorting, and
oh no,
world of hurt.
And this was another team that will opt to run crypto in their competitions. Tech was one of those people on Twitter yesterday talking about maybe we make the switch. Clearly, Tech's still committing to that. Unfortunately for him, though, his team is going to be obliterated in the high ground. Aim assist will own this territory at sorting. Another fight taking place here and another elimination.
That's NRG.
Unfortunate. Yeah, that was that NR. No, that was HRN.
Excuse me. I keep calling him NRG because of Moore and NRG
Moore.
are melted into my brain as one
And
thing.
it's still in his name.
It doesn't
too,
help
so I
that
totally
Moore's
get it.
still playing on the NRG tag as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it, just doesn't help. But yeah, I do. Hey, that is going to be unfortunate for them. Although they do get the KP, the problem is that they didn't get as much as they wanted, and that transition was just going to be that much more challenging for them. Now we go back over here to the teams that have taken these buildings previously. It was Smile, Ziploc, and Solafide. I did see a Solafide member go down in the feed. It was Metro will be brought back to life here by Pride. So HRN, TPH, Max Dog, and 303 Esports are going to be out here for match 9.
And you have to imagine at this point, a team like Sentinels is still holding the exact top stairs that they had. Same thing with Aim Assist is actually holding the southern part of those stairs, and you have to imagine also TSM still in that that circular building that's just north also of the northern tip of sorting, rather. So all these teams still playing real close, and now Rogue actually playing below them, and we'll see exactly how Rogue plays as they have moved from that ramp now playing low ground against them.
Now this will be very rough. They have a lot to deny them, but Rogue, a team that most certainly can try and body TSM out of this one. It's a narrow staircase, though, that's going to separate these two squads. Also, players are going to be hanging out, lingering, all on the outside. Abalelli, smart play. They're just using their bubble in case they decide to push up and can give them a little bit of coverage.
Yeah, he likely knew as soon as he's... But keep in mind that that is actually an unknown bubble. So we have unknown on the... Yeah, we have unknown here on the outside. We have Rogue on the bottom, and then we have TSM up top. So everyone's getting real comfortable real quick. So that bubble, I was wondering, that bubble looked like a little bit too far to be a bubble that was placed down low. So that was unknown, actually popping meds and healing a little bit. So now we have all those three teams trying to fight over this exact space.
Yeah, there ain't a lot of territory to work with. It's all vertical. TSM will hold it down here. 15 squads remain. The calls were made earlier. Those three teams inside of those houses, they are going to have to start to move. But for unknown, TSM and Rogue, they'll be okay where they are right now. Sentinels are going to be eliminated, as well as Team Liquid, as we saw that take place off screen.
Whoa. I cannot imagine. We'll have to see if we get any intel. What happened when Sentinels is holding top stairs of North sorting on the station building? How you lose it that quickly? No idea how that happened, but Liquid also going to be out as well.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate. Some more kills are starting to come through. Resulta just gets a clean up there on Zera Tricky. And Solafide actually are going to be on the receiving end of some fury from NRG. So Solafide not able to stay inside of that building. They had to move eventually. Obviously, they kind of lost the draw on that. Hal gets it down onto Phony Head, which will lead to a cleanup there down low. The bleed out, as a matter of fact. Dropped also gets a kill of his own. Look at here at Sweet Dreams. Oh, actually a challenge coming from the outside, and the flatline shots. Those things are going to hit like a hammer. And that will force down Reps, who went outside and did not see the player that was going to be in front of him. TSM, though, they should be okay for right now. They're going to be able to pick up Reps, but players on the outside looking at them. Whoa, a huge chunk there with the PK. And Hal just wants this guy to just try and challenge him when he has that gun right on his sights. Abrelelli on the outside, though. Massive in hand. 128 damage. That's huge. Also another one. Nicely done, as Rogue are going to be taken out, and TSM showing signs of life instead of what we saw in day one. Bravo.
Very well done for TSM on that pull, and they managed to play that really well, like you said, on the flank as well, as we do have a player just playing on the outside of this building here. It's going to be Sweet, who is the solo alive for Rogue. Sniped down and dropped will be lost. Generally, yesterday we saw dropped was the one that got away, but now it's just going to be Sweet trying to fight as a solo. 8 squads left.
Pressure is on the squads remaining. Free Smoke, I, Shiny Muffins, and Protectful only have 1. New Brainers have 2. Rogue have 1, as we just saw. Smile, TSM, Team Superior, and Wraith One Tricks are going to be the ones left standing. Oddly enough here, of our top teams, NRG, goodbye. MVP, goodbye. Rogue, I mean, they might as well just count their lucky stars that they still have one player left in this one. The New Brainers, though, giving us a new look from yesterday. They're just trying to charge in and get some of these kills. Wraith One Tricks will gladly receive whoever that is to provide this pill. And that was Abralelli. Whoa! He got split up from his squad here, but they did have to push out of there eventually. I would have to imagine Abralelli is going to get cleaned up. Sweet is also killed off screen.
We'll have to see. Abralelli does get the thirst, so now we're taking a look at Reps and Hal. We'll see what they could do here, but Reps goes down as well from height, and now it's all up to Hal here. This, of course, will be TSM's highest placing in the tournament so far, but he wants to play even later into the game if he can. Now also looking at Superior, still up, and they're holding this height. This is where you want to be. Very common spot for any end circles that end anywhere around here, holding this height at the top of the zip.
This is a great spot for Team Superior to be in. They'll surely be able to get a little bit more KP. As it stands right now, they're one of two teams that have the full might of their roster still standing, them and Wraith One Tricks. TSM, only one player left alive. I believe, what was that? Was that
Hal.
Reps? How is the last one left alive? The New Brainers have been playing this fence. Everyone that tries to get right on top of them, they just manage to juggle around the fence, jump up and down, and throw off the aim, the crosshair, and they're just juking out anyone that tries to get in their way, but they will eventually have to make a move.
Yeah, this is the difficult move, and also even if you have a path here, we've seen so many times that even if you have your path and you can try to get a zip to that platform, you get punished so quickly. So they're gonna have to figure out what to do. And they also lost Zeratricky. That was their Gibby. That would have been their key to get to the low ground, maybe just get an early bubble down. But they will not be able to do that. So we'll have to see exactly how they play this route right now. Just trying to look for some openings, but they're going to need to move real fast here.
Yeah. Well, Team Superior has no other choice but to drop down, and they're going to do just that right into the loving hands of Wraith One Tricks. Their Prodigy Aces and Busby are going to go down, and this is looking fantastic for the Wraith One Tricks. Huge shots there, laying out Joey Blackout. Zenial is indeed taken. He is demolishing anyone that comes into his path. Now it's going to be the No Brainers' time to shine here. Perhaps they can catch the Wraith One Tricks off guard. Mr. Hakulo is going to go down. Mercy only. He's going to have to juggle around this rock here. Has to get the shots, but isn't landing them. Can he actually find these targets with the R99 spray? But no, it's the Wraith One Tricks in 5th place coming out of yesterday. They will walk away as your match 9 champion, and they'll gobble up all of those points.
And you have to wonder if those shots hit a little bit differently at the end, if we could have seen a different result. I certainly think that that was the case. A pretty wild end circle there, and Wraith One Tricks is going to be the one that closes it out. You saw how fast things went from pretty calm in terms of teams being at the ridge buildings, also being in northern parts of sorting, and how fast they had to get to that low ground. It's absolute chaos in the end, but Wraith One Tricks, they pull it out and win a 1v1 that maybe they didn't expect to win, but in the end, the shiny prevails.
Yeah, and I mean, just everyone really popped off at the moments where they needed to there. This game, though, had a lot of interesting little storylines that were developing throughout, right? HRN and their holding of the choke. What was going on with Max Dog? They decided to just nope out of Geyser, and no, where were they at? Nope out of Geyser, go back through Underpass. Then you have this interaction here between Rogue and TSM as well as Unknown that were lingering about. And then evidently they had to make the rotation. As you see where they are right now, that is when that transition happened. And when, even though they got these kills, Abralelli got caught off guard. Also, credit to New Brainers, who really worked this fence expertly. At no point did they allow anyone to try and get through there. They juggled that and were jumping all over the place. And this was just Wraith One Tricks. Well done. Zenial, massive shots with the Mastiff. You got to give him credit there. And also credit to the No Brainers for diving into it at the opportune moment. It just really, I think, boils down to if they had actually hit those shots, right? If when Zenial's opponent had actually nailed those shots, could have been the difference.
Absolutely. Well, Zenial himself was the one who missed those wing shots in the end, and Wraith One Tricks, they're able to close it out. They're going to be feeling great about that. You have to also think, based on what we saw, no doubt that Abralelli, unaware that New Brainers was just on the other side of that chain link fence at height as well. You never would have really seen him making that move either. So in the end, though, a little bit of a shakeup, and the big question marks are where a lot of teams netted out, GB, in terms of KP, because it was a really punishing round 4 or so. Teams like MVP and a few others, we're going to have to see exactly how much KP they get and where we stand after 9 games.
That's right, folks. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we're going to find out how the standings are going to turn out and how that win for Wraith One Tricks kind of shook things up. Don't go anywhere. This is the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals for the Americas. We'll see you in a few. And we're back for the GLL Masters Summer America's Grand Finals. Golden Boy and Bravo here, and we had a wild first game. Wraith One Tricks come out on top with the victory, and there was quite the battle over the ridge. It took place over the course of that entire game. Early rotations, everyone settled down and bunkered in nicely, but in the end, it would be the Wraith One Tricks that will leave that the ridge, victorious. I had a whole transition for that, and it totally failed. Anyway, let's take a look at the scoreboard. Here we are. So Wraith One Tricks are taking that first win. New Brainers, Bravo at second, and Team Superior in third place.
It's a huge game for Wraith One Tricks, and of course, because the tournament's on a little bit of a delay as well, anyone who's already refreshing Liquipedia or the play.gll leaderboard knows what is in store. This was a very big game for Wraith One Tricks.
Huge game as we take a look now at the overall standings and where we are, because that fragile lead for NRG is gone. Well, I mean, kind of. 82 points for Wraith One Tricks. NRG also with 82 points. And as it currently stands, this is anyone's ball game. I mean, look at the way this is all panning out here, right? Max Dog have a massive game. New Brainers have a massive game. They're in the conversation as well. It's just wild how this has really shook up the Americas standings. Wraith One Tricks' great closing to match 9 was massive.
Absolutely. As we take a look, one thing you'll notice though there, that TSM breaking a little bit further into the game there did not do much for them in terms of standings. They still sit at 15th. Certainly, we saw a little bit more promise, and we saw the highest placing that we saw from them, but they're going to have to pull off a little bit more. We'll have to see what they can do with their main comp as well. We'll keep an eye on them, Golden Boy.
Yeah, well, the issue is that everyone else at the bottom also had a big game in match 9. So when that ends up occurring, TSM just statistically will be left struggling down at the bottom. But anyway, enough about TSM. Even though if we talk a lot about TSM, people get mad we talk about TSM. If we don't talk a lot about TSM, they get mad we don't talk about TSM. It's just, you know, it's funny. It's the same thing that happens to me in Valorant as well, man. If I don't talk about TSM, everyone's like, what are you talking about them? It's no matter what you do. I wonder how the league guys deal with it. I'll have to ask them one day. Anyway, Wraith One Tricks are going to be making their way all the way out yonder here.
Wow, look at the bull.
Yeah. Oh, and we're going to have ourselves a Fragment West East pull this time around.
Yeah, there's a lot that this can still pull to. There's a lot of zones on the tracks as part of this terrain. If you look at it kind of horizontally, that this can pull to as well. We'll have to see exactly how that goes, but it's going to be an early rotate opportunity. Certainly for TSM, who's going to try to lock down some areas and then gatekeep from Fragment, certainly, and very curious to see how this plays out for a bunch. But we also got a little bit of a look at it, that Fisher drop for Wraith One Tricks. You can see how split they are right now. That was a team, actually, Golden Boy, that you were pointing out earlier that looked a bit split, and you did have one player that was kind of flanking around a little bit to Drill. The team that drops Drill, though, changed their drop slightly, and they're not letting anyone take the western side, so they're not going to let Wraith One Tricks apply any pressure from that western side just yet. And after that game Wraith One Tricks had, you think that they're probably not going to take that fight unless there's a really good reason to, and it's actually going to be thank you to the observing team, Team Liquid, here at Drill, as they're going to be the ones that dropped a little bit further west to apply a little bit more pressure to that western side Fisher choke.
Team Liquid currently sitting at 46 points in 13th place. Look, 46 points, who knows, right? They have themselves a bit of a banger of a game here, and they could be right into the top 10, maybe top 5 even, one step at a time, as this has been an incredibly close competition. I believe it was going to be Casper that got picked off first in the first initial engagement, so that had to divert a lot of attention to bring him back into the fight. And then ultimately, they would meet their demise. I think it was at the hands of NRG. Now here are your match 9 winners, Wraith One Tricks. They have the intel, Bravo.
Absolutely, as they're going to go down here into this tri-choke just for a second to get their rotate going. You see they did have eyes down onto drill, but didn't really have any desire to waste their time there. And you can't blame them, because take a look at the route that they have to take. They have to go through kind of this train yard west and then into train. These are very difficult moves really at any stage of the game. So I cannot blame them for just deciding to fly through. And here's what I'm talking about. You're going to get hit from those top train cars real quick.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Team will have to just wait this one out, pop the Phoenix kit. Teammates will have to support. Another squad that has been on the struggle bus. 303 Esports. They exited in match 9 early on, and it seems like it is going to be history potentially repeating itself if they are not careful. The barrage is out, and Akbiti Dubs is going to be out of this one. Just gets picked off there by Stomps out in the distance, and there won't be an opportunity to bring him back into this. Free Smoke, team that made it toward the end game as well. They'll be out
and
here.
Free Smoke actually, yeah, Free Smoke team actually one of the only teams that's at the bottom of the table that does have a top 4 finish so far. So showing a tiny bit of promise here. Once again, we have a full reset today. You can kind of think of this as truly the second half, just because we have another 8 games. Absolutely anything can happen here. So if your favorite teams are towards the bottom of the table or towards the middle of the pack, absolutely anything can happen through these games here. But as you expected, and you had mentioned earlier, Golden Boy, all of these buildings in Fragment are going to go so quick. Think of what we saw in Ridge, but multiply it by about 3 times the amount of buildings, and that's what you're going to see as fast as these teams can get in.
Yeah. We were making the joke yesterday, but I guess it kind of holds even true here for Fragment East. The market's hot right now. Get what you can when you can get it. Get in there, set up shop, build yourself a white picket fence of, well, in this instance, it'll be Watson laser fences, but, you know, same difference, right?
Absolutely. And now this is the move once again. Luckily, Team Superior with not too much at their back at that choke. They're one of the last ones into Fragment. So let's see how they make this move in here. Certainly, if they do get spotted out, there will be teams that do have angles on them. So you could tell they're being very careful with exactly how and where they enter into Fragment, but also jumping aboard with Max Dog and a little bit of hurt.
Yeah, well, they got a little battle taking place right now at the epicenter. Smart enough, they're just going to block that barrage, pick them up, and Murdog will be back into the battle. Beans further up ahead. Some great shots there with the R301. Connects, and nade flies in. Oh, Burkinishu did not see that one coming, and Vaxilon's going to get the down. That's going to be MVP. Madness also downs Racken, and Murdog just needs to hightail it out of there. It is not worth sticking around for that one to see how it ends. But MVP, I think, want the cleanup.
And now they're just going to kind of continue to hold here. They know they still have a little bit of opportunities to pick up anyone that might still be late rotating, and they're going to be pretty happy to just play comfortably here and just wait and time their push into Fragment as well.
Some warning shots. You better run. That's what Madness is saying right now. Pretty sure he doesn't sound like that, but you know, I walk the street.
Yeah, I was gonna say we both.
but I would like to think. I would like to think though that would be like, you know, in his mind, right? That's what Madness is thinking. You better run there, boy. Come back and get you. I feel like it landed beautifully. I'm very satisfied with it.
Hey man, I tend to not ask about the things that how you imagine things and the things that you have in your head. It's generally for the best. We saw NRG.
So you don't ask me how I think. Okay, fair.
Yeah, no, I try. I absolutely try. I think everyone in chat knows what I'm talking about. I absolutely just try to stay real far away from that. But we actually have Wraith 1 Tricks up in their train yard car. You also saw NRG up top as well. No surprise to see them holding these. And of course, going to be a much easier hold with that Watson defense, not only establishing presence, making sure that no one zips up, but on top of that, you kind of have the visual clutter that you can choose exactly how you want to engage and do a little bit more poke damage. It's going to certainly be easier from the interior as they answer back to NRG, who has actually going to hold Nighthair mid station as well.
We got ourselves a little bit of a battle at the train yard. Some drone checking as well for Tech. One of the cryptos in this, I think the only crypto there. Did we see another crypto? I'm pretty sure it's just Tech.
Should be just Tech, based on the fact that we do have, of course, TSM on the new comp. I believe Tech will be the last crypto that we're seeing in this game. Now, certainly that could change, but unlikely just based off of what we've seen over the past, kind of not only past few days of Apex here at the GLL Masters Summer across all 4 regions, but also really just the last few weeks. Very rarely do you see kind of a team enter with that late unless they're really trying to run all of a sudden out of the gate, maybe a Rev crypto to grab some KP on the way up the leaderboard if they know that they have a long way to go. But once again, unlikely.
Yeah, some desperation KP there, right? Just to keep yourself competitive. Don't think that's going to happen anyway, though. Here's Rogue now. As they make their way across the tracks. And we only have the last rat standing. Max
Who do we have?
Rat. It's I believe it's Murdog. Or Murrat. There it is. Wow.
Oh, man.
I don't have a poem.
You know, if you wouldn't mind, I mean, maybe if everyone, I mean, we take a look at the timer. We kind of have a little bit of time here, so if everyone,
go for it. Might as well.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, of course.
If you've been hanging out with us in chat, we hope you've been enjoying the poetry that's been delivered. But here we have a rat on our screen, and just imagine this rat lives till the end. Up the ranks, his team will ascend. We must give our thanks to poet and scholar, friends like Gaskin, Onset, Matrim, and Lawler. They paved the way for this mighty tradition, so now we pray for this rat's position.
Beautiful. Yes.
Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate that.
Well done.
I gotta say that, yeah, the other guys paved the way, and we kind of inherited this tradition, whether you like the memes or not. They're a part of this show now, and they've been a lot of fun. But now here's 303 trying to see exactly what kind of ground they might be able to hold in Fragment as well.
Yeah, back to the action we go. Losing one player, 303, bottom of the leaderboard for this team. They cannot afford any more slip-ups at this point in time. It has been a struggle for them thus far. Unknown will be in the engagement here. Crummy healing low now, and he's gonna pop up behind him. They had no idea that he was there. Oh, that was huge. They just got completely caught off guard, but it's just gonna be Crummy, the last man standing here, and this is not looking good. Panders did manage to get it down or two. So the last player that he needs to get his eyes on is Crummy, who dips it all the way up to the roof. Teammates are down. Does not get the battery down instead, and that will be Zenial from the distance with that charge rifle takes out Crummy.
Wow, and TPH lives to fight on. And it looked like for a second we were going to see Crummy from behind on the flank of the Sentry, just around that, trying to kind of using the bubble just to kind of hide along those stairs, and is able to land a ton of damage in the end, but not close it out. He's able to queue out, but like you said, he gets spotted out from distance. That will be the end of his run. But now also World of Hurt here for iShiny, Muffins, and Protectful, and now it's just up to iShiny. He's gonna be the last one alive for the squad. I don't think he's gonna be able to get out there.
No, he won't. So that was fire coming from two directions, MVP as well as Team Liquid. So iShiny is out inside of the building, but as just the sole Wraith with a group located up on the second floor, I'm sure those neighbors aren't going to be all that welcoming. iShiny's going to have to think of some different strats here and grab his teammates and maybe bring them back into this fight. It's still early. It's still possible, but my word, Bravo, this will be very challenging. I don't know how he's going to be able to accomplish this task.
I was going to say that's a shooting gallery. I think if he tries to bring them in anywhere near the play space that you're seeing on screen. So right now, going to see exactly how he tries to play this one out. A little bit of time, but we also have a team just cozied up here in the corner, and we'll see exactly who this is in just a moment as they're going to hold their ground. It's going to be Sentinels. They are triple stacked. We talked about squad goals. I think it was IPN who posted that picture of iShiny, Muffins, and Protectful all kind of hanging onto the ledge together with the squad goals caption. So this is a little bit of a, maybe doesn't match that level, but Sentinels here squatted up.
That was like next level squad goals.
That was,
you know,
it really was.
Like, because it's something you don't really see every day, like people hanging out on the ledge, you know, just a couple kittens hanging out. You know,
well, somehow, yeah, Rogue is actually the team in the end that was able to get that central choke, and they would have been very happy to have held this as long as they have. Another example of probably not getting as much teams coming through there as they would have liked, based on just kind of what we see still with 18 squads left. But now we're going to see Drop throw that zip up, thinking about it, and we'll see exactly how they go. It might instead TP. You already heard Sweet on the run. They're going to wait for that instead. Wise decision, because you saw those shots come in on Drops as well. But here's MVP pressuring.
Yeah, that's MVP from the high ground. So they were waiting to see if Rogue were going to poke out, and Sentinels have brought themselves down to the green room here. Obviously, those leaves are
all legal, by the way, Golden Boy. These are all legal.
Are they? Okay.
All legal growing. Yep.
Good to know. I'm glad to know they passed inspection.
Yep. Nothing funny. Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
No
I like
funny business
like that. No, none whatsoever.
Nope. Liquid, though, construction roof, going to be also happy with that. 4 now. And once again, just going to be looking for a little bit of that poke damage. And it's a good thing. If you take a look at Flanker, because he does have that Sentinel, he's going to want to charge that Evo as much as he can with a little bit of poking. But now looking at NRG as well, they are going to TP in and now officially make their claim to a little bit of fragment.
And they needed to do that ASAP because the clock is ticking. And look at where that ring will be collapsing. They are going to be nestled right here. There is a team located over up to the northern part for NRG, and I think that building where Rogue got in, I think there was going to be another team above them. But everyone should be safe for the most part here. Some shots are being exchanged across the buildings. Obviously, these
it looks like
territorial control.
It looks like maybe Liquid is the one that was getting into a little bit of battles here. We'll go back on board with TSM, checking in with them for the first time in a while. This is one of the best holds, and you're going to see it anytime you watch scrims or any of the weekly tournaments, whether it be GLL or esports arena tournaments. This is one of the first buildings in this type of circle that will be held just because of kind of the opportunities and sight lines it gives you. But with the right amount of cover, of course, you do need a Watson to really play it well, and TSM unsurprisingly grabbing that as well. But here's the battle that we saw that you had called out at construction. Look at this, only flanker left, TPH with a push here on Team Liquid.
Wow, did not see that one coming at all. Panders will be the new kill leader, and he has actually been putting in a ton of work in this game. Goes back to pick up tech, and they will take the roof away here at Fragment West from TSM. Oh no. Actually, his buddy can't get inside of there. He can't get inside of the portal because he let go of the portal, and it's a little bit above. So tech won't be able to get inside. He can't jump because he's all hobbled and in pain. That is unfortunate.
That real unfortunate, and NRG is going to take advantage of that as they fly in right away, and they'll do a little bit of looting on not just tech, but also on what we saw there of Team Liquid as well. You will see Team Liquid did exit fully. You might have noticed when we were looking at that OBS overhead that there were a few too many player indicators on construction. We had seen that Team Liquid was holding, and there was a team that was pushing them. That was TPH, and they looked pretty darn good at doing it. We'll see what they could do, though. Of course, now losing their crypto, going to be rough for them. They're going to be holding height, but now looking at a 2v3 if we do see NRG push up on them.
Yeah, now I think they do have a beacon on top. Would they be able? I don't know if that was used already. I don't know if that could be something in the observer or not. They could go and fetch the beacon if they wanted to, but oh wait, Panders runs into another one here. They both had the same idea to go on top of the roof. Hollow's going to be there to support as well, and that Gibby's just going to yeet out of there. No worries, no need to be in that fight, and no worries indeed. But now the pressure on here for TPH. They do manage to get the crack off on one, but it's going to be Frexus who gets it down. Pander's playing around the pillar, but no, NRG, they will mop them up.
An interesting play for TPH. I like the idea to drop and actually start the engagement, maybe catch NRG off guard. Maybe they happen to drop just at the same time that someone was zipping or healing, maybe kind of just get a little bit of an advantage. That wasn't the case, though. They will go down. NRG very confidently answers, but here's TSM on triple purple right now, going to continue holding this building just to the west of the lava.
Yeah, this broken building that they have currently, it's, as you mentioned, I mean, even looking at it, right, there's just angles upon angles, and not a lot of worry that they need to have. I mean, the only real legitimate concern here is that they're in the hot zone. Players are going to be making their way over to them eventually, such as Solfide, that are currently looking right in that direction. Those are the players that they were sending those shots toward. As you just saw, there's some more shots being exchanged, forcing Pride to back away.
This is going to get nuts. Take a look at this close right now, and it's going to be absolutely crazy. We got 15 squads left. It will not be the same here in 24 seconds because all of these buildings are being forced together. Of course, the teams that are the furthest out will be the first to rotate. It's going to be absolute carnage. Teams already pushing in on TSM.
Abreleli with the angle here with the Mastiff. His buddy Reps is going to go into the right side, but no one goes in for the full commit swing. Does manage to get the break there. Oh, big shots. Abreleli going huge with the Mastiff. And it was a great try from Solafide, but try as you might, you shall not pass. This is TSM's house. As disastrous as it looks right now, they certainly take good care of it. But look at this, the circle. going to be moving over to the eastern side, just to the right of them. Amos is gentrifying. He's going to go down. Designful on cleanup duty. Does get taken out as he was looking to wipe out one of the players that was there. It's only going to be Resulta left alive with no shields here. Has to pop that battery right now.
We also saw NRG going down in the feed. You might have seen that. Now Sentinels also falling. Now just like that, 12 squads left. And we'll see if Resulta can somehow get some results out of this. Now back over to Wraith 1tricks now with only 2 players up.
And the Game 9 winners, no, they're going to be eliminated. Unfortunate for them, but it's HRN who will seize on the opportunity. 45 seconds remaining, and this isn't a great position for HRN to be in here because they have a lot of ground to make up. And there isn't a lot of terrain that they can actually work with. TSM is going to be on the move once again now, getting in their face.
And look at TSM already just TPing out to try to get that third party. They're going to right back home. This is what we saw a little bit of yesterday. That's what we're used to seeing from TSM. And it looks like HRN will actually get away with surviving through this. Keep in mind, in the feed, we saw them also taking out Liquid earlier, but TSM already under siege once again. Still has 3 players up. I need to be careful.
Yeah, Abreleli needs to be careful too. He manages to get out of there by the skin of his robotic teeth. Abreleli will pop that med kit. And it will be up to the last remaining player there, Hal, to keep the fight going and to prevent anyone from trying to take ownership of this building. It's Smile in front of them. Although they do have the zone, they just know that TSM can actually pounce on them given the opportunity to do so. HRN, they were getting third party briefly, but they're okay. They'll need to move. They're healthy, but they need to move. They have no choice. And once they do so, it's TSM. They're waiting for them to make that move. Abreleli's going to jump into the bubble alongside with Reps. A little sun coming in here, though, but this fight's going to get a little ugly. Oh, no, it is all fallen apart and to pieces. TSM, it's only
Look at
Hal, the last one left alive.
Look at him. He's going to probably be finished out. Yep, Yurice is going to wrap around that corner. That will be it as he will take that. That's TSM out now. Just like that, 6 squads left in the end. Somehow now in our tunnel, it's still going to be Rogue still up.
Rogue are the ones inside of this broken bridge. Watch out, because if they get hot, it will be scary for everyone else in this competition. They have so many points, and they're so high up that leaderboard. Mr. Hakulo is going to be the last player standing for his team. And I think Snipedown knows he has an opportunity there and does manage to get a kill out of that one. Sweet.
Should be it.
Gets the connection, and this is going to be the last squad remaining. Rogue, they're going to be in a great position here to win this game out. Bravo outright as Rogue on the prowl. They could just wait this out for a moment, make sure they're nice and healthy going for this push as that barrage starts to come in onto Smile.
Exactly. I was going to say, this should still be the Smile that was the team of 2, and they're still going to be holding here. They were on Lava Bridge for quite a while throughout all of this. They just managed to hold height into the late game, but it is a 2v3 against Rogue.
The numbers not in their favor, but Snipedown, he was looking to go for a cheeky play there. If he gets to that wall, can climb up and does pop up behind him. What a play from Snipedown. Eric Rona, you absolute madman. That is going to open the door now for Sweet and Drop to push in. And Rogue will take game 10 swimmingly.
Once again, cool, calm, and collected from Rogue. That's what you expect to see. And like you said, Snipedown not trying to get through the windows, actually trying to get up onto Lava Bridge. He's able to do it perfectly. And you saw he kind of hesitated, had really good trigger discipline. Wasn't sure if he was going to open up with those Prowler shots just yet. But as soon as he does, it paves the way for the rest of the team to push in. And Rogue is going to be pretty happy after that one. They were in 4th place, but only down by 2 to 1st. That will almost certainly catapult them back into their 1st place spot.
That little moment, that bit of parkour there from Snipedown. He just missed the mark just by a little bit and knew he just needed to wait this one out as he can get onto that wall, climb up, and get up to a safe position here. But what a matchup this was, taking place in the entirety of Fragment West. We also had some battles take place over at Epicenter. Central Troke saw some fun fights as well. This was a rough one here. I mean,
you hate to see you hate to see
really
the Mastiff. As someone said in Twitch chat during EMEA, it's all fun and games until the Mastiff hits for 14. And that's what we just saw there.
It's rough. It's definitely rough. TSM, though, showing that they are not out of this tournament quite yet. They owned that broken building and didn't allow anyone to try and get inside of there. But as soon as they had to rotate out, make some moves, that's when trouble found them. And then they full committed to that fight low. I was Urice and HRN. They went for it. They sent it, and they were hoping that they were going to benefit from that one. But unfortunately for them, not the case. HRN, though, do get some KP out of that one. And then Smile had to do all of this without Petty Boss. And here's the final moments. A great play from Snipe Down, jumping up around that opened the door for Sweet Dreams to go in there and put him to sleep. Hitting with a good old-fashioned GTS. You're out of here.
HRN, as we mentioned, picking up kills on both MVP and Liquid, so I'm expecting to see some decent KP out of HRN, but you have to wonder, at the end, if TSM had taken height instead, if they had pushed Smile on top of Lava Bridge, instead of going in to take on HRN and a third team kind of in the Lava Bridge interior itself, if they would have had a little bit of more success, because it looked kind of quiet up there. That's why Smile was able to exist as a squad of two into the late game, so maybe a little bit of, when they look back at that, of course, hindsight going to be 2020. It's a better performance from TSM. We'll check the points, though, in just a little bit.
Yeah, and it was also a lot of KP that they managed to accrue as well. So you're right, Bravo. We're going to get the results after the break. Don't go anywhere, folks. What a match it was. Rogue come out on top for match number 10, but still so much more Apex to play. This is the GLL Master Summer Grand Finals. We'll see you soon. And Rogue managed to pick up the victory in game number 10 here in the finals of the GLL Masters Summer for the Americas. I'm Golden Boy along with Bravo. What a match it was, concluding at Fragment area there, Fragment West, Fragment East. I thought that TSM were in a great spot. They clearly managed to pull up a decent amount of KP from that, Bravo, but it was Rogue who managed to, at the end of it all, get the swing of things in their favor, and they come out with a victory.
Yeah, Rogue played that really well, and they're really one of the only teams that we saw actually coming east to west. At the end of the game, we were focusing mostly on TSM, who was just to the west of Lava Bridge in the building that you saw. You had HRN that was just playing in the dumpsters, as well as a few other teams that were kind of playing low. Rogue was really one of the only teams that came in from that eastern side. It really paid off for them as they were able to really punish Smile at the end in that 2v3. But look at the game that we just saw here. It's going to be a 20-point game from Rogue.
Yeah, and also a 15-point game for the New Brainers, which, hey, congrats to them. HRN lock in 12 points of their own, as well as Smile. TSM finish out in 6th place here with 3 placement points and 3 kills. I know it felt like they were in more fights than what they actually ended up getting there.
Look at this.
Yeah, and now Rogue have leapt up. They have crossed the 100-point threshold here, the first team to strike first. NRG's lead has slipped away, and this is a sizable lead that Rogue have here. Not like obviously enough that they're going to be running away with this, but if you're Rogue, you're feeling really comfortable at this point in time.
They have got to be feeling great. Like we said, a team that changed their comp after game 2 of day 1, and they're going to be feeling great with that lead that they just established, 100-86. It's the biggest lead that we've seen in quite some time, and keep in mind, these top teams now having the exact same amount of either placement points or kill points that we see other teams in the lobby having. If you look at kind of those 10 to 20th spots, really a point gap starting here in the Americas. But we'll have to see if that continues, Golden Boy, because you and I were watching EMEA as we take a look at Rogue's customary Mirage drop. You and I were looking at EMEA, and really the points were so close until the end. It was a 2-point difference in the very end after 16 games, which is absolutely wild. But we'll see what Rogue can do here off of Mirage. So we're going to see a little some beacon action as well to see exactly where this is. And we're not headed too far away. You're already seeing pings down here at the compound that's just southwest of No Name. You're also seeing pings on No Name itself,
which is great for a lot of the players located on Fragment East. There aren't a lot of buildings, though, to try and overtake by No Name. Which, I mean, what do you have, like maybe 4 or 5 buildings that will be scattered about there? There is, though...
It's about five total buildings, including, like, the largest on the south side.
Yeah, and then there is also that tunnel that you can use. But, you know, eventually, I mean, that will run out. And that's not the best possible place to be here. Some teams already coming in from the Geyser. And the Geyser drop team will be very satisfied with this because they're going to establish a home first before anyone else.
Got to also point out that we have Liquid at Drill, but note that there is not a Wraith 1 Tricks at Fisher. They have dropped elsewhere. We'll check in with them in a little bit to find out exactly where they went after having success in game number 1, but not finding the same success in game number 2. Now here's Shiny Muffins and Protectful at Harvester.
Already a fight starting to take place here. Muffins, not the start he wanted, as well as iShiny. So iShiny's going to have to phase out and get over to his teammates. Right into safe cover. They'll be able to block this and shield up. But already at Harvester, we're getting some interaction, as it usually has been. A lot of teams, they'll just start to exchange some shots. But hey, right, I think, you know, iShiny, Muffins, and Protectful, they're okay with it. They'll have the Watson. Once that pylon gets up, they can go in, get some free poke, drain some resources on opponents that will be around them potentially. Now the Wraith 1 Tricks here, Bravo, are actually going to be in the Mine Pass, as a matter of fact.
Absolutely, and they're thinking about making their way into train. Of course, right now they do have an opportunity. If they do want to just hold Mine Pass, they certainly can, as teams will be forced to either choose between Mine Pass, taking the large western route, or instead going Central Choke off of Harvester. They might hold this for a bit, especially just based on how good they're looking in terms. But now take a look here also at NRG, who just hit the vault, and they are looking looted and ready to rock, as they're going to maybe push a little bit further. Actually, they opt to go back to train. Based on the way they were playing, it looks like they might have maybe heard there's a team. But now look at Hot Springs here. It's also going to be Wraith 1 Tricks. As they double back just a bit, they're actually going to pull all the way out of the Mine Pass and just start a fence up, which is going to be wise for them. They don't want to run. Take a look at the kits that you just saw on the other side in Train Pass, and now take a look here at a double white and a no armor for Sorcerer.
Yeah, and they don't know that the energy guys have bailed on out of there. There are going to be some resources they can get from there. I believe there was going to be some armor available to them, but they'll just have to make I guess, a call here and decide where they're going to want to go. Now TSM on the other end of the spectrum here. They're going to be located a little further out now. We'll see what TSM will be able to do. It has not been the best of tournaments for one of the best in the Americas. And they have had some better performances here today, though, Bravo, versus what we saw yesterday.
They have, but somehow it's actually netted them a worse position. They're actually, I believe, right in 16th. Now, maybe they're actually still exactly in 15th.
No, they're in 16th. They did go down.
Somehow it really hasn't paid off for them. They're going to be holding Ridge Choke, and actually we're also looking at Underpass Choke for just a second, so we'll get on board with that in a moment. But now we're back over to Harvester to see what Shiny Muffins and Protectful are up to.
Oh, no, that's Rogue. That's Rogue. Rogue goes down. If Snipe Down's out of the fight, he'll be done. That's it, Rogue. They're going to get cleaned up. Oh, no, Snipe Down just has to bail. He has to run out. His teammates were in a fight there, but iShiny with the charge rifle punished them. And now the winners from our last game are just going to have to cower in fear. And you know, maybe Snipe Down's going to be the rat here.
Way more early fights than you expect, and really it's all down to just because of exactly how that circle pulled GB, as you kind of alluded to earlier. Teams trying to get into those Cap East outskirts buildings, or buildings that will put them in a good position to at least make some sort of rotation at some point into those areas. That's kind of forcing a little bit more than aggression than we're used to seeing here. Sentinels looking also pretty good in the way of their kits as they move into Harvester as well.
Sentinels right now 19th place, although they were in second coming out of league play. 25 points for this team, a significant improvement though over yesterday. I think they only had like 5 or 6 kills total yesterday, sitting at 14 now. So they have certainly put in more work. NRG though, going to be in a fight, clean up on Crummy.
And my, did NRG make a move? The last time we checked in with them, they were at Mine Pass. They have flown through tunnel, through Fragment, and now holding lava bridge buildings essentially right here on the western side of Frag East. So they made absolutely no waste of time. Now Sentinel's still thinking about going here to this northeast. Snake and some decent damage here from the rooftop from Crust.
And they're going to go in for the fight there, and that's iShiny. He's out of this one. Muffins is out. It's going to be Protectful, the only player there. Oh, no, not for iShiny. Muffins and Protectful. You hate to see it. And Sentinels, they'll get some more kills, adding on to the 14 that they already have right now.
Crust not missing. He's like, I don't care if there's a door there. This Mastiff's going to hit through 112 right through it as we take a look at Wraith One Tricks again. They have managed to find a blue, and they got a little bit of a white on Sorcerer, so they're making a little bit of a risky push and just trying to get position. They knew that they can not try to bring that armor into the late game, but now look at Snipe down as he has been getting dinged as well. We didn't see what forced him down here, but it could have been a little bit due to the exchanges that you just saw from Wraith One Tricks. That's right.
Yeah, Wraith One Tricks are looking for Snipe down, and Rogue are out of here. Our third team eliminated. Did not see that one coming, and this is good news for teams like NRG as well as MVP, because Rogue, they were the first team to cross 100-point threshold. Now those teams, as well as Wraith One Tricks, which I do want to comment on that interaction as well. Wraith One Tricks taking out Rogue, that is huge, because that is just going to add to their already bountiful total that they have right now of 84 points. With that one, I think that puts them at 85. And they'll simply just continue to add on to that if things keep going the way that I would imagine it could, given that they now have a few more resources to work with, Brav.
Here's Aim Assist, though, trying to get into the party all the way on the other side. If we're taking a look at Hill Valley, looking into Drill, like you said, going to hold this edge as long as they can. It looks like they might have an opportunity to pick up some kills on this team as well. But GB, you painted the picture perfectly. That is good news, not only for the likes of Wraith One Tricks, NRG, MVP. That's good news for the whole lobby, because, you know, everyone in this lobby with this many games to go yet, they do not want anyone to start to pull away like Rogue had done. So for them to exit at third, that's a big deal. Things are going to be kept pretty close here towards the top of the table.
Yeah, you can only expect the Americas to continue this insane trend that GLL has had. And fortune, I think, for all of us as fans of Apex Legends esports here, to see some insane matches. Now, though, as I was just talking, you have the EMP that just popped off there. It's going to be TPH. They're going to look to utilize that EMP to force back the Aim Assist crew, but Hollow does go down. Panders is going to be very weak, and Tech needs to pop a few cells here to get back into the fray. Resulta cleans up Hollow, which will come through. Now it will be a 2v3 here, as they'll look to just try and add a few more shots down. These players are going to be dangerously low, and Tech does manage to do a decent amount of damage, but it's Resulta again who came up huge for his team. But finally, Panders will end Resulta's reign of terror.
How does Tech stay alive through all of that? At the end of that spray, also manages to land all those wing shots as well, and paves the way for Panders to come in there and finish that wipe. Absolutely huge from these guys, and you got to say, Tech coming around that corner and making sure to get that damage, stayed alive way longer than he had any business doing.
Another loss as well. Aim Assist out 60 points right now. They're in 8th place. So for TPH, that is a confrontation that you're quite happy with, because you're all the way down at 18th place, and that team was 10 places ahead of you. So you just right now managed to benefit from getting some KP. You're also going to get one step closer to placement, and you're denying Aim Assist, who were so consistent yesterday. You're denying them even more points, and thus allowing you to be able to get back into this fight now.
I mean, speaking of getting back into the fight, you're also going to have them playing. As you can see in the overhead, they're the only ones anywhere near Drill, with the exception of a team that's already crossed into Hill Valley. We'll keep an eye on them just in case this team here. We'll check on board with them maybe next, just to see if they try to gatekeep. It's going to be an opportunity, but we'll see if they're going to be able to push out of this. But also taking a look here at Geyser as well. Now it's Wraith One Tricks who's made their way into Geyser. Maybe going to just bounce out. Looks like, yes, indeed, that's going to be the case.
Yeah, they'll have to get inside of the tunnel, and it will be an underpass, I should say. It will be a squeak by. No, actually, the underpass is being held right now by Ziploc bags, so they will go outside.
They're going straight to the
sending it.
Tunnel. Yeah,
they're sending it.
It is a full send. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I don't blame them. They did get in.
Yeah, it's a great route. It's a great decision to Geyser bounce. You know, typically when you do see a Geyser bounce, it is not to go deeper into Geyser. It's because teams are trying to go, say, from Lava City, Geyser bouncing through Underpass, like you had mentioned. But instead, they're going to Geyser bounce all the way to Vault. The new Brainers are ready for it. Look at these guys.
Oh, this is a 5-headed play right here. These guys have galaxy brains. They waited. They bided their time, and they're going to run right into the Wraith One Trick. What? Popped out from the ground. From the ground like a bunch of cave trolls. Oh, the new brainers. They're just geniuses. They're the new geniuses. That's what they are. The noob geniuses. That's what they are. That unbelievable. I love it. That's great.
When we talk about efficiency, that is efficiency at its finest. They waste no time. It was actually a 301 opener that we saw, and they're going to win that battle. My, oh my, what a win from them. We also saw HRN picking up some kills in the feed. That's going to bring us now to 13 squads left. It was Sentinels and Wraith one tricks that we just saw most recently drop, but here's a quick res here for Hollow.
Yeah, and they're getting chunked a lot. Hollow will have time to pop the med kit. Watch out, though, because HRN, as you mentioned, Bravo, they're waiting. They're going to gatekeep this. They're already banged up. Hey, go ahead and hold that grenade. Let's see what happens. That'll be nice. And there's just no options for TPH here. So while that interaction with aim assist was great for them, they were able to bring back their teammate. I kind of think they shouldn't have went for the res rather than focus on just trying to get back into the safe zone. Because if they get through here, it'll be big. But truly, how many meds do they have to give them an opportunity to get in here?
That will be the question as NRG just continues to hold that sight line as well. And they're really trying to find an angle in any way that they can get a little bit into this action is what they're trying to do right now, playing on the hard edge and now playing even on the tracks, just trying to make their way. It looks like they're going to opt to take kind of a route that's a little bit closer to that eastern side of the train yard tunnel just to get into the most southern part of Frag West if they can make it there in time. But HRN, of course, still looking for that damage if they can send it.
They are not letting these guys get away from this one easily. They're right there at the rock, and Arcan just drifts out just a little bit just to see if he can get an angle. Rakanishu goes down, courtesy of Fury. And an unfortunate situation there for Rak.
Good looking spot here for Liquid, though. They're able to do a little bit of scout poke. Not sure if they have multiple scouts, but right now it's good shots from flanker, which you certainly expect to see. And they're just going to continue to hold. It's only a 301 for Casper and Nocturnal with a scout as well. So 2 scouts here, and they're already sitting looking good in terms of armor. So they're going to be continuing to just apply a little bit of that poke damage into No Name and only move when they have to and hope that the timing works out for them. But 303 here on triple white armor, of course, one of the earliest teams to get into this kind of cover.
Better result for 303 Esports than what they've had previously. It's been really rough for them in these games. We got also teams that are about to interact with one another. Thank you, observers, for calling that one out. 3 teams, as a matter of fact. And I think that's TPH. I think TPH managed to get out of there somehow. It could be. I don't know. It might is a possibility. But either way, they're going to be calling the crossfire here. And no, I'm not talking about that great, fun game from the 90s. I'm talking about these 2 teams that are going to be looking right at them.
That's right. Don't get caught up in the crossfire. But here we go. HRN's one of the teams as well. They're pushing in, and it looks like they're going to get into a little bit of a battle. That should be, yes, indeed. That is going to be them. You're going to see Hollow and Tech in the kill feed. Team Liquid, though, looks like they took a more... actually, they took a route. I think they're just above HRN that we just saw, if I'm not mistaken. They're actually going to be aggressing HRN from that northern side. Here they are. They're the ones that actually took a route a little bit behind them. They timed their push slightly different to make sure they didn't run directly into HRN, but instead still have a little bit of height on them.
Yeah, they didn't get the KP for that when TPH was coming out of zone. HRN would benefit there. But Team Liquid, for now, will hold this area. A lot of these teams will have to abandon their positions inside of these buildings eventually. Team Liquid will be on the outside, more toward the edge of that circle. And hey, look at that, a death box, because there was no opportunity for HRN to try and loot anything from Hollow. So they'll get a few resources out of that one.
They will. Teams that are still in No Name, there's a little bit, just a corner of one No Name building in and an entire No Name building still in. But all the teams that are anywhere near those western parts of Frag East are going to have the biggest move. That's going to be the hardest move as well. But you could tell the teams don't even want to get caught in that. There's only 2 interior teams still in Fragment East buildings here, as they're still going to have Team Liquid taking, once again, a little bit of a longer route. Team Liquid still holding this height. I like what they're doing, and we're going to have to see if they're going to be able to continue to rack up KP before they make their push. Here's TSM, though, checking in with them for the first time in a while. They're actually playing on what is typically called Compound. It's just to the west of No Name, southwest, closer to the chokes.
And they were making some tags. Perhaps they're just concerned about any players that could be lurking about. I wonder what happened with the New Brainers. Probably my favorite team right now, because they're just doing things that are working.
So here's where HRN ended up. They're going to be happy with that. But MVP, though, also with some Frag East interior as well. As we said, you know, in a different game, you might see Frag East a little bit more stacked in terms of building interiors. We're not seeing that here. Instead, teams opting to play a little bit outside because they know how difficult those movements will be when you try to rotate out of these Frag East buildings. Not something easily done. So instead, you have a few less teams inside here, and instead a few teams playing the tracks. Like we said, Team Liquid playing a little bit of that northern height, and also NRG playing a little bit of good terrain here. A great option for them as they are going to have their sights set right now actually towards that choke. That's where TSM actually still is. That's the pings that are coming out from them, and now switching over to TSM.
Yeah, they were exchanging some shots. MVP will be okay. Well, I'm sure we'll see them in a little bit. They'll have to join the fray eventually. Ziploc bags. Oh, no. Not the area that Stomps wants to be in. Oh, my goodness. Just gets obliterated there by an Arc Star from Cocky Beans. TSM now. High ground. Some shots out. Sent it over there with the flat line. It's going to force that player down underneath that bridge. TSM still have this safe area. They'll also be okay because this pylon is going to have their back and stop any kind of attacks from this Gibraltar ultimate that will potentially land in their way.
It's a great rotation from TSM. Absolutely great rotation from TSM to get this spot here. As you saw the pings going down, you can still see actually on the minimap exactly where that port was when they were coming in from compound. Not only does it give them that nice cover, a great spot for that Watson ult, but also they can continue to kind of just peek and engage over this height as well. Plenty of room to heal. This is a great spot for TSM for the moment, but take a look at the pull that they have. It's pulling just west of No Name.
Probably the worst thing that could happen for them is that they're going to have to make some movement in order to get into that safe zone. 53 seconds before that is actually going to end up coming to fruition. Those players are actually opting to go over to the left side. Aberlelli will be waiting for them on the outskirts. Imperial Hal now looking around, and Hal has, I was going to say, he has the angle to throw that thermite, but actually doesn't end up connecting with it. And there's just players surrounding all this area, Bravo, and they're all going to have to move eventually. It's going to be a bloodbath.
It is. NRG is going to hold this low as long as they can. Wouldn't be surprised if they tried to, if they get the right opener, they're going to engage instead of trying to get pushed by the edge. But right now, they're just going to be holding low. And TSM is certainly a team that also wants to be the aggressor here if they can pick up these points.
Yeah, and you called it, Bravo. You said TSM needs to be the aggressor. They know that they have no choice at this point but to turn up the heat and try and get some KP. Aberlelli goes down. Not what you want to see if you're a TSM fan. Not what you want to see if you're reps in Imperial Hal. Hal, though, does go in for the fight. Does manage to get one kill there. Nathan is down, and NRG, they're going to lose 2 players, and I think the only one, yes, it's going to be Frexus, the last player left alive. We didn't see him in the feed, so we had to assume that he'd be the last man standing. The new brainers, the guys who had just that galaxy brain play inside of the tunnel, they're going to be okay for right now. But just as I say that, though, all the bombs just flying right on top of them. MVP, they'll take ownership of the low ground. Some lower bridge trolls here, if you'd say. And Vaxilon also surviving this long, Bravo, with the caustic is wonderful for MVP.
Aberlelli, you're going to see there, will get thirsted, so it's just going to be Reps and Imperial Hal for the TSM side. 7 squads to left, and really only because we have all of this elevation difference. Now, here is the TP out for Hal. He will go in right away. He's not going to wait. Charges the Gibby. First shot's not going to hit. Going to look for that next one. Next one does hit against the Gibby. He's going to win that right away, but needs to be careful here as he only has a limited amount of time on that bubble.
Oh, the new brainers, they were caught between a rock and a hard place, and it seems like the hard place has indeed won. Team Superior, Fuzby and Prodigy Aces, they are operating with a man down. The only team that have a full force currently is going to be MVP, and that is the team that is hanging out on top. They've managed to get over here, and they're just setting up these barrels. They're ready for the push, and if anyone tries to get in their way, the gas is going to impede their vision.
Is Liquid, I think Liquid maybe still on that northern height right now, maybe closer to that building. Maybe they moved just a tiny bit to the south. We'll have to see exactly where they are, because in 32 seconds, everyone's going to have to get even closer. And actually, they lost Casper. So actually, instead, that's exactly where they are in the westernmost part of No Name, going to be holding this and with not much space to do so.
MVP are going to be the only team that have that advantage, and a drop coming in here. Everyone's going to be looking at this guy. Oh, Joey Blackout.
Poor guy.
Oh, poor Joey. Poor Joey. You don't do that to Joey. Okay, well now,
you hate to see it.
Shifting focus once again here to Team Liquid. They've come out of the area where they were going to be hiding, sending some thermite nades up to the top. It might actually roast a few, but it doesn't land only because that pylon was going to be out there. Those players have no choice but to actually back out And Joey, poor guy, he just ends up dying to the ring there. Vaxlon gets the kill onto O Senpai. Nocturnal's going to be from behind here with this fully automatic Prowler. Does deal a sizable amount of damage on the high ground as well. And it is actually going to be Madness. He gets a kill as well. 2 kills. Reps goes down 2. Nocturnal and Flanker playing up top over here. MVP are going to be down low. Shots coming over to the side. Vaxlon's going to be going in for it. The massive is true. The cracks are real. The connections. And it's MVP. They will get the Game 11 win.
And as another one for them, they rack it up. If you remember just how well they were playing yesterday, coming into this game in 3rd place, and they lived to tell the tale through that with 3 players still up. Played it perfectly in the end. You saw them kind of costing up below the tracks, and in the end, they're able to fly up and time the push perfectly. And I tell you what, they waited for Liquid to make their push do quite a bit of damage, and their third party timed it perfectly, GB.
Yeah, they waited for that moment, and they had obviously all of that ground covered, so there wasn't really much of an opportunity for anyone else to try and get involved. TSM, by the way, did fall out, I think, in 4th or 5th. New Brainers also had a good conclusion as well, and they picked up some KP there as well. ISMP, at the start of this game, I thought that they were going to be just looking beautiful, but then Sentinels, nope, they were having none of that. They jumped into the snake and removed them from the game.
112, once again, that massive straight through the door, didn't matter, character
No
model.
14 for him.
Kind of peeking through, and it decides to hit. But I don't know if anyone else was watching that kill feed at the end. It was all Madness all day, and probably about 6. Here's the push that you love, GB. I'm going to shut up for a second so you can talk about this.
This was just the best play in the world. The New Brainers, just I had a terrible pun about them being the noob geniuses, but because they really just outsmarted anyway. And how are you even supposed to plan against that as well? And they continued on too. Even though they had a bit of a rat play there, they still managed to be a thorn in the side of a lot of teams throughout this match.
Yeah, I'm glad we're seeing this here from the MVP side. I mean, take a look. You're going to see Madness once in the feed as he gets the thirst there on reps. Vaxlon is able to take down Flanker earlier. And I think we had at least 2 more kills or knocks there from Madness as well in the end. So I'm very curious to see what MVP's total points are going to be from that game, because they are stepping up, and they're stepping up at a big time. Not only do they get that first place from the 3rd place overall standing, keep in mind with Rogue's early exit, they could be neck and neck with them. NRG also going to be looking pretty good. So we've constantly been wondering, Golden Boy, will any of these teams start to pull away? And after our game here, it looks like after game number 3 of the day, that is not going to be the case. When we come back to that leaderboard, I think it's going to be pretty close.
Yeah, it's going to be close, and I cannot wait to see it. I know everyone else cannot wait to see it as well. That's why we're going to have that and so much more after the break. Don't go anywhere. The GLL Master Series will return after the break. Welcome back, everybody, to the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals for the Americas. Golden Boy and Bravo here once again. MVP will win after winning, I believe it was Game 7 from yesterday. So closing out one of the games there, and in dramatic fashion. I believe that one actually took place over at Octane's in Kings Canyon. That was a crazy finish. This also was a crazy finish for MVP, as they managed to pick themselves up another victory, joining the likes of Rogue, who have 2 wins as well. Let's look at the scoreboard and where we are right now, and who were the ones that really benefited out of that game besides MVP. Maybe Team Liquid with 13 points. That's a good result for that squad.
And I mean, HRN is going to be really happy, because take a look at where they finished. 3 placement points towards the bottom with that 9 KP. It's a huge game from them. Going to be feeling really good, as that's going to keep them in the middle of the pack. I believe right around the 10th or 11th place spot is where they're going to be coming in after those kind of points. But MVP, look at that. I mean, come on, another 21 game. That's even bigger when the next closest has 13. And let's see exactly what that does for them here in our overall leaderboard. And surprise, surprise, it's MVP out in front with 106 points.
And they certainly have Rogue to thank for that one, because Rogue exited so early in match 11 that they gained 0 points, nothing for that game. Now, again, our running story has been what's up with TSM, what's up with Sentinels, even, like Solafide, for example, another greats team that have really just been struggling to find their bearings here today. And all those squads, TSM, have been the best performing, and they've managed to get up to 13th place here. But the clock is ticking, Bravo. They don't have many opportunities to get into the top 10, top 8. It ain't looking pretty for them whatsoever. But we're jumping in to our next game, Brav, and we're going to be starting with MVP because, of course, they're the winners of our last game. Let's see what they do.
Absolutely. Of course, on their customary Skyhook drop, and we know that they haven't been getting Skyhook alone, and you wouldn't expect it with just the size of the POI that we have at Skyhook. But in EMEA, we actually saw some things earlier, Golden Boy, where we were seeing some EU teams that didn't show up big on day number 1, kind of returning to form. Now, we're not really seeing too much of that as we take a look at the leaderboards, but I do want to go back to the numbers that you and I were talking about. After day number 1, it was about, once again, 10 points per game as we take a look at our last game here on World's Edge, and we were pulling all the way. As we take a look at that beacon, we were going all the way northwest. We're going to have Fisher, Drill, Skyhook, and Trials all included here, and a lot of teams are going to have some really long routes if you look at Dome, Lava City, as well as Sorting, which actually looks like it's getting actually pretty frisky, and a perfect timing here from the observers as Sentinels is pushing into Sorting.
Look at that tracking as well. Pretty much holding that angle nicely. Sunox is going to have to back away. Peach goes down. Oh no. Oh no. Trouble in paradise here. And it will be Free Smoke's day. Oh, wait a minute. But Crust actually picks him up. Never mind. Actually, Crust came from outside. It was a little bit of a stutter there for myself for a moment there. So Crust came from outside and will save the day for his team. Free Smoke, unfortunately, they are out of here.
We got to go all the way back over to Fisher. I got a few things to say about what we just saw, but now Crummy actually goes down. It's going to be up to Phony and Pickett. Not Pickett, excuse me, on the side of Unknown.
And that was going to be Zenio who got the better of him there. Let's see, HRN currently in 11th place right now. Unknown, they left the last game rather early in the last one, but Phony Head and another team is going to be out just like that. 2 teams out in match 12. It's HRN and Free Smoke. Unknown, they did not want what have happened in that last game happen again. They win that battle over here at Lava Fisher.
And actually, Wraith 1 Tricks in the end go back to their Fisher drop, which is interesting. Keep in mind, the game that we just saw, we did not see that be the case. And then they actually go back to Fisher, and then Unknown decides to make them pay for that movement, and pretty wild off of the break. This is not what you expect to see in match number 12 of 16. Generally at this stage, especially now with being our 8th match on World's Edge for this lobby, you think that these drops are going to be pretty solidified with not too much kind of jockeying for position, but that actually has not been the case as we see the route that we're going to see TSM take, as they're going to be flying directly over Outskirt Station through this Skyhook choke, and we'll see what they can find here at the tower.
And they'll find some activity, because we saw on that minimap, I believe a team was going to be located over toward the north. They'll have to level up some of Reps' equipment, though, which I'm sure they're going to be focusing on just in a little bit. Over near Skyhook here will be Team Liquid. 2nd place in the last game. Setting up some shop inside of this building and pulling away any of the syringes, shield cells, batteries, whatever they can get from here. HRN will be marching out toward the side, and yeah, so this is definitely, oh no.
This is trouble now for Rogue as they try to make their move off of their Mirage drop, and actually Snipe Down is going to be thirsted right here, so it's going to be up to Sweet and drop. Nope, now just up to Sweet. Let's see what the Wraith could do here. Pressure coming in from Ziploc Bags.
Ziploc Bags needs to be careful now. Obviously going to be banged up, but they'll be okay, at least for a moment. Sweet all alone. Rogue just having a rough going here, Bravo. I can't believe that we're already at this point where Rogue, after winning that game, looking like they were just going to continue to add on to this lead. Now we have Sweet just riding solo.
Yeah, Sweet Dream's wondering what his route might be if he wants to get any sort of delayed recovery on these bins. We'll have to see. He's actually going to swing back a little bit closer to home and kind of go on the edge of Mirage to get there, go to this low ground instead to be less visible. But you and I were talking about during the break, Golden Boy, it's as if we wanted this lobby to stay close. You could not write this stuff. It is anyone that kind of starts to pull ahead right away, teams start to answer back. And now Rogue, despite being in first 2 games ago and second coming into this game now, they are still going to be in a lot of trouble. We'll have to see what they could do, but who exactly do we have here?
Yeah, well, seems like we got ourselves a rat.
Oh,
It's going to be Panders. TPH already. Well, Bravo, I'm going to give the poetry.
Oh, wait,
never mind.
wait.
No poetry. No poetry.
You might have an opportunity. We'll see. Actually, I think we're gonna see.
I think we have a few rats out right now. Few rats about. But I do want to clarify something. I did actually say HRN, but it was
yeah. I think you meant Wraith 1 tricks. Yeah.
Yeah. It was my bad. I miscalled that one. Apologies there, folks. I am, in fact, 50 years old. You wouldn't know it from my boyish good looks.
Well,
at least
now we see.
at least you.
Hey man, you and I have been doing this a long time. I know exactly how old you are.
Yeah,
you're not fooling me. You're not fooling me. Sweet goes all the way back to Mirage Royale. She's like, you know what? Screw you guys. I'm gonna go ahead, go back home. This is where I feel a lot more comfortable. I'm taking my toys and I'm going right back home.
Screw you guys. I'm going home. Just some good old fashioned Eric Cartman. Oh boy. Okay. Well, unfortunately now we got more kills actually being exchanged. There's some downs happening. Frexus does get a kill onto, I believe that was going to be Stomps. Bring Rocker back into the fight. So more interactions beginning to happen here, Bravin. For Ziploc bags, they've had a strong start in the beginning. Now they're in 10th place here, and I don't know if everyone's eliminated, but losing match 12, getting knocked out at 18th or 17th, whatever, like that's difficult. Really rough here. Ooh, watch out for that nade.
Here's TSM playing. Yeah, here's TSM playing uncharted territories right outside of the Trials exit or entrance. And now you can see exactly what everyone has in mind. There's definitely some teams banking on a Western pull. That a lot of times you see things kind of pull along Fisher or along these tracks in different areas right now. But so far doing really well, and that's what you expect to see. Look at the flatline coming out of reps.
Flatline has seen a lot of love throughout GLL. Quite happy about that. It's probably one of my favorite weapons in the game next to the Prowler. I like a lot of the heavy weaponry, mostly because also the model of the Flatline reminds me of another particular gun that I enjoy and from another game. But yeah, so in any case, though, both Flatline and the Prowler, as a matter of fact.
Look, I think we still see Sweet bullying people.
He brought him back.
This is gonna be the whole squad got brought back, and there's a good reason he went home. Of course, it was to grab that beacon on Mirage, and as a result, all of Rogue is back in this. So while just a little bit ago it looked like it was gonna be a rough pickings, we actually didn't get to see it exactly, but in the end, Sweet did swing back around and get all the way back to a Mirage as well, and now get everyone back in the game, and they're gonna be ready to fight.
Yeah, well, ready to fight. They are going to need to fight because another team has landed right on top of them. So the Thermite will be popped, Arc Star exchanged, and it's aim assist up above them on top of the roof. They saw exactly where they were going to be, not allowing Rogue a moment to breathe, but Rogue will be prepared, as you mentioned, Bravo, for this battle. Rogue do manage to get on top of the building here, and a crazy fight for Rogue, who just happened to lose two teammates. What was it going to be? Dropped and Snipe Down went down earlier, and Sweet just brought him back. So they have to bail out of this fight because they just didn't have the advantage. They need to try to put the odds in their favor. Sweet needing to back down now. Designful up on high. Sweet goes down. This is going to look very dangerous here for the team that was almost in first place for just more than a game. But they're going to answer right back. Drop's not going to go down without a fight. Here comes Resulta with the fully automatic Prowler. Does deal a nice amount of damage there. Gentrifying on top of the roof, forcing a player to back away here. Gentrifying on the move. Resulta's going to be there alongside him as well. Player on the right side, and he's making the call-outs now. It's just going to be dropped by himself. 70 with the Sentinel. Only has the R301 with 27 bullets. There's not a lot of ammo, and Rogue are out of match 12.
And I have to give credit to Designful. We didn't get to see it from his point of view, but you can be sure that as fast as he got on height, you can almost be certain that he grappled to get to that rooftop, and he already caught Sweet off guard. Sweet actually went to height. He challenged first after TPing, and he exchanges a few shots with the scout. Then he drops to pop the bat, and right away on his rooftop is Designful. The only way he got there that fast is to grapple and hit a perfectly timed entrance onto that rooftop. Great stuff from Aim Assist to take down Rogue here.
Now Team Liquid inside of this tunnel. They're by Trials, and they'll just need to hang out. Nowhere that they could possibly go here. Everyone's waiting for them outside of that doorway. Only player left alive for Unknown is Matt Pickett. You say a fan favorite? A lot of people
absolutely big fan of this guy's. Yeah, big fan of this guy's stream, just his attitude, the way he plays the game. I think a lot of people enjoy his stream as well. The one thing, the fact that he is a Watson, he can kind of establish this faux presence on a place like this. If you think about Sniper's Ridge, him being up here with these fences is going to let most teams that didn't see any of the engagements think that there is a squad up here. That's going to be a little bit in his favor. We'll have to see if he can play this out into the late game as well.
Back over now to Team Liquid once again inside of the Trials. Their only options are the doorways located on each end here. They will also be able to zip up, as you see the rope there, up on top of Trials, but they'll just have to determine where they want that exit to go.
That's the question. If they zip up, if they zip up on Matt Pickett, of course, that will be very quick work of Matt Pickett. But we'll have to see what they decide to do here. They've of course got plenty of time, and based on where Team Liquid is, keep in mind Team Liquid looked really good after our first set of games yesterday, but now they've actually slipped all the way down to 8th place. So they know that they need to get some good placings here. This is really their sweet spot. Match number 12. They need to get some consistent performances so that they can kind of try to pop off later today.
Preparation for new brainers. For me, the heroes of last game just still can't get over that play inside of the tunnel there, and by Geyser, that like the vault is. I love that. It was by the boxes. It was great.
It was an instant melt, and the best thing about it was, if you called it the team shot that actually happened, the way that they timed that team shot on the first player was one of the fastest drops we've seen in a long time. So now as you see a few pings going down, you're actually seeing things right exactly kind of where North Fisher and Western Drill meets the kind of the Southern Trials build, Cliffside, kind of the very bottom of Uncharted territories are where a few teams are expecting this to go.
And I believe maybe that could be we'll move on from that one for right now, but looking at HRN here, still very much in this battle near the Skyhook buildings on top of the roof. Matt Pickett still above. Oh, they went up. No, young Matthew, run, child.
We'll see what he can do here, and he is going to try to run indeed and drop down. And let's see, there's almost certainly going to be some teams that aren't too far away from this area, but he might be able to hold down here and just try to live into the late game, but it is not going to be an easy run for our friend Matt Pickett.
In the shadows lies Matt Pickett. I like this. So now Team Liquid might know that he didn't run all the way outward. I don't think they really care much about that. Now TSM are here.
Let's see what they're thinking here, because right now they're exactly where we left them. Like we said, on the western exit of Trials, and they're just still holding here. This is a very comfortable position, and based on the pings that we've seen, you could actually see TSM's pings here. There's one that's right at the area I mentioned, and there's another that's a little bit further south towards the actual building to the west of the tracks. And now here's Team Liquid's ping that's actually kind of in the middle of the two. So keep an eye on those 3 spots in terms of exactly how this pulls. But Team Liquid is the team that's inside here. TSM, of course, applying that pressure, and you know that Liquid's aware of it.
Now, little did TSM know that Casper at that point in time by himself. Matt Pickett was picked off. Thank you, observers. Oh, the humanity.
Rest in peace, my friend. We'll see you in match number 13.
So yeah, Casper was facing this doorway by himself, and TSM could have actually forced that fight and melted him, thus removing him from the equation, and then giving them a little bit more room to breathe inside of Trials. But for now, though, we'll abandon that one here, as we're by drill site for aim assist. Some shots sent low Also, I think there were shots that were being received over from the north side. They're going to need to deal with this western presence, though. A lot of shots exchanged. Gentrifying needs to get back into a safe area, use his bubble, use the hard cover. Now see where they need to move next. In the distance, the Gibraltar ultimate has been activated. A bubble there to just try and stop that from doing any damage. Players on the rotation. Designful goes down as he was in that fight, and I don't think that they will. Yeah, okay, so they are going to be able to get him unless he gets cleaned up. I mean, Designful's getting tagged. He'll crawl his way back in.
I love that play from Gentrifying too. You also saw Gentrifying did not TP back right away. Look how Gentrifying just sat for a second, body block to make sure they're going to be able to get him back. It's really great play there from the Wraith.
Those players still low. They got their buddy back in the fight. Now, in exchange there of cells, they might actually be hurting on resources.
You were right, though, GB. Just that they did not expect to see so much of that fight coming in from Drill as they were trying to just reposition just a little bit. It was a pretty subtle reposition as they were kind of just trying to grab this rock here and play this rock. But in the end, they got shot a lot more than they expected here. Looking at Team Superior for the first time in a little while as well. And right now, they are center circle.
Yeah, nestled right in between the Sniper's Ridge, which you had talked about earlier on. And sending some more shots in that direction. That's actually the team that was putting pressure on aim assist. Here's HRN behind them, as a matter of fact. Time is ticking, 45 seconds here, and then everyone's going to have to start moving. All those players that are by Drill will need to engage. And as it stands, HRN and Superior, they're in great positions.
Yeah, and HRN needs to be careful, though, because they are right here at a central point where anyone that's still doing anything late out of Skyhook, of course, and also anyone coming up from Drill, they're going to be in the middle of that. So they're in a great position. They just need to be very selective about how they choose to engage here.
Some more tags coming in. So HRN no players located right to their side here onto the left. Urice. Oh, no, Urice. He has bubble. He has bubble. He should pop that if he needs to, if they're going to be rough. And Solafide, by the way, they're just going to try and charge this fight, but they're not in a position here as far as their armor goes to actually take this fight comfortably. You could just sneeze on him and you'll do some damage. That will be the risk that they run, but we'll see what they try and do with it as aim assists actually are putting some shots into that direction too. Gentrifying goes down. This is dangerous now. They won't have a port to be able to get back into safe area. That's Solafide. And then up ahead is HRN. Trying to go in for the poke. Maybe a moment here. Wait for this bubble to drop. Risky business here. Now their bubble's going to be activated. They'll have the advantage, and that means that they can actually encroach on this. It is a game of inches. Aim assist goes down. Solafide, they were actually in the middle of all of that. Clarify is out of this, as well as Metro and Pride, so they all just get popped off. That was aim assist who popped in from behind. They just didn't have the armor to deal with that fight.
HRN going to be very happy with that. Now look at Smile there in trouble. As I talked about, they were really sandwiched between those squads, and in the end, they will survive it out. But now HRN also still under more pressure as well, trying to reset if they can here on this cover. Pop a Phoenix for RKN, just like that. 7 squads left.
There are just no options in this area, Bravo. And the Gibraltar will be so necessary. The bubble for movement. And let's not forget, too, having a Watson with your pylon, extremely helpful.
Now, as we take a look at 303 as well, they're the ones that were just getting tapped and tagged by the players of HRN. They're just going to hold this low ground. Like you said, it's been a tough tournament for them, but they're looking for something a little bit better in this game here, fighting from that low ground. And they have to worry about 2 things, of course. In 36 seconds, they got to worry about this move in terms of getting to that north, but they also know that they're going to find players that are going to be right along this choke, and they're going to have to choose if they want to try to move up first or maybe engage a little bit early within the next, say, 20 seconds instead of letting the edge push them back. But Team Liquid tries to push in, I think, on TSM, and not going so well for them.
Yeah, TSM will hold the door while Team Liquid will do their best to try and force their way out, but just limited options for Liquid there as TSM waits for them to come outside of this. Continuing to apply more pressure, more shots down. Abrelelli does get a crack. The door's closed once again. Watch out, though, because on the high ground, it's MVP up all the way up on high, and they also have a little bit of that safe zone to work with, Brav.
This is big for MVP. We'll see what they can do. But TSM in all sorts of trouble as they're actually getting pushed by. Looks like Team Liquid actually flies out the door. And look at this. Look at the scout shot from the hip. Only Nocturnal up for TL, though.
And look who's actually benefiting from this. It's MVP. They jumped down there. Goodbye, Team Liquid. Goodbye, TSM. Now MVP, Madness, has to wait for this to get back up. They're just on top of this ridge, Andy. And Madness is back in the fight. They're getting chunked. They need to be careful. They don't have a lot of space here. They're playing with fire now. They're going to drop down right in the middle of this fight. Oh, man, the shots are going through fast and furious. Busby with the shots lands them, but doesn't get it. It's NRG instead who will be your champion, but MVP did not make it easy for them. No siree. What a conclusion to match 12.
They didn't. They try to drop down on Team Superior. Team Superior answers back pretty well, but in the end, and it's actually been the story of the day in the Americas so far, GB, it's actually NRG who stays up and once again times that third party. And that's kind of been the story of our last few end circles. You don't always see it play that way, but that's what we saw. One thing I liked that I saw from MVP, as they were dropping off of Sniper's Ridge, they were kind of holding for just a second. You weren't sure if Vax was going to go, but as soon as they saw players kind of dropping off of height, they all went. They all went for that. They're able to pick up maybe one or two knocks there on Team Superior, but in the end it's NRG who sweeps through. But it was a heck of a game off the start at sorting as well as Fisher, GB.
There was just nowhere for those players to set up shop at all, bro. It was so difficult. And then TSM, I think they felt like they had the best plan. They were going to get the KP from Team Liquid and then focus their attention over toward any of the players that were going to be popping up behind them. But what they didn't expect was that MVP also were looking at them. So it was just a little bit of that exchange. I mean, I know TSM were prepared for the possibility of a player swooping in from the high ground. And these are the final moments here that NRG waited for the opportune moment. You're right. Team Superior was the one hanging out by that rock and using that pylon to stop any utility that would fly in. And MVP just needed to get some kind of hard cover and look to reset the fight. It just did not happen. And NRG bided their time. They'll take the 12 points, whatever KP they get out of that too. What a match that was, bruv. Excellent stuff across the board. And now, before we go to break, I just want to ask you, I mean, dude, we've had different winners. What the hell's going on? It's been crazy.
It has been crazy. It's been another great day. It's super close at the top. After that, you're probably going to see MVP start to pull away for just a bit, but it's a big thing for NRG as well. They're going to shrink that gap, and Rogue might actually be the losers in the end in terms of that top three, just because NRG is going to skyrocket in points too after that game. So essentially what I'm trying to say is heading into Kings Canyon, heading into our final 4 games of the day, it's just as tight as it was in EMEA, and it is going to be an awesome rest of our evening without a doubt, GB.
Yeah, we don't have the results in as of this moment, but don't worry, we'll get those numbers for you. And you can also check it out on the GLL website as well, because I'm sure that will be posted on there. So much to discuss, but that is it for World's Edge. We put a bow on it. It's all wrapped up. Now we jump over to Kings Canyon, and I'm sure everyone is excited to get into the action there, but the players do need a little bit of a break, so we're going to take a 20-minute break in order for them to relax, get their bearings together, talk strategy as they get ready for 4 very challenging games, and then we will be one step closer to crowning our champion here for the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you're having a good time. So go ahead and get some water and rest and go outside. Look at the sun. It's dark here in the East Coast right now. Yeah, the sun's gone. Sorry. Maybe if you're in the West Coast, whatever. You know what I mean. Anyway, just relax. We'll catch you in a little bit, folks, and we'll see you on the other side. The sun has set on World's Edge, and the sun will now rise on Kings Canyon because we've completed our first 4 games here for day 2 of the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals for the Americas. And now we go over to Kings Canyon for our final 4. I'm Golden Boy alongside Bravo, and we've had some stellar games thus far, Andy. Without a doubt, I'm shocked to see how Rogue have just descended, further and further down from their top position previously. Now they'll be joined by the likes in the 100 Point Club, by, you know, the likes of MVP, NRG, Superior, so on and so forth. Definitely has been a lot of shakeups here thus far.
It really has within that top 5. As you take a look at the scoreboard from that last game, just in case you're just joining us, or if you want to get a recap of the stats of what that last game on World's Edge looked like, here in the end, it was actually Team Superior that's going to be tied with NRG for that game total, thanks in part to Team Superior's 10 kill points off that game.
Yeah, that was a massive game for Team Superior. NRG, although they won it, you'll see there they share that area. HRN at 11 points with 5 placement points, 6 KP. Team Solo Mid with arguably one of their better games as well in the 4th place position there with 10 points total. And, you know, I think that has just been the tone of this for the first 4 games for TSM, an improvement from what we saw yesterday. But here are the results for Europe, as a matter of fact, or sorry, for EMEA, which, hey, you know, I'm fine to talk about EMEA as well, but it's okay. We're going to talk about the Americas. MVP will now be in first place with 115 points. Right behind them, it's NRG with 111 points. Team Superior have now joined this upper echelon here. This is our LCQ team that came in hot in our first day. And Bravo, they're looking pretty solid. But look at Rogue. They haven't been able to add on to their point total ever since their victory in Game 10.
That's them scoreless in 2 straight games, if I'm not mistaken, right? They were at 100 coming into game number 11, if I'm not mistaken, and this is after match 12. So that's pretty rough for Rogue. However, of course, they do stay within that top 4. But if you were hoping for this series to be just as close as EMEA, well, it certainly has been. As we take a look at, once again, MVP with 115 and Rogue with 100 points. They're only a 15-point gap within our top 4. Still with 4 games to go here. And as Golden Boy said, we're done on Kings Canyon. We're done on World's Edge. Now jumping into our first game of Kings Canyon for the day and starting things off here with the side of NRG right now in 2nd place.
And our first circle will be over the Market Bunker Cage area. Quite a wide grasp for that first one. Teams already beginning to tag where they think that this game will conclude. And as it stands right now, Bravo, this is going to be that mid play here. A lot of teams from Artillery, Slums, over by or near the rig, like by Rig North and Broken Relay, will be working their way southward. While Water Treatment, that team only has a slight rotation to make their way inside of the safe zone. So all's well that ends well with them. They're going to get a lot of loot from there.
And you saw the pings coming in from NRG. By the way, NRG splitting Caves and Cage. We've seen them do that in scrims as well. Certainly, so they're going to send Frex all the way into Caves. So pretty much solo loot Caves all the way. And then their pings are going to be on that easternmost side. There's 2 buildings, of course. You want to hold that outer one if you can. And they're going to be looking to hold that. Certainly going to be the power position to watch, at least for these next few rounds.
As we jump over here, we got Clane, Rambo, and Odd Freestyle. The Free Smoke crew hasn't been their day by a long shot. Unfortunately, this team sits 19 points with 33 total points across 13 games. They have been spoiler. They played spoiler a few times now for some of the top teams, so they will certainly be a nuisance, and players will have to take them seriously. Then Max Dog, who have been up and down. This day has just been weird for them. It's like they're at the top, then they go back down. Like, it's just been topsy-turvy indeed.
It has been a little bit of a rougher day for them. Keep in mind, they were right around that 10th place kind of bubble, and they have since fallen to 13th. But some other stories to track for the day if you're just joining us. First of all, welcome to the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals. This is day 2 of the Americas, the final 4 games here between these squads. It's been 5 grueling weeks of play and 2 grueling days of grand finals. So we thank you so much for chilling with us here in chat, kicking back and enjoying the games. We hope you got your extra large bowl of popcorn for our last few games, because they are going to be really fun. The first 4 games certainly have been an indication that we have a great final here, not just in EMEA, which was fantastic and some of the best finals I've ever seen in Apex, but also here in the Americas as well. Now taking a look at Max Up, trying to make their move towards salvage.
Yeah, as they do so, incoming fire will be received. It's Solafide out in the distance there. No attachment, no scope on that scout, but it still hits you like a hammer for sure. They'll just wait around for right now. Might want to get a sight on that thing if he could find it. But they're just now lingering and owning this building. They have no reason to leave this area here, Brav. They're good. They're nestled. And I think they're just going to make this their home for right now. Over to Team Liquid. As they're on top of this hillside, they'll just abandon ship and head on inside of this ridge for some more coverage and just to continue their journey further inside of the safe area.
Yeah, right now they're going to kind of poke through this choke, which is just beside forestation. And of course, their next sites are going to be what is happening around cage. Do they have any opportunities to engage? But it looks like based on their movement, they're going to fly straight through past the cage, right to the caves is what they want to have their eyes on. But just as quickly as we said that, actually Solafide does make a push here, and it's going to be against Rakinishu here. And Max Dog, 2 players down, only Murdog, the last one.
This is real heartbreaking for Max Dog. This day has not gone well for them, but Murdog does manage to get 2 down. It is going to boil down to a 1v1 here, but just as I say that, Clarify right through does get the kill. Now, though, the problem is that Clarify has to leave. There's no choice. He can't pick up his teammates. There's Petty Boss for the cleanup. They're just going to benefit from all that.
He has to nope right out, and Solafide on the aggressive there in the end, and it's going to be Smile that actually comes in and joins the party at these Golden Sand buildings. We saw this in the Americas as well yesterday. The crossroad, the 2 buildings that are in Crossroads in this very small part of the map, they're going to be grabbed very quickly whenever you do see a pull that looks like this. And now Smile going to do a bit of looting as well. Petty Boss going to have 2 kills to his name.
Perhaps Kings Canyon can fare nicely for Smile at 7th place right now, 69 points. It has been a, for them too, more up and down. I was looking at a lot of the results and we're seeing where teams were standing currently in day 2. So Smile might want to change your luck here in Kings. TSM, another team that we highlighted so much in the beginning. They were running the Revenant Crypto combination to get that dive, expel any of the Watson fences that would be around. It just wasn't working for them throughout the entire day, and they committed to it from Kings, from World's Edge to Kings. Now on today, when they recognize that they just don't have many other options left, they need to, well, they had to make the switch. And then last player left alive is going to be Clarify, and nope, Smile's still there, bud.
Yep, and you saw that was the move, just to try to see if Smile hadn't been there, if a team had rotated and he goes to peek through, and as soon as you see those pings come, the shots came raining down from Smile. So Clarify knows that both of his teammates, Metro and Pride, they will be timed out here, and now he is going to have to fight as a solo to see exactly how they can do. As you said, a team that's in 7th place now, as we also look at HR Ren on your screen, and they're just going to get cozy up here at River Center.
Yeah, no reason for them to move. They're in the safe zone. They're good. They have a few things set up, but this will leave Clarify Bravo as the rat. That's and actually, I did something yesterday that really stunned the world. I was able to hack in to the comms.
Yeah, I don't know how you did that,
of the team. Yeah, it's crazy. And by the way, I'm able to do it again because I have the technology right here in my Nintendo Power Glove. Yes.
Let's hear it.
Yeah. So here we go. Oh, wait, let me just let's see if I could put your keys here. Beep, beep, boop, beep, 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 boop, beep. Okay, I'm in. Here we go.
Tried, guys. I tried to get you, but they were still there. This really sucks because, now those jerks are probably saying some stupid poem about me. They're really just agitating. And they don't even ask because I'm like a really, really good poet. I went to a few great events, won like a national championship. Yeah, no, poetry. You don't believe me? Whatever, you're dead.
That was it. That's all I got.
You got cut off.
I got cut off there. They knew I hacked in.
I had no idea. What's amazing is the players are in on the poetry memes, which is great to know.
Yeah, no, they know apparently, and it doesn't shock me either. These players, they not only are they great at Apex, they're also just outstanding poets. Why don't you next time you guys are like a nice week stream, just ask him for a poetry. He'll tell you.
Wig's a poet too.
Wig's a poet. I can't confirm.
Okay, sweet. We'll
talk to Wig a few times. Yeah.
But now
No, for sure.
we're taking a look here at Team Liquid here at the market. Not only do they have market control, but they're alone in market, which means they're going to have market height as well on the rooftop. It's a great place to be, of course, at this stage of the game. And right now, just going to be locking this down, and we'll see exactly if they're going to be able to maybe cut off any teams that are taking some routes. But looks like right now they're just going to be cozy and comfy up here. As it looks like all the way up by Forest Station, just north of Cage, though, is a little bit of action potentially developing between MVP and another squad.
Yeah, if MVP can hold the line here, they'll get some KP out of this. And that will be unknown up ahead. They know that they're there, so that's why they're not just blindly running into this. They saw them. So a portal just to give them some intel. They'll get into this depending on where they place this. Oh, there goes the barrage. It's out now. So Crummy does bail out. And that is a teammate's barrage, as a matter of fact. Yeah, so it doesn't do any damage to him, which now opens the opportunity for them to try and take the forestation here and force MVP back. Mission accomplished. They are going to be back inside of this cave. But if they try and push the cave, they'll be met with some barrels from the Caustic, who's prepared for it. They have everything all laid out. They know exactly where they could possibly go, but Unknown taking the high ground where the gas won't hurt them.
It's a good angle here from not just Crummy, but also looks like it's going to be Matt Pickett up there as well, getting an angle just for a second. But they're going to have to be very careful how they play this because, like we said, Unknown, a team that right now towards the bottom of the leaderboard in 15th, so they want to put as many points as they can on the board. It's a bigger battle for MVP because they are right now your first place ranked team.
Yeah, and what makes this battle more challenging for them is that Pow Pow right now has white armor. Also, they don't have a Watson to stop any ordnance out. That's the reason why they actually pushed back, because there was just no way for them to try and hold this off besides getting a bubble out. But they won't have the pylon to regenerate any of their shields. So if they go in and poke a fight, they have to be careful. They could easily drain through their resources. And then at that point, they'll just have to count their lucky stars that Unknown doesn't recognize the opportunity for the push.
Absolutely. There you see Crummy the Wraith really making sure they do not get pushed from the back. That's the last thing that they want, doing a little bit of scouting, he and Matt Pickett together, just to make sure that no one's still pushing in from that forestation side all the way as far as something like Capacitor Overlook, as players could have pushed in there. They aren't aware that there's no one around that part of the map right now, so they're going to be really careful. But now also keeping an eye just on CLG, exactly how they're going to hold this. Neither of these teams wanting to be in a battle like this at this stage of the game, but this choke is where they find themselves.
MVP, your first place team. Will they walk out of this game unscathed? It's highly unlikely given how things have kind of panned out. And a big shot there is going to bruise Vaxilon. Does manage to squeak out. And look, he used that last cell. No more cells for them to work with. I think they're just going to have to exchange some resources here. This is exactly what I was talking about. They won't have a Watson to be able to help them out. And now their only option, Bravo, is to go through the area that they just abandoned. And they have no real chance of trying to get through this without, some kind of hefty utility. I just don't really, they'll maybe the portal, if they can port out, that's like a good option for them. But it ain't looking pretty.
I'm surprised that we didn't see MVP at any stage. Just think about maybe even just taking an eastern route just to get a little bit more into Cage. It's not necessarily going to be an easier route depending on what Cage looks like right now, but you didn't really see them think about that. But now actually just as fast as I say that, here's Madness now going to go ahead and set that TP all the way around the northern route instead. That's what I was wondering if we were going to see from MVP. Not surprised to see them not force this with where they are, number one right now. It does not make sense to take this fight and potentially be your third squad out in the game.
Yeah, I think they were concerned about anyone that would be trying to third party from behind. So they waited for that zone to get closer and closer. And then knowing that Unknown were going to be inside of here, they just realized it was not a winnable engagement for them at all. Now Smile. They did get some KP earlier. 2 kills there for Petty Boss. And that was the kill on to Solafide after they had gotten into a fight. I want to say, who was it against? Drawn a blank, but they did fight earlier on. Waiting this one out now.
Yeah, these angles that they have at a salvage. Of course, teams that are also going to have angles into that area is going to be the team on market, presumably still Liquid that you're seeing shots from. So we're going to keep definitely an eye on exactly where Liquid is going to go from here. They're going to, of course, play the long play on this. They're going to continue to hold market well into these next few minutes. Here's the one we were just talking about here with Liquid, and it looks like Wing in the hands of Casper doing a little bit of poke, and it looks like at least a scout as well. Actually, it's going to be Gold Sentinel here for the side of flanker that we saw maybe exchanging some shots all the way into salvage as well. So once again, they're not finding too much resistance, but instead just trying to get a little bit of poke damage if they can as the teams try to push up. That's one that does connect there, but over now to Nocturnal. Only an ult and a Mastiff on the roof, so not much long range damage from him. Now back over to HRN, still River Center.
Yeah, HRN have been inside of River Center for a while now, and I think one of the other teams just decided, nah, you guys are going to have to get out of there. Moore is down, and Simply RKN is going to be banged up and really rough. It will get him back. MVP, actually, are in that fight. So this was the fight that they actually got, or I should say that they got out of. They got out of one fight and then found their way into another, leaving Pow Pow again with only white armor to try and stay alive for the #1 team in the Americas. Currently, as we are in match 13 and the cleanup comes in, I think Rogue just wiped out aim assist and Mercy only got it down on Ponyhead.
As we just saw, the remaining members of MVP just kind of sitting, I think just sitting in God spot for a second, but decides to actually nope out of it. But now, right just like this, Unknown here in what could become a 2v3 pretty quickly in River Center as well as they drop down.
And off-screen, Madness was cleaned up. So #1 team going to be worse for wear. HRN fighting outside of the zone, needs to get into this bubble, which they will, and they'll be protected for right now to kit up, get themselves some health, and look to fight this one. Clarify, Solafide, you try as you might. We'll have to try again in match 14. HRN hearing some shots. Yeah, there's a lot of action going on over here, Brav.
I was going to say, we are getting down to it here as this cave exit's going to be pretty heated as we do see several teams drop on your screen just now. We just saw 3. Urice also picking up more in the feed as well, like the way that HRN has been playing this game, and now they're going to make their route into caves and take down one fence at a time. And see exactly, they're going to assume that these buildings are going to be occupied. Now here's NRG. We didn't see exactly what happened to Nathan and Rocker now, but Frexus is going to be the one that's maybe going to try to get towards this height, but of course Liquid's still going to be holding this area.
No options for NRG, Frexus to just hide. He will be in the safe zone, but he sees players running around. It's Team Liquid. Yeah, the shadows.
And of course, not just the shadows, but the footsteps as well are going to be super loud. He's going to know that there is a team that is above him right now. And it looks like also Nocturnal and Casper know that someone's below as well as they're sniffing him out. They already have pings, and this is not looking good. Look at this. And Frexus might have been a little bit too loud. It hits with a one-wing shot. This should be the end of it. Drop down with the Mastiff. Easy cleanup. NRG will be out. And once you cross into Liquid territory, you will be sniffed out.
The #1 and #2 team coming into match 13, MVP and NRG are gone. Liquid in 8th place right now with 67 points. They have gotten themselves some KP, and they're getting themselves placement eventually if they keep holding on to the marketplace, which they will have the rooftop edge for the market to work along with. Ziploc bags are going to be located underneath them. And that's why when they got the kill on Frexus, they bailed right back up to the roof. So both of these teams occupying similar area, except one will be on top, one underneath.
Yeah, not surprised.
Still going to be in the fray. Not surprising here, Brav.
Yeah, absolutely, as they're going to pick up a little bit more damage. That's Protectful as well as Muffins that are going down in the feed. We'll see what iShiny's up to in just a moment. And looks like a whole bunch of action actually happening just to the west.
Again, a few tags. Back into the bubble. And that is that Sentinels that they were shooting at. Yes, it is. So, no, sorry, it's 303 Esports. Some kills actually just came in for Senpai, but 303 Esports maybe trying to change their luck around, play around this pylon. They'll need to just inch up a little closer, trying to use the terrain to their advantage. Fury on top of them. Look at that madman holding them down, not giving them any kind of breathing room and suppressing them as much as possible. As he gets outside, we'll lose some health, which won't really get an opportunity to try and heal up. Team Liquid, on the other hand, as they had to abandon the market position on the way out, they ended up losing Flanker and Casper. Nocturnal's going to be the only one left alive here with an Alternator and a Mastiff.
Wow, what a turn of events. I was about to say, when you do have that market height, you have a little bit more rotation options on the team that might be inside, but in the end, it doesn't pan out for Liquid, as they will lose 2 of their 3. And now Rogue actually playing here the low ground and just playing the cover that actually exists in the river itself. They can play this slow because we have 10 squads left, but they'll need to be very careful here. Like you said, and you really can't predict it. Already our top 2 squads out in this game, guaranteeing us heading into match 14 that we will have an even tighter leaderboard now. Let's see what Rogue can play here as they try to make this push.
It's only going to get tighter and tighter as we continue on here, Bravo. Rogue in 4th place. In their last 2 games on World's Edge, donuts. They were bakers. They didn't get anything out of those games. Now, maybe fortune has favored the bold here, and Rogue could potentially get themselves into that 1st place position yet again. TSM, on the other hand, looking to fight for at least maybe even a top 10 spot, as Rogue will descend on top of the roof. They see the building where TSM is occupying. I think the one building where Nocturnal was going to be at. They have a Kraber looking at any players that are pushing out. Oh no, he's going to line that up. 152. It was fat. Oh boy. Gets 1. That's a lot of damage applied. There goes some of the Arc Stars sent in. Sweet kill on to Petty Boss and Nocturnal. Hal holding the angle here, but doesn't have an option. Abreleli and Reps, maybe they can actually win this one out, but dropped in. Sweet are down now, or drops down. Sweet, half health, sniped down with the Prowler. Doesn't have the full auto as well, so we'll need to rely on that burst outside of the zone, trying to just tag up any kills that he can get, any KP that he'll gobble up here. That will work out in his benefit. 7 squads remaining, in 303 Esports. Bravo still in the fray.
Snipetime still in the feed as well, picking a few up. We haven't seen him eliminated. Not exactly sure where the last members of TSM are. Actually, it's going to be Reps that takes out Snipetime in the feed as well.
So TSM did manage to get the revenge there against Rogue, who jumped in and looked to end their party. Dropped, also was killed by Petty Boss off screen. Plane is down 2. 303 Esports are actually in a commanding position here, Bravo.
This is where we saw so much battle yesterday as
Sentinels.
well in NA. And look at this, Sentinel still holding the interior of this building. Going to be careful. You also do hear Sedox setting that pre-TP as well, as still 5 squads left in this zone. Here's TSM, all 3 members still up.
What? I thought they were done. I thought they were cooked, fried like a bunch of fish, but instead they managed to stay alive inside of this small hut here, Bravo. But what options do they possibly have to get out of here? Everyone's looking at them.
It's all going to be timing here, and you know, you also have a lot of eyes on this Sentinels building. Of course, Sentinels are in the updated model. They have the much larger building, but they do have the interior where they do have a team on their height, and you might even say TSM might be able to time this perfectly. Smile still in the exact same spot. They're forced to heal and pop a Phoenix as well, but just after it's done, only a few seconds later, this bubble's going to go as well.
Yeah, so 303 and Sentinels at this building here in the safe zone. TSM and Smile, they're going to be out toward the edge. They need to start and make the push inside. Here comes the barrage. The bubble's down to give them protection.
I was going to say, Hal, that Wraith, that was Hal TPing out. That's how they got. They are now on the low ground. TSM all the way through. Now pushing in on Sentinels as well.
303 Esports still holding on to the high ground here. BTW is going to go down. Here's Senpai, though. Senpai switch out for the health there, but he doesn't actually get anything out of it. Crusto sneaks from behind. Reps wasn't aware. Obviously, how could you? This danger zone's right there. TSM is going to be out. Abreleli gets cleaned up as well as Reps. Now 3 squads are going to remain. It's Smile, 303, and Sentinel. Sentinels inside of the building. They have the hard cover, but they will need to exit this facility eventually in order to get into the fight. 1 minute and 28 seconds before this whole thing collapses.
And look at where it's pulling. It's obviously pulling off this building. All the teams will have to move. You're going to see pre-TP set. You're already hearing it a little bit, and it's going to be absolutely nuts, especially now Smile, of course, does have that Gibby in play. You're going to see that dome go down as well. Also, on the Sentinel side, you not only have a dome that's going to be coming into play, but you also have to see exactly
what white armor
ult is as well.
They have white armor, Brav, at the end game. At the end game, 303 Esports. I mean, surely this works out for them with the high ground. They have a whole mess load of armor to work with. Smile's going to go in for the push, though. That's going to get Ak down. Ak is down. Oh, my goodness. Ak is down. Now they're going to be out without a man here. Smile have a little bit of an advantage here playing the ultimate low ground. Sentinels have not invested anything into this fight yet. 42 seconds before they're going to have to move.
Absolutely. You're going to reset just a little bit, and that's a big thirst that they get in the end here with our final 3 squads. And you're going to be looking for exactly where these bubbles go down. Even more importantly, exactly when these bubbles go down. Like we said, that caustic ult going to be a factor as well. You see it on your screen right here. He's going to ult Excel to make sure that he gets it in these next 23 seconds. Might not even, I don't think he's going to cancel it because he probably doesn't even need to get that off of the time if you take a look at the percentage as well here. And they are getting ready to make this move.
Going to be a bloodbath outside of here. Sentinels, Senox, and Peach with white armor. If they manage to do this, it would be unfreaking believable. Crust will be the guy to look out for. Smile have all 3 players left. In 303, they had high ground, but for some reason, Ak went down low and ended up feeding to Smile. Now the fight is going to begin. The barrage is out. Senpai playing inside of the bubble here, but they're going to get pushed from behind. Oh no, Sentinels, they're in the fight now. They managed to throw down a few shots here, but Peach is going to be dangerously low. Crust is down, but it's now just going to be left up to Senox. The Lone Wraith. It's just all this gas all over the place. You couldn't see anything, but 303 and the Carnage come out on top. And for the 20th place team, somehow, some way, they put together a victory in match 13.
And once again, it's a clean win from 303. You said, Golden Boy, just how much of an armor advantage they had towards the end. They also had height on that building for a long time, and they're able to close it out. It's great stuff from 303, and when you have 2 caustics and 3 gibbies in a final circle like that, if you think about all the ults as well as the domes that are going to be going down, it was absolutely nuts. In the end, Sentinels could not see a thing between the caustic gas as well as the gibby ults that were coming down. 303 with a pretty clean win, but the most importantly, when you have your team that's all the way in 20th place taking a win in one of your last games of a 16-game tournament, it once again guarantees that we are going to have a super close leaderboard at the end of this game. But let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights. Once again, off the break, already at Crossroads, some early action.
Yeah, that was Max Dog and Solafide encountering one another. Unknown also in this fight. You know, HRN too. So that was when Madness bailed, and then they managed to pick up the kill there. They just MVP were in the worst possible spot that you can imagine, and I'm sure that they wanted to be able to move faster.
What was that?
I just like a deer with headlights. That was great. It really was. That's exactly what that was. And I'm not gonna lie, kind of scared the crap out of me. Hands are a little moist. Fitted into a broadcast. Moist. Proud of myself. Smile here lower. Now this was, I thought that Smile had just that slight advantage, and Crust actually dropped the caustic ult in the middle of everything. So even with all of them rolling with white armor, it was no care. Fury at the final moments got that kill. I mean, he was getting ticked down.
We didn't get to see from Fury's point of view that he queued in perfect timing and actually was the only player alive. We didn't exactly track that through the feed in those crazy final moments, but actually winning a 1v1 to win that. So it's an even more impressive win.
Was that a 1v1 against Sentinels too?
It was, yeah. I misspoke a bit. And there is actually, he queues in at perfect timing and is able to clean that up. A really nice play right there from the side of 303, and an even harder fought victory than I had originally thought based on the POV that we had seen.
What was even better too was that fight took place behind a building, so it was like a back alley brawl gone wrong.
I mean, you're the dude from the Bronx. You know a lot more about the back alley brawls than I do.
You best believe I do, baby. Anyway, we're gonna go to a quick break. When we come back, we have match 14 for the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals. The Americas 303 Esports from 20th place got themselves a victory, but let's not forget who was left alive at the end. It was Smile. What happens to them in the standings? We'll find that out and so much more after the break. We'll see you in just a little bit. The numbers added up for 303 in Kings Canyon. They walk away with the victory. And while they are sitting at the bottom of our leaderboard right now, it is a big confidence boost for that team that has had a rough going here in the GLL Masters Summer grand finals of the Americas. I'm Golden Boy alongside with Bravo here. Let's look at the scoreboard and where we are out of that one. As I mentioned, 303 picked up the victory, and they'll get that first place finish too for match 13, Bravo. But look at this. It seemed like it was a started from the bottom. Now we're here, right? For both Sentinels and 303 in first and second place.
Yeah, and even TSM grabbing some points off of that one as well. I say that just because I think that'll finally move them into the top 10, as they've had certainly a slightly better day than yesterday. But like you said, a little bit of things kind of flipped on their head as you had early exits from MVP as well as NRG, and Rogue there in 5th. So it is going to keep, as we said, our top of leaderboard pretty darn tight, because that's exactly what we want to see. Let's see how things have shaken out with only 2 to go. Now it's going to be now it looks like MVP with 116, NRG with 112, and now just a 14-point gap in between Team Superior and MVP.
So MVP just got 1 point for that game. Another thing you didn't mention was Team Superior, 0 points for their last game. So that really hurts. An early exit for them, giving them nothing to work with. And while that game happened, and the teams that were sitting at the lower end of the leaderboard were at the, I guess the upper echelon teams were at the mercy of the lower ranked teams right now, that actually doesn't really move the chains that much in either direction for 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's still a very close race. And even Wraith One Tricks now have an opportunity to get back into the conversation if they wanted to. They just don't have a lot of games left to do so, Bravo.
Yeah, I mean, the 3 games that they've got, they could certainly make a run, but it is definitely looking like right now a battle between these top 4 teams in terms of that 14-point delta between 4th and 5th. And it's going to be pretty fantastic, just because if you were watching EMEA, this is exactly how we were heading into our final few games as well. We could not ask for a tighter kind of group here, as anyone could still win this tournament. That's what we wanted to see, and we had like I said, one of the best finishes in Apex history at EMEA, and we'll have to see if we can have the same thing here for the Americas.
I tell you, bud, I haven't called this game in months, but what a way to come back, because this has been one hell of an exciting tournament. I've enjoyed every minute of it. Now we're starting with our winners from match 13. It's 303 Esports. They'll land near the cage, so they'll take a little bit of the area toward that 4-station area. And already, I think right now they'll be okay. This is actually just going to be Fury there. Reflecting on that last game, I did want to talk about what happened to Ak, because that was very unfortunate. I think I would like to actually, look at that pull too. We'll forget about what happened in the last game. Let's talk about this pull here, Bravo, because this is definitely way more interesting. It's going to be going over toward Hydro Dam, Labs, Cage, and a little bit of the swamps.
Yeah, MVP already pinging right there, pretty close to center circle, just along Hydro. That's where they're going to be heading towards. We'll see if they can make their way. Keep in mind, with that artillery drop, they'll have a little bit of a trek to get there, but this one is not too dissimilar from one of the zones that we saw in the Americas yesterday. That pulled a little bit further east. It was much more swamps. You're still going to see a lot of the teams holding swamps buildings here just because of what that will offer, but it'll play a little bit differently from the one that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I can't imagine teams are going to try and take too much possession of the buildings early on. Like yesterday, when we got the ping on swamps, it felt like you blinked and then everyone was in a building, just holding it down and not allowing anyone to get inside. Fences were already set up. This time around, though, it will be a tad different. Here's MVP. MVP, I think like that game was a bit of a write-off for them. Just was not the result, obviously, that they wanted, but they'll still be in first place. 116 points. And the only team that can contend them closely right now in second place is, well, not only team, but, NRG with 112 points. But now MVP starting to make that rotation over all the way, bro, from artillery. It's going to be a long trek for them.
And here we go, actually coming off of Crypto Map Room is going to be aim assist, as they're going to balloon, maybe a little bit of balloon scouting initially just to see where things are, and they're going to go ahead and head right away up through Repulsor, probably make a pretty quick route into Hydro if they can, but they're going to go all the way to the back corner height of Repulsor here.
Let's go this way.
Calls have been made, and off screen, by the way, TSM gets in a fight with ISMP. Reps is down too, and there seems to be a battle brewing across the map, and TSM is on the losing end of it. Aberlelli clutched up to keep TSM alive, evidently. But geez Louise, I mean, talk about a fight that could be taking place here, and TSM, an early exit would hurt for them. They'll just have to bail out of Labs, which they will manage to do so.
Yeah, they're
warping
gonna go ahead
all
and
the way up.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and just pour it out and try to make their rotation based off of this. We saw them do this yesterday as well. Keep in mind, we generally see them with that capacitor drop, so not surprising that we already see them kind of moving right away into those tunnels around labs and then going to be able to just kind of Wraith port out and make that rotation. Wraith one tricks just behind them as they will kind of fill in, unsurprisingly not follow just yet, see what kind of setup they can get here for just a second as well. But we're kind of coming into this home stretch, Golden Boy, for the Americas, and what we were talking about during EMEA is there's so much pressure on this. And for anyone who's just joining us, this is the absolute kind of longest standing Apex season, if you will. 5 weeks of play now, and then also a 16-game final. So when we look at kind of a conclusion to something so far, this is really the most invested that teams are now in a grand finals, and they have been for quite some time, both in terms of times and even games. And the grand finals alone for GLL, you've got 64 games across 4 regions in 2 days. Amazing amount of Apex that we've been able to watch. This is certainly the most Apex I have watched in a weekend, without a doubt. And we hope you guys joining us from home here on Twitch have enjoyed the game so far. We certainly have here, as we only have 3 remaining this evening for the Americas. But what I'm getting at there, GB, is for your teams like MVP, NRG, Rogue, Superior, there's so much pressure, more than just your kind of normal weekend play where it's a weekend tournament. There's so much invested here, and they do not want to exit early because this is where it's really going to count.
Also, you know, to cover the storylines too, TSM came into this competition with a lot of conversation around their dominance in league play. What was 528 points they managed to get, or something along those lines?
526 to Sentinel's 398, and of course doing it with style on their crypto revenant comp for the greater part of that, which, you know, was quite a statement. And even as recently as this week, they were dominating with that comp. So it has been interesting. I do want to also say that for TSM fans, of course, we know there are many in the chat as well. They're in 9th right now, and they could still get a respectable performance. I think the math certainly suggests that they will not place, terribly high in this tournament, but maybe they'll surprise us, right? This tournament's on over 3 games. There's quite a few to rack up some points, but it's going to require more consistent play than what we have seen from them so far.
Well, think about that last match, right? Imagine if TSM was in that position toward the end, which, by the way, they almost were. Had they gotten that win and come out with like 20 points or something, they actually would be around 80 points. Around like 80, 85. And they would be in like 6th place currently. This team started in 15th and TSM is in 9th. With the amount of competition, the skill across all of these teams, I'm actually very impressed. And also I'm impressed that they made the switch up too, because they desperately needed to make a change up happen here. Now look at this on the flank, all the way from downtown. It's going to be gentrifying. Lands right on top of Solafide. Clarify and Metro are going to be done. It's just Pride left alive. Oh, but the big shot there with the charge is going to send Solafide packing in match 14. Aim assist will get the better of them. And I feel like these guys have encountered each other quite a few times.
Charge rifle from the hip from gentrifying, and they're able to close that out with a little bit of style as well. They're going to win that battle. They're still kind of hanging out on that southern side of Repulsor. Actually, this is a great switch from the observers. I was just about to ask who was in this building, because this is one of the best buildings to hold. And actually, whether you have a Caustic or a Watson, it's going to be really easy to hold. Of course, you're going to want to, if you have a Caustic, you need to be a little bit careful, because you need to barrel just about every door except for one, so your Wraith can still come in and out if she doesn't have TP. But instead, they're going to have a Watson, so it's even easier hold. And you saw these doors getting thermited off and everything earlier, but NRG is going to be the most comfortable in this lab's hold. This is the first building that teams are really going to want to hold here.
So because they have this area, and also they're sitting in 2nd place right now, this will make the labs fight interesting. You got 1, 2, 3 teams circling around them, and actually a team in the back that's tucked away, right? Actually, that is going to be what Rocker is looking at. So Rocker does have eyes on that team squeaking by through the crack of the mountains there by labs.
Yeah, absolutely. That team's going to be holding that. Sorry to interrupt. That team's going to be holding right there around kind of that Swamp's choke as well. So they're kind of playing a little bit of 2 roles. They're poking into labs a bit, but they're also gatekeeping on that choke. It's a pretty tight one, because there's really only 2 ways out of swamps when you actually look at the actual chokes in between the mountains. Certainly those teams that are in swamps can try to take a northern route up towards loading, or they can try to make that difficult hydro dam route as well. But I want to point out just the splits that we have here, because we haven't seen a beacon just yet, and we have several teams in swamps, and we have a lot of teams kind of betting on hydro, and some teams still in labs, which tells you that there's a little bit of uncertainty in terms of where exactly this next one will pull.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Teams right now are just like, well, hey, we're gonna hedge our bets in this spot. Does it work out? Great. No? All right. Then we'll jump over to plan B. And now we are going to be going into round 2. So still a lot of time here for these squads to skirmish. Don't imagine we're going to see a lot of activity here, but New Brainers have surprised us in the past with their trickery.
Yeah, it looks like they know. You could see those outlines. They were kind of far away. It looks like they know that there's a team towards that northern side of swamps. Based on how Mercy Only was acting, maybe thinking that they were a tiny bit closer, but definitely going to have our observers keep an eye on that battle to see if anything develops. But now we're also looking at Rogue once again. It's a team that in the last 3 games, if my math is correct, only put 8 points on the board. Despite that, still in 3rd. So not only did they open up with a comp that they ended up switching from yesterday and only put up a few points in the first 2 games, they went on such a tear that even in the past 3 games, only putting on about 8 points on the board has them still in 3rd place. So that just tells me that if they play up to their potential, they can absolutely win this tournament. They just need to stay consistent in our last 3.
And your math is correct, Brav. 8 points. All they gained. And they're still in 3rd. It's ridiculous how this whole tournament has kind of just come down to small moments, small interactions between teams like looking to just try and one-up one another. And then you get a match like in match 13, where the 2 bottom tier teams, or not bottom tier, but lower placing teams in 19th and 20th end up in the 1st and 2nd position when we take our trip here to Kings Canyon. Team Liquid inside of the swamp now, doing what you had mentioned before, Brav. I think a lot of teams are just looking to see what they're going to be banking on, and we'll find out in quite a few here as the ring will start to collapse in about 38 seconds. Flanker doesn't have a strong Evo shield, unfortunately for him, because he hasn't been able to get any shots in.
He's going to try to put that Sentinel to use to crank that up a little bit before they have to make any serious moves, and also a little bit of a different looking Sentinel, but Fury's got one as well on the 303 side. Like you said, coming off of that win in the last game, going to certainly give them a little bit of momentum here as they're going to have to make that move. And of course, it's all eyes facing uphill because that move from swamps into hydro is a difficult one, and several teams are going to be trying to make that at a pretty similar time in a few minutes of play. But here's Sentinels holding these hydro stairs.
Yeah, they're living in these steps, and these 2 teams have been looking at each other a lot. All of them have just been debating whether or not they want to go in for a fight. Watch out, because there's actually going to be a team or a player to the right. Yeah, there's a player right behind him. I don't think that they're aware of that. Yeah, right in front of him. Oh my goodness. They were just getting flanked. A little bit of a trickery on the play there. Well done, but the down will come in. Rambo will have to take a knee for a moment. Sentinels do have that gold prowler. This is Smile. Scurry backs away. Scurry only had white armor there too. So they actually had 2 teams, 3 teams that were hanging out inside of that facility. And it was only until Sentinels decided to strike that's when the combat began.
Certainly, and you saw just on the minimap how many teams are around Hydro, so this is dangerous. That's going to be free smoke out as well. A little bit of looting here for the side of Smile, and they've actually been playing on the edge of these doors, not trying to get actually into the Hydro stairs, Hydro tunnels, and just trying to poke a little bit there if they were able to do so. But like you said, great shots from that Prowler out of Crust, doing a whole ton of damage earlier as well.
Smile will be backing away from this, and whatever else that Smile weren't able to take away, Sentinels will own instead. Now, they will have the safe zone inside of Hydro. So in this tunnel, they will manage to live. But what I think is interesting is that Smile, they gave this up. They backed out and went all the way outward, figuring that they'll go ahead and try their luck at the better part of Hydro. There are some buildings that they might be able to take control of. But so many teams left alive here, Brav. You got 16 squads. Fight is taking place outside as Teen was going to be getting into some action there. And that was Mr. Hakulo.
I think it's been New Brainers that's out, yeah.
Yeah, oh man. Is this, yeah, New Brainers. Very unfortunate situation for them as we get the update from the team tracker. And Wraith One Tricks maybe trying to bring themselves back here. There was a point in time where they were in first place, Brav, and they have 90 points in 5th place. It is not out for them. They can come back and try and win this.
Yeah, we saw them move down from second to fifth throughout the day today, and now in that fifth place spot. It's going to require some pretty good games, but it's not out of reach. They can still absolutely propel themselves into top three, maybe even better if they put together some great performances today. We have seen some really great stuff from them so far. So looking forward to seeing what they can do. And they're one of many teams that's still on the Swamp side, waiting on this next pull. And now also taking a look at Team Superior for the first time in a little while, as they're a bit further north.
Yeah, on top of this ridge with a few fences, just in case anyone wants to get gully and try and challenge them. Prodigy Ace is outside, scouting about. There was a team in Capacitor, if I'm correct, near like more toward like Capacitor Overlook. Perhaps they've made their way inside now, but that would be who they would be receiving.
NRG still holding here, unsurprisingly, but not only that, they also have even more real estate, because any teams that were around, whether they cleared them out off screen, then take a look at this. They're actually pushing the team that's in that Swamp's choke that I was talking about. Take a look at this push from NRG.
Yeah, they're going in for the fight. A few kills coming out now. Yo-Yo is going to be out of here, and Ziploc bags. I think they were also dealing with Unknown in that fight too. So Gobble's the only player left alive here, and he's hiding behind this tree where the rats live.
It's true, and he's just going to try to stay alive there. But back on to TL for just a second, as they have made a little bit of their move, and now trying to determine exactly how they want to move up to the exact area, actually, that you were seeing that fight. They're going to try to get onto this cliffside to get themselves out of swamps. They do have a few zip options ready to go, and you see the pings going down. They're aware that there's some action here. It's actually TPH that's in that fight.
What? And somehow, some way, Panders went in there, and I thought he was going to nail the shots, but they go in for the engagement, utilizing the EMP. Now Hollow's just going to be trapped. So he gets on top. Will manage to get into another position here, but NRG, they are prepared for him. More shots exchanged now. Another team's going to come in for this fight. NRG was ready for it. They are not too beaten up from that last battle that they went in for. It's going to be Vubsby. Vubsby is out, as well as Joey Blackout. There's so many kills going out, and that is unfortunate there for Team Superior, who they're in fourth right now. So that battle between NRG and Superior couldn't have happened worse for Superior, because now that they're out, that just means NRG are just going to take more of the KP and the placement points, obviously, if they can manage to get to that point. But they'll take the KP for right now.
Can't say enough about how NRG is playing. You saw them. They had that labs control. They weren't even TPing out. They were kind of just rotating out to watch that Swamp's choke. They're holding the high ground. They disengage when they needed to, and they wrap right back around as a squad of three, perfectly timed to pick up even more KP. It's really big because, as we said, they are in second right now, 4 points down from first, and it's a great game so far from NRG here now with 13 squads left as things pull here, where you actually saw those original pings between Hydro and Swamp South.
Players are so good at calling that. On the team tracker, by the way, Wraith One Tricks as well as Max Dog are eliminated. Wraith One Tricks 5th place currently. Won't add on much to that one, besides I think maybe 1 or 2 kills that they got. Rogue, your 3rd place team in the safe zone. And if you're a Rogue fan, you are quite happy with where they are. NRG as well, though. They continue to get some more KP. And down there onto Matt Pickett. Phony Head is down too. Frexus is up on the high ground. Only one player is going to be left alive, but Nathan, excuse me. Well, Nathan too. He has to back away from here and find some coverage behind this pillar as more shots are coming in from the swamp. And I believe that could be from Liquid.
And look at that, Nathan, with such damage, charging that Evo all the way up, and perfect timing there to just get the jump with that 301. A really nice job. Shots still coming in, though, from that low Hydro side, so does need to be careful. NRG still going to be very happy, and they have been playing very aggressive. He's going to fly right in. Nathan gets melted, though, has to bubble, and it looks like only cells now if he's going to pop these cells in a row. Yes, indeed, he's got 6, so he'll be able to get that back in action just at the end of this bubble.
Rocker might actually be the one that has to engage first. Gibraltar ult is down. Sentinels tucked away in a corner here, still going to be inside of the safe zone. They'll be playing around the gas. That crust is laid out for them, so they won't be affected by that. Thermite is going to force them out of the position, though, and actually hurt them a little bit. Hits Rogue up above. More, by the way, off screen gets it down there against Prodigy Aces, but our focus is going to be set here to this battle between Sentinels and Rogue. Snipe down, needing to back away. Drop gets it down on the Senox. Peach working around this box here. Is going to get cracked on his own. And Crust, the last man standing here, only has a Havoc and a Prowler to work around with. And uses the gas. He has to pop that gas to try and force him out, but no, Sentinels They're going to go packing. Snipe down in that exchange. Actually ends up getting dropped by Uris. So they're going to be in this fight here, HRN, not letting Sentinels and Rogue have all the fun.
Absolutely, and you saw HRN, like you said, getting involved there. We knew just how busy this area was. 2 shots there for Uris. He hits again, not missing with the Mastiff. Some great damage. We'll see what more and RKN can do here to fight for HRN side.
Well, HRN had to bail. They got out. No point in them going after that fight. Uris gets swept up in all of the madness. And now more and Simply RKN will just need to hang out low.
Look at MVP,
So,
though.
yeah, MVP, they got a lot of space to freely move around here and get back together, as well as some death boxes where they can get some more resources. But they will need to make their way over toward the swamp eventually.
And all the teams that were in Hydro, they have made this move now into this circle center. Casper does have to grapple out there. He's the last one alive. Let's see if he can stay alive here. Just trying to dip and dodge there, trying to get away with that beautiful Pathfinder heirloom, by the way, and just trying to stay alive here also is NRG, and now that's going to be a TP here for the side of Rocker, and we're going to see if Frex is going to have enough time to wait for it. He's going to tell him exactly when he needs him to hit it. Hits it a little bit early as well, and now going to go through, and we'll see if he's going to be able to live here. It's going to be Frex's now in this 1v1. The wing comes out, but no, that'll be NRG out.
Oh, but they did get some placement points as well as some KP there, so I'm sure they're going to be very satisfied with that. Now, the Game 13 winners, 303 Esports, are going to be inside of the safe zone, and they'll be playing on the low ground here around one another. Some action is going to be taking place up above them, but for right now, they can breathe a sigh of relief, given that no one will be engaging them at the moment. The teams left alive, TSM, Smile, Rogue, only with 1 player, MVP, aim assist, and 303 Esports. A cleanup comes in, a kill is registered. Didn't quite see who it was there. I think it was TSM.
TSM
yes.
actually out, yeah.
Yeah, so TSM's out of here. If they had managed to stay alive, they might have been able to climb up more so, but they'll take the placement points. They're okay with that one. And now look at these teams. In 303, they're in a brilliant position here, Bravo, to win another game.
MVP and Rogue are the 2 we are watching here just because of how much higher they are on the leaderboard compared to the rest of the lobby. This is kind of a go-ahead game for either of these teams if they're able to put the points on the board, but you can't deny the triple red Evo for 303.
They have everything that you could possibly want. The only thing they need now is for one of their teammates not to die early, which I don't think anyone's going to stumble down and land into Smile or Sentinels in this instance. But hey, look who's over here as well. It's Smile. Smile's low. They're near the safe zone too, so they're going to encounter 303 first. This actually could work out. Now, is Rogue still alive?
Rogue's definitely still in. Definitely, I believe we still have.
There's only 1 player left.
1 player. We'll find out exactly. Sweet. Yeah, Sweet. It's going to be Sweet Dreams, and they're going to be putting all
MVP's
of
still alive
their,
is huge.
Yeah, they're going to be putting all of their Sweet Dreams into the Sweet Basket to see if he can pull off some points here, because once again, they're in third with 108. They're trailing first MVP by 8 points already going into this game. And look at this little bit of cover. Now, here we go on the move. Every team needs to converge on the center.
Yeah, and they're going to drop all of the ultimates. Also, be on the lookout. No, Backlon's down. Did he manage to pop the Caustic ult in time? Manus is taken out too. So 303 Esports, they might actually need to replicate the same success that they found in the last game, which is absolutely staggering. Look at these shots here from Senpai. The Thermites are out. They're just going to try and roast them, but the bubble does manage to drop right in the nick of time here. 303 Esports are going to start to get tagged from this gas. They'll just need to heal up and play around this tree. The only really, I guess, valuable hard cover that they could work with. And while all this is going on, Sweet is still ratting it out and staying alive. That is absurd. Smile's going to be in this engagement. Mini is going to go down. Aim assist up onto the high ground here. It's nice to see Aim assist involved now in another battle here toward the end of the game. They did identify one other player that will be down low. They go in for the shots and manage to get the crack. Resulta comes in hot for some more shots here, but oh man, it all goes wrong for Designful. 303 Esports still going to be very healthy and very much in this battle. Design is down. Design is out of here.
Oh no, the Q. Surprised to see the Q there from Fury. It looks like he had a great Mastiff shot, but Q's right away, maybe unaware that he'd be able to land that second shot as well. Still 4 squads left. By the way, we do have to mention MVP did get tossed out in that initial scuffle, so Rogue is really our only team in the top 4 still in this. I believe that's going to now be SND Team Superior on the bottom is going to be finally the bleed out there.
Where
just like that, 3 squads left.
Where is Sweet when all this is going on? This is insane. Aim assist, they're right on their tails here. It's Sweet. Sweet's in the corner. Oh, what a rat. What a rat. He gets a kill. He got a kill on Senpai.
Two squads.
Senpai's like, where the hell did that guy come from? So if anyone dropped down in front of him,
I think he knows
was
it's
waiting for
over.
him.
He knows it's over. He's going to go ahead and just let them have this one rather than try to fight it out. He knows that this game is going to go, and he's going to give that win to aim assist rather than try to fight that 1v3. You saw him arcing his feet there, but they're going to be happy with that, Rogue is, because he gets a few extra points. He gets a second place in the end, and that is what they needed because MVP actually exited in 5th. So it's going to keep the top of our leaderboard interesting, Golden Boy. And honestly, I couldn't ask for another better set of games here in North America with only 2 left for the grand final.
Ultimate rat. The ultimate rat play. Oh, yeah, let all the other guys, let them all fight each other. I'll just hang out here in the corner. Don't mind me, guys. Don't mind me. Oh, boy. Well, here's some of the highlights. And aim assist, who managed to pick up the win that game. It all started here in this engagement with Solafide. And off the hip shot with the charge rifle. Gentrifying was certainly going to be on fire in that one. Sentinels 2 showed us that even though it is rather late in this competition and they are further down in that leaderboard, they are not to be trifled with. NRG did manage to get some decent KP out of that fight, and they took a lot of engagements there as well, even though Liquid and
What?
I'm not gonna lie, that also startled me. Maybe it could just be my seniority, I don't know, but that caught me off guard there.
I'm here for the memes, man. It's 4 a.m.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
it's what, almost 5 a.m., 5:30 or something like that in Stockholm. Maybe 4:30. My
That's
God,
my old
I'm here.
Halloween costume. I don't know how they got that picture.
I'm here for the memes, man. Big shout out to our whole GLL production team. This match, this whole grand finals has been amazing, but this was quite a result for Rogue in the end, Golden Boy, and I cannot wait to see 2 big questions. How many points did Rogue get in the end? Of course, I'm wondering where MVP sits out if they hold on to first place. But equally importantly, NRG exited a little bit earlier than the 2 teams we're talking about. But as you said, they did have a lot of KP, and I also love the way they were playing that. They were very quick to leave that, not just leave labs, but also kind of hold that height that's right around the lab swamp's choke, and they continually rotated perfectly with each other. So not only did I like the points that I think that they were racking up, but if they continue that into our next 2 games, they're going to keep things really interesting as well.
Yeah, there was a story of that mid game for NRG, but also the end game for Rogue. Sweet staying alive, also getting KP. Don't forget, did get a kill on Senpai. So whatever else they were able to get, hey, I'm sure they're going to be very satisfied with that result.
You could tell that Sweet was happy once he starts arcing his feet and just lets the game go. It's setting us up for a great final 2.
Very satisfied is Rogue, and perhaps very satisfied will be NRG. We're going to get the numbers all tallied up, so do not fret. We're going to find out all the information of how things will pan out going into match 15. We're getting closer to crowning our champion here in the Americas for the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a little bit. Amesis managed to lock on to victory in game 14, but the story is still going to be centered around our top 4 teams. Welcome back, everyone, to the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals for the Americas. And while EMEA brought us a lot of hype and a lot of close games, it seems like the Americas are certainly not to be outdone here, Bravo. These matches have been absurd.
Yeah, as we said earlier, EMEA set a huge bar, maybe the highest bar we've seen in Apex in terms of incredible action and a final 16th game. But we are definitely set up for something pretty great here in the Americas as well, specifically, like you said, amongst that top 4, even the top 3 here, as we take a look at the scoreboard first from the last game to see exactly where things shook out. As you mentioned, it was aim assist that was out in front.
Yeah, a hefty 23-point game total gives them first place. 303 Esports. I mean, where were you my whole life? And where were they throughout the life of these grand finals? Because this is what exactly you want to see from this roster that came out from that top 10 going into the finals. Rogue will continue to add on some more points, and I think everyone has to thank Sweet for that one. 9 placement points because he got second place by ratting it out. Things you love to see for 100, Alex. Now, here is the top 10, or the top leaderboard, I should say. And in 1 through 4, MVP, NRG, Rogue, and Superior still holding on to that 4th spot. But MVP have managed to hold on to it, climb, just push everyone back. It's like everyone's trying to climb up on this mountain, Brav, and MVP just keeps kicking them down.
They do, and Rogue's going to be very happy, as you mentioned, that Sweet was able to squeak out that 12-point win because he actually had them place above both MVP and NRG in that game to keep them within 5 of that first place spot. Now, as we take a look at the top 4, Team Superior still within striking distance, without a doubt, to pull off a tournament win. It's going to be a little bit harder when you get to 5th and lower. So we are focused still on the top 4 here in this game. Of course, with the top 3, though, only within 5 points. As Gaskin and Onset, who, by the way, did such an amazing job in the EMEA broadcast, as they said, you could not write a story like this, that after 14 games, 5 points separates these top 3 teams. It just speaks to just how competitive this lobby is, and I cannot wait to see what we have in our second to last game here.
And Brav, these first few confrontations that happen for the top 4, it's going to be so important, because what happens if MVP go out first, or Rogue? What happens if any of these teams go out first? And better yet, what happens if it's like Amesis or someone else that manages to get those the KP from that? Like, yeah, sure, I mean, you know, they're going to be a little further down, but Amesis got 23 points out of that last game. If they were able to do something similar again, or even like Wraith One Tricks, who are at 90 points right now, they're back. They're in 100, and that last game is going to be even closer. So all these early interactions here are really going to matter, and I think these players are just going to have to be very careful about the battles that they take and how they work around their teammates.
Yep, and here's that aim assist drop that we're seeing in Crypto Map Room, and we've got a little bit of a route to go. Now, keep in mind, we have seen in a few different games that they do get that early aggression that we've seen before from Repulsor. We'll have to see if that's the case, but they've got a little bit of a route to go because we are heading due west once again. We've seen pretty similar end zones in our grand finals for both EMEA and the Americas here in terms of just areas around that high desert, as well as airbase circles. All of airbase still included here, as well as all of Gauntlet when that we do get that beacon. So teams are headed west, and it's going to be quite a route. It's not going to play too dissimilar to the zone that we had here yesterday in day number 1.
Yeah, all the open area that players were just having to fight around. And I think there were like a few big battles that happened at Crossroads that actually dictated how that fight took place over at the top of Golden Sands. In any case, though, guys, this is it. We're getting down to the wire. Match 15 of 16. What a journey it has been over these last 2 days, and really what a journey it has been throughout this entire season for all of these teams that have gone up to this point. The squads that had to struggle their way through the last chance qualifier to get up to this point. It has been an adventure. If you're Team Superior, by the way, you're very happy with how all this is shaken up, because they were pretty strong in LCQ, and now they're in this conversation here at GLL with not a concern. They're in 4th place. They simply just need to continue to add on to that, because as we saw what happened with Rogue, things could really go away from you quickly if you're not careful.
Absolutely. Now Team Superior here at Octane's Gauntlet, going to see exactly what they can grab from this area and be ready to be on the move once again as well. But you said it perfectly, GB. I mean, there's no other Apex series that has had this much time invested in terms of games played and qualifying. 5 weeks now to lead us to our grand finals, which is, once again, as we said yesterday, but just in case you're just joining us here for day number 2, you picked a heck of a time to tune in, because this is the final 2 games for the Americas, the absolute best teams from this region, with very few minor exceptions, whether the team didn't qualify or isn't participating. This is essentially the best of the best, and this is going to be a lot of nerves, right? Because this is not just, like we said, a lot of tournaments. You might see a weekend tournament here or there with a sizable prize pool, but this is 5 weeks invested, and this is 14 games invested so far. There's so much pressure on these top squads to play perfect and continue their consistency, as we do see NRG going to hit the double zip all the way into Gauntlet, and they could find themselves in a little bit of an early engagement. We'll have to see how this plays out between a few of these squads. So Lafide, one of them that's not too far off.
Yeah, so Lafide in a fight currently with Free Smoke playing Rambo and Swervesy here. And they're just going to drop back. So they're waiting it. They're waiting it out. There's no reason for them to try and engage this. While on the leaderboard right now, Solafide are at 18th place. You know that they do not want to end out in that position. They would like to climb and compete for the top spot. Off screen, by the way, I think I just saw, yep, 303 just got knocked out by Sentinels. So 303's success in these last 2 games have come to an end. Sentinels are the ones that handled that one. Finally, it went in their favor. And here's Sentinels now.
Yeah, not surprising to see a little bit of aggression here, because when you think of areas like Salvage, Broken Coast, all the way into Gauntlet, there's a little bit of cover in these areas where you can get on the periphery of where this zone is pulling, but you're not necessarily getting into the fray that's going to be happening around High Desert and the, you know, frankly horrible amount of open space that exists between Golden Sands, High Desert, and Airbase. So there's not surprising to see teams kind of playing this edge. And do we already have a solo? It's going to be Odd Freestyle from Free Smoke.
Bravo, do you have any poetry for us right now?
I got a poem, but actually the GLL production team sent me a few lines that I would love to share with
please do.
You in the chat, seeing as we have the time.
Please do, please do.
I'm going to try to do it justice. Once again, this is from all the GLL production team. Here we go. From the point of view of the rat, of course. I'm sitting here alone and afraid, just like a mouse, douse, no house. He was the best doctor, though. Doe, blow, ding dong, Donald, oh no, psycho. Edgar Allan 5-0, Popo, a man, a boy, Alex Mende. Weak rhymes, nothing wise, low-key vanilla ice. I hope I die, for I have no joy. Horse without its Troy, twerking virus, Miley Cyrus. Let's stay golden, boy.
Someone call Logic, because those bars were absolute fire.
Now, I got to say, I know I'm not going to hit the delivery of the bars, but I just want to, on behalf of the GLL production team, bring that into the chat.
Yo, I didn't know they threw down bars like that in Sweden. Hey, let me find out that the hip hop game's popping out there, bro. You're about to take a flight to Stockholm right now and bob my head to a few of these jams. I like what I'm hearing right now, and I'm pretty sure that a majority of our audience had no idea what I just said.
It's true. Now back over to treatment, though. It's Team Unknown, as we said, a team that we've been watching, of course, all tournament long. In this one, though, they find themselves in 15th. They had some early success. Actually had a win in day number 1, if my memory serves correct. I'm pretty sure that was the case. Right around round number 8, I think the last game of the day is the one that they pulled here, as early on we do see Ziploc bags exiting as well. But going to be Unknown making that route from treatment. A little bit of a slower route, of course, as they're going to move past East Settlements into Salvage and be on that same path that I was just mentioning before my attempt at the bars. I thank everyone for their patience and for putting up with me.
I think you nailed it, dog. I think you nailed it. Real talk. You know, I'm not even... Hey, you a poet, you didn't even know it. But what you do know is that TPH is going to be in a really rough spot. Hollow and Panders are going to go down. Sweet has to bail out of this fight. We'll be able to clear that Arc Star and avoid that. And I think that, yeah, I was going to say, I think Tech just bolted out of there. So he's going to make his way through the pit. No real options for him. Teammates' death boxes are going to be currently looted by Rogue, and he'll go over to the safe zone. And it appears we might actually find ourselves in a situation where another rat would be at play. But more on that at 6. You know,
all right.
News channels.
Yeah, I'm just wondering 6 p.m. what time zone, because here we are 10:49 on the East Coast. I'm not really, maybe you're thinking 6 a.m. Stockholm time for our Swedish crew here. Shout out once again to all of our producers in studio, as well as our observing team for delivering us action, not just here, but this GLL team, folks, has been delivering 64 games total, of course, mainly covering EMEA as well as the Americas. Some community casters jumping in to cover some of the APAC regions as well. Big shout out to everyone who's covered all of the games this weekend. It has been fantastic. I believe 62 games so far. You're watching games 63 and 64. It has been a jam-packed weekend, and they have been amazing games, and it's probably the best Apex I've ever watched. And can't wait to see exactly who closes it out here. Of course, you can just tell how conservative all these teams are going to be playing in these final 2 games.
Well, TPH is out. Tech did finally get cleaned up, so no rat patrol there. But Odd Freestyle is still alive. And I do find it quite, as you say, apropos that Odd Freestyle was the one that stayed alive for your very odd freestyle.
Wow, it was. I will absolutely call it an odd freestyle. I would say mainly because GLL delivered me some great bars and lines, and I made it very odd, without a doubt. But back to NRG at Gauntlet, we have Nathan, who's thinking about charging up that Evo with a wing in hand and just exchanging some shots. Not surprised to see teams already holding the north and the south parts of Octane's Gauntlet. Aim Assist, one of the teams that's going to be there trying to join that party on the receiving end of those two shots.
Yeah, now
Well, but,
NRG did this last time, didn't they? Where they, I think this was the battle where MVP won, and NRG. This is the area where they go on Kings, so it's not a surprising result to see this, bruv. But what is surprising is that ISMP, they're
thinking about the push. They are
Yeah.
lurking is the only way to put it, and we'll see exactly how they try to time this push. They're holding low. They already established presence with those fences, so you can tell they're not actually trying to swoop right now. Maybe if they get the right opener, they might, but right now going to get a little bit of an angle here is Shiny, and thinking about popping some shots, but looks like would not be surprised if we just saw the players that are on that side of NRG to just kind of retreat back just a bit and hold that ground. One thing we do want to point out that the observers pointed out is that we already do have 3 KP for Rogue. Look at that shot coming in from Matt Pickett there with the bow. Not so often you see that longbow action anymore.
That's a shot that will make Mama Pickett very happy. Good job, son.
Speaking of good job, son, I'm sure everyone saw the clip, but you gotta get hype for Mandy's dad jumping on the chat, his whole family coming in the room after North wins. Amia, an amazing clip, and I think everyone was kind of like, this community is full of really special people, really special families, and of course, North and Mandy, absolutely no exception of that. Congrats to them, and really, this whole weekend's been a huge win for the entire Apex community. We thank you guys for hanging out with us all evening long, especially if you watched EMEA matches as well. You've been here for many hours, probably going on close to something like maybe almost 15 hours. So thank you for joining all the games here all day. They've been pretty amazing.
Yeah, they have been. I've enjoyed my time returning to Apex for an event. I mean, it has been a while since I had an opportunity to cover these games and cast this particular game. And it's always been exciting, and the improvements and everything that has come with the ALGS and the investment, it really is awesome. If there's one thing I love, is just seeing communities continue to grow. You and I, we both come from Halo, so we're all about the community lifestyle and being involved with the folks that put so much time into the game, whether it be a player, a coach, a fan, a caster, a producer, whoever it may be. We really have had some awesome matches so far. So let's focus on this match right now. Unknown are going to be sending some shots outward to the players that were taken over to that double zip, which will go upward to the balloon. It is Wraith One Tricks bailing out of this. Some shots are being sent also to their direction. So everyone really looking to take a piece of the Wraith One Tricks here. They might actually end up landing right on top of another team. From the distance, though, Solafide's Pride with a few longbow shots doesn't hit the mark there, but will continue to live inside of this little sand hut for the time being. Now Wraith One Tricks having to bubble and tunnel and pray that no one goes in for the fight. While that's going on, Rogue snipe down, got a little ambitious and paid for that one. Will be down. That is Rakanishu, who punishes him for that ambitious play. Now Rogue gonna try and go in here. Oh, this is Rogue inside of this house. They're gonna get the down. Wait a minute though. TSM also gonna be involved in a fight as well outside of this, but Drop does get out of this too. So, I mean, while all that was going on, just so much commotion, but TSM clear up a few of the kills, and they'll get the loot as well.
Oh my, and the timing there, and I think TSM joined the party a few seconds after. I think Sidedown still got just caught off guard with exactly what was happening on that roof. You could just tell they weren't exactly sure what was happening, but man, does that ever make it a tough hill to climb up for Rogue. As a reminder, if you're just joining us, our top 3 are MVP, NRG, and Rogue with 125, 122, and 120 points respectively.
Oh,
so
no.
just a 5-point gap between the 3. It's a big battle there for Rogue.
Oh no. So Drop has to hide. He has no option but to rat. He's in safe zone, but there is going to be another team, and I would be shocked. So it's New Brainers. New Brainers parkouring up here. They will not go low, and they have no real reason to go low unless things get a little hectic for them, but they'll just play slow for right now. Off screen, by the way, Matt Pickett does get down, although he did have some nice shots, unfortunately for him. And oh man, just the explosions coming in.
And it's actually the second time we've seen that, Golden Boy. We saw actually Matt Pickett and crew kind of sitting at salvage a little bit longer than usual, holding height, and then they were actually forced out by the edge again. And instead of going all the way over to Gauntlet, first they made the move that you saw a little bit more towards Broken Coast Crossroads, and that rotation just not panning out for them. It will still be Aim Assist who holds their ground here, as we have 14 squads left in our second to last game. Now, also looking at Team Liquid, they're holding this central part of High Desert, just trying to see what kind of damage they can do and maybe get a little bit of openings and opportunities, not making their way all the way over to airbase just yet.
Yeah, they'll wait for the opportunity to do so. Those are certainly going to be, for lack of a better term, ambitious shots with the Prowler from this distance. But, you know, these players, as good as they are, will most definitely land them. Wraith 1 tricks are actually getting a lot of shots landed on them right now, which is prompting Sauceroar to have to back out, and will need to shield up again. And they're just dodging all of these shots here. Call Keanu Reeves. I mean, we may need some stunt doubles for this next Matrix movie. And I think we may have found our targets.
Yeah, I like what they're doing right here, just holding down. They're certainly going to be increasingly a target, actually. Now, take a look at this NRG push as well.
Yeah, NRG does not care that they're going to be inside of this bubble. They do not respect this crew, and that is Eye Shiny, Muffins, and Protectful on the lower end. They were there for so long, and NRG just wanted them off of their front porch.
I love that play from NRG. This is exactly where they picked up last game. You heard me mention it last game, Golden Boy, that not only was I impressed by the points that they got on the board, I love the way that they're playing out of labs and playing in advantages and taking chances mid-game, not playing super conservative. NRG does it again. They do not want Shiny, Muffins, and Protectful below them. As soon as they get the right opening, they push down. They not only clear them out, they get the KP as well. NRG kind of picking up where they left off. They're only 3 points behind MVP. If they keep playing this way, they will win this tournament.
And we did see the moments that led to ISMP getting pushed there. But given how Eye Shiny was poking a few times, either A, they poked NRG and didn't really pan out for them, which actually prompted to have to heal, or they ended up poking somebody else, and then NRG was like, well, this is our opportunity because we know that if we have to leave this spot, which they will have to leave it eventually, they just didn't want to have to deal with them on the low ground. So well done. Now, Team Superior, another squad that will have to make the trek across up until this point. It will be very challenging for them going through the Golden Sands over to the airbase where they will eventually have to settle, but they'll have 30 seconds to make that decision happen, Bravo, or to make that choice as to how they want to try and approach this, I should say.
And I want to remind everyone just how big this is for Team Superior. They are kind of right outside the bubble of the top 3. So what they do here is going to set them up not just potentially to finish within the top 3, but if they string together 2 fantastic performances, they are a team, really the kind of the fringe team on the outside that could pull off a miraculous comeback win from 4th place all the way to 1st. But here's the move that NRG decided to do just on that south airbase wall.
Ooh, real cheeky play. So they'll hug that wall. They'll be all right. Superior are going to be on the move. Here comes the Gibraltar ultimate. The pylon's going to back them up, though, in case it does happen to land near them. They'll wrap around this side here. The movement has to happen. The zone is closing, and it'll close in about 20 seconds, so they can't get held up for too long. So the port now to bring them into safe zone.
Exactly, yeah. Pre-portal coming in a little bit early there, and actually... Fraud is actually forced to queue as well, going to pop a bat, likely tell the team that they're able to take this. We'll see exactly how this pans out for them, but Solafide also playing in a very similar spot, trying to make sure they live through this one.
Yeah, Solafide needing to just hold the fort here for a moment. Team Liquid up on high. Off screen, by the way, NRG still getting involved in battles. I do want to note that they are continuing to do the thing that you had mentioned, Bravo, and that was Smile that fell victim there. Team Liquid up on high do have a little bit of the advantage. And look at that pull as well. Further and further inside of the airbase we go. But Team Liquid with the high ground can see a lot of that movement happening. One team is located in, and I think that is going to be NRG that were wrapping around because they were the ones that were all the way toward that edge.
We also got to mention that Liquid from that height took down Team Superior. They had a little bit of help to do it, but that will be our 4th place team that is out. So that likely is now going to extend this between really MVP and RG, and we'll have to see. I'm not sure if we caught it off screen exactly what had happened to dropped in the end, but now Wraith 1 Trick still in that top 5 as well. Was 8 squads left here, and TSM is your team that is already in position. They're already holding this runway fork. We've seen this end circle many times dating back to over a year ago. So right now they're going to try to hold this as long as they can with a limited cover that they have. The one advantage, of course, that they have here is that as teams do try to rotate in here, they will be able to get a lot of damage onto them. Just need to be careful about the angles they expose themselves to.
Yeah, I miscalled it earlier because I didn't see who it was. So it was TSM that went over to the landing strip, whereas NRG decided to take refuge inside of this little facility here. Issue with this spot is that you have to hug this wall. That gives you coverage from the rooftops, but you can't really move around. So if anyone does try and challenge them, though, which eventually they will need to happen, they will be prepared at the doors, but they'll need to watch out for whatever's going to be coming from the high ground. TSM, on the other hand, as we go over to them, they're waiting for players to jump on top of that drop ship. A few shots with the scout from distance. They'll play this range nicely. Oh no, NRG, this is what I was concerned about. Their movement opportunities were going to be slim to none here. Nathan's going to go in for the fight, but he does get down, and NRG is going to be out of this one in match 15. They did get some KP, and they also got some placement points too, but Wraith 1 Tricks are still going to be in this battle. Teen hanging out in that bubble. He'll wait this out. He's hearing so many interactions happening around, and new brainers are still in this game. Watch out for that drop for the Gibraltar ultimate. New brainers, mercy only. He doesn't care. He's going right in for this one. Does manage to get the down onto Liquid's flanker, and Casper's out too. So Team Liquid do get cleaned up there at the final moments, but new brainer end up getting flanked instead. 3 squads remain. Bravo.
I was going to say, this is exactly what TSM wanted. As these teams do rotate into that lower ground, they just wanted to hold this back fork and be really comfortable on it. This is exactly what they wanted to do. Teen still alive. Wraith 1 Tricks was the 3rd party in there with NRG and HRN. Now here's MVP. This is your last squad here. Your bottom 3, excuse me, now, as well as MVP. Still your tournament leaders with 125. This is the biggest moment for MVP. If they can extend here, this could almost secure a tournament win. Huge moments for them.
And how big this would be for TSM if they get the win. Now, we don't know all the KP. I believe it's just 1 right now is what they have. So here are your 3 teams. MVP, Wraith 1 Tricks, and TSM. But for MVP, this is their match. This is their moment to end, maybe not end it, but it most certainly is going to be their opportunity to kind of close this thing out if they can get a lot of points off of these kills here, as well as the placement. But the fight now is going to begin as Imperial Hal, he's going to back up, waiting for that player to come around the side. Madness does get the down there onto Teen, sending that team packing. 2 squads remaining. TSM, though, are going to be in this scuffle. MVP are going to be banged up, but it's Team Solo Mid who reigns supreme here in match 15. And it's about time that TSM picked up a W here in the grand finals. But is it too little, too late? Because MVP got 2nd out of that, which means they'll benefit from the placement points and the KP that they swiped up.
It's the first time we're seeing a TSM champion banner, a very rare thing to say, as we've been saying all tournament long over these past 2 days, especially the way that they came into the grand finals. Got to give a huge shout out to them as they played that pretty textbook, and the TSM, to be honest, that we're used to seeing. But as you said, Golden Boy, the story is MVP as they're able to last into our 2nd squad. It was a great job. They also picked up, I think, a little bit of extra KP, if I'm not mistaken, on Wraith 1 Tricks even at the end, which is going to add even more points to their board. NRG was the team that was in that top 5-ish, as we saw Wraith 1 Tricks be the 3rd party to that event that was happening just inside that dome. So pretty wild events, but the one thing we can be sure of is that MVP is setting themselves up for a victory. They're going to have a little bit of a point lead, and we're going to find out pretty soon just how much of a lead they have. But you can be sure, as we take a look at the highlights, that it will not be a foregone conclusion.
Now, we did not talk about what happened to drop out of this battle, because this was essentially going to be the end of Rogue getting any kind of KP out of this. Also, this battle here from NRG, way to swoop in. Muffins was weak. They knew they had that moment, that brief opportunity. And Amos's actually helped them out there. So it seems as if that battle was Amos's, and then NRG came from behind They, again, poked a little too much. Teen as well up on the high ground. NRG were kind of stuck in a really, really rough spot there. And then this battle here that New Brainers were in underneath the dropship was hilarious because they were so focused on that player, and then they all just got pincered and obliterated. Final moments there for TSM, though. Madness did everything he could, but I think that they're very, very happy with the end result, getting second place in that game. Now, I just go back to what I said initially. Dropped, I think, got top 5, I want to say.
Did he in the end?
I think he did. Well, but hard to
around
say.
there. But keep in mind, Wraith, One Tricks, NRG, and HRN were all in there with MVP and TSM. So I don't think it was top
You might
5.
be right. You might be right.
It might not have been that far out of that, but I don't think they were in the top 5. But
You might be right, yeah.
I tell you what, I'm excited to see the scoreboard after that last one.
Yeah, exactly. We're at a point right now where we simply just don't know where the chips will fall. At least for MVP, though, they will hold on to this lead that they have. It was only going to be 3 points that separate them and NRG. They managed to finish ahead of NRG here. So if you're a Madness fan, you're quite satisfied with the result here. But don't worry, guys. We're going to get all the numbers together. And then once we do so, we're going to share that information with you. But this is it. We're going into our final match here for the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals for the Americas. You don't want to miss it. It's rags to riches for TSM as they get their first win here in the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals for the Americas. I'm Golden Boy. You got Bravo here as well. We have one more game before we crown our champion. Just crazy to think that we're at this point now, Brav. At match 16, 15 games of Apex that we have played for the Americas. It has been a bit of a slobber knocker, if you will.
It has been nuts, and I tell you what, and I think a lot of people in chat are going to agree. It has gone so fast, even though you and I both watch just about every single game, and Amia as well. I've never felt like Apex games have gone so fast just because there's been so much to play for. Even in the early rounds, it never felt like teams were letting off the gas because this is a 16-game set. It's actually been quite the opposite, that teams have just been absolutely putting the pedal to the metal throughout the entirety of this set, and it's crazy to think we only have one game left. It has flown by, and somehow we still have a pretty tight top 3.
Yeah, even then, even with how the results have all panned out, let's look at the scoreboard now. So as I mentioned, TSM did get the win, 22 points added to their total. They were in 15th place when we started this, so we'll see where they end up now. Wraith One Tricks at second with 13 points, but MVP are the ones that I'm really focusing on here because they got 9 placement points and 3 KP for a total of 12, just underneath the Wraith One Tricks. But MVP are our current leaders as we take a gander at the leaderboard in just a moment. They were at first place when we went into match 15, and I'm almost certain with 100% confidence that they still hold on to the #1 spot. But NRG 7 points behind, and look at TSM in 6th place now. 6th place. Actually, whoa. 6th place. That's crazy.
Absolutely, and we're just finding out here that the players are going to rejoin the lobby in just a second, which will give us maybe poetically and poetic in terms of poetic justice, a little bit of extra time to set up this match, as we'll make sure that that lobby gets formed as fast as possible. But you have to focus on NRG and Rogue that only got 7 and 8 points in that last game.
Yeah.
Now that gives them a 7-point gap between first and second, only a 3-point gap between second and third, and Wraith One Tricks game in that last one brings them within 2. So now our top 5 pretty close, and like you said, TSM now somehow in 6th, and with a great performance, they could even still get even higher on the leaderboard. They've showed up on the second half of day 2, and I tell you what, the pressure is on for these top squads, most specifically that top 3. That is what we're looking at for your potential tournament winners, that top 3, MVP, NRG, and Rogue. When you look at a team like MVP, you have to think they're going to just be trying to play into the late game. A 7-point lead is sizable. If it was only something like 4, then they would still have definitely KP on their mind. I think it's still going to be a priority for them, but I do think that they might play the tiniest bit more conservative. I don't expect them to not, for example, push advantages and things like that. They've been playing amazing with 63 kills total in the tournament so far, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw them playing a little bit more positionally and leveraging that 7-point cushion. They should use that to their advantage.
Yeah, and Rogue have had a hard time of taking fights that they think are just going to be wide open opportunities, and it will just fall apart completely. In 2 games now, Rogue have been left with just 1 player trying to stay alive. So the reason why I actually sounded a little surprised with TSM was because when I looked earlier, they were like around 90 something. I guess it updated on my end because I did not see the 100 points. Which now with this game, you said that they can climb up. Whether or not they win, I don't see that will not happen.
No,
37 points is just something that is not very possible to climb. And they'll have to get 38 actually if they want to win this game, which means they'll have to like wipe the floor with the entirety of the lobby. I just don't see that happening at all. But a turnaround for them, without a doubt, they can get a top 4, maybe a top 3 finish, but you know, again, with Rogue at 127, I mean, you're asking them to be gods. It's gonna be really hard.
I'll give you the top 4. I would love to be proven wrong, but TSM can certainly finish top 4. But of course, we do have to set our sights on really that top 3 once again. MVP, NRG, and Rogue. They have battled it out all weekend long. In terms of kill points, NRG the clear favorite, actually. I'm not surprised based on the way that they've been playing. Like I said, I loved what I saw in terms of the way that they're really playing and pushing advantages. They're playing like some of the more aggressive teams that we've seen in ALGS lately. When you think about the more recent tournaments, maybe since March and on, there's been just a lot more teams that once they get the right open, they push in very quickly and they take advantage of that. And you have to, you have to have kind of the coordination as well as even the mechanical skill to be able to pull that off, efficiency to get the kills fast enough, then reset. We're seeing NRG do that very well. And what I love about that is we kind of have a comeback story set up because NRG in second place, they're going to have to be KP focused. MVP on the other side can be a little bit more positionally focused, and we are going to have an amazing match. Rogue only 3 points behind NRG. It's going to be an amazing game number 16.
Well, you bring up an interesting point about the KP hunting that NRG have been doing. But if you notice in their last few games that because they have been focused on that, so in the last one they were by Gauntlet and they were there the entire time. They waited for the opportunity to swoop in. They took out iShiny Muffins and Protectful relatively quickly because they were engaging in fights with aim assist. But because they also poke in and go for fights, that means that they're not really focused on position. So they are taking battles and they're getting KP. But while that's going on, MVP are kind of like fighting and moving to where they need to be. In that last game, and NRG ended up in a position where they were inside of that little half dome, just hugging the wall. They had no options. They had nothing to move for. They had no real way to be able to get out of there. They had no exit strategy. And it was for that reason that once I'm almost certain it was like Teen and them like jumped in, they made them pay instantly because there was just nothing that they could possibly do. So I mean, I'm not trying to say like what they're doing is wrong because clearly it's working out for them very well. But if NRG are able to get into that position as well as pick up the slays like they've been doing this whole time, NRG can win this. So MVP has to watch out because if NRG pops off, it's a wrap.
That is the great point. And you kind of bring up the great part of that. It's that MVP can play conservative. Now, if the lobby was, say, different teams, they might be able to leverage the 7-point cushion harder. But because of exactly that, NRG with 77 kill points, I believe leading the next closest is MVP with 63. I'm going to give a quick scan of the leaderboard to make sure that's correct. It is. So look at that. A 14-point lead in terms of kills is pretty sizable. The fact that MVP knows it's NRG chomping at second place might actually change the way that MVP has to play this. And maybe they're going to just lean a little bit more towards making sure that they do secure the types of KP that they can be going for, as long as they do feel like they're not going into just essentially straight 3v3s and looking for the right battles to pick and choose. It's going to be a fantastic final game. And just like we saw in EMEA, we don't necessarily have all 4 teams like we did in EMEA, but you absolutely have 3 teams in this final for the Americas that miraculously, after 16 games here, have absolutely kind of shared the points in a pretty amazing way. Like we said earlier today, it's just a testament to how much competition you have across the world in Apex Legends. It's amazing to see week in, week out, whether we're in an ALGS tournament, even just an esports arena weekly, or here at the GLL Masters Summer, which is the longest final that we've had in Apex history in terms of pure number of games leading to a grand final. The competition has been amazing. It's been so much fun to watch.
Yeah, the players have leveled up exponentially. They're so good now. Not to say that they weren't great before, but if you go back and watch like X Games, for example, to now, you just can tell like the priorities, the way the players play. Like the game has just changed so much. Oh, and with the addition of new legends such as Watson, adding a little bit of spice, even Crypto as well, and Revenant, who have come into the fold here. It's been an exciting time for Apex Legends esports. It's only going to continue to get better, and as more and more people become invested in this game and also invested in this scene, we're going to start to see that these players will only improve how they approach each and every map with the addition of World's Edge and Kings Canyon 2. That also is a major complexion change as well, because you have a playstyle difference between 2 different maps that adds flair and variety, and you get to see teams that maybe would struggle on World's Edge actually have huge games on Kings Canyon, kind of like today with 303, 2 top 2 finishes and 1 win after pretty much, bottom feeding the entire time. So now that aside, I did want to highlight Rogue, because Rogue, I hate to say the term again, bottom feeding. It has been really rough for them. They will lose 2 members. Last time it was Sweet, who had to rat his way to a 2nd place victory to keep them competitive in this one. And in that last game, I think dropped Stay Alive in 7th, so I miscalled it. He didn't get to the top 5. He got to 7th. Wait, sorry. Yeah, 7th place finish for that. Did get 7 points for his team. But if they have the game that they had previously in I think it was like game 5 or 3. Let me go back to my notes here. Sorry, game 10. If they go back to game 10 and what they did there, Rogue can still win. Bravo.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, a 10-point deficit here. Imagine if you see MVP exit a little bit earlier than they wanted. Same with NRG. Rogue can take this. We've seen them pop off. I mean, any of the teams within the top 3, I dare say, or even way beyond that, can have huge games. To say that a 20-plus game, easy in this game, it's not even crazy to think. So that's why we have so much excitement going into this 16th and final game here. It sounds like we're just getting word from our admins that the lobby is full and the game is loading in now. So that means we are getting ready for our 16th and final game here at the GLL Masters Summer. Only 1 game to decide our champion here.
Let this wrap around your heads, folks. Across APAC, EMEA, and the Americas, 64 games of Apex Legends have been played to determine, without any doubt, who is the best team from this competition. It has been startling, the amount of games that we have. And at this point now, if you're watching and you're like, I don't think 16 games are enough, you're the problem. I just want to say, well, folks, here we go. It is now time for the last game of the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals for Americas. We're going to be starting off with the winners of Game 15. It was TSM, who are jockeying for position in the top 4. Will they be able to do it? It's yet to be seen, but our eyes are going to be set on the top 3, MVP, NRG, and Rogue, to determine who walks away as the winner of this competition. What a journey this has been, Bravo. And the action starts right now.
That's right. And we're actually going to see TSM's capacitor drop, something we haven't seen because our observing team has been kicking it off with the winning team from the last game each time. And of course, TSM surprisingly getting only their first win in our 15th game across these 2 days. But like you said, jockeying for position, trying to still sneak out a top finish here in this, despite a very difficult day 1 and even a pretty tough start to their day 2 as well.
The capacitor drop here for TSM. I'll try and just scoop up what they can now. I'm so concerned for MVP, NRG, and Rogue. I'm concerned for Rogue because every time Rogue have had an opening or an opportunity to try and go in for a third party or catch a team off guard for a fight, a clean fight, they lose everyone. And it's been dropped, sweet, or sweet, then dropped. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. They can't afford for that to happen again, or else it's going to be curtains for Snipe Down and the Rogue squad. Here is where the poll is going. We're going to be taking a trip up north, which is very different from what we had yesterday, by the way, Bravo. I don't think we went north a single time.
No, we really haven't seen something pull this north central, especially. And look at where the pings are. And that's exactly where I think a lot of people watching in chat are going to have their sights set on as well. That's just below Watchtower North, just above Destroyed Cascades. It's actually in new terrain for Kings Canyon. So if you played more of the old Kings Canyon, there's a lot more tree cover and kind of low ground right exactly where those pings are. And then we've seen a lot of end circles there, whether it's in some of the smaller weekly tournaments or scrims as well. And you're already seeing teams head there. Unsurprisingly, that's very likely a spot right around there where we could see this game end.
MVP and their artillery drop has gotten a lot out of this. No one has really contested them here too, so they have freely been able to rotate northern or southern, I should say, in all the previous games that they've had. Now this time they'll get into the safe zone, excuse me, a lot quicker. Apologies, as aim assist does drop down. Loss early for any squad will hurt dramatically. Aim assist currently in 7th place. They are also looking to get into that top 4 potentially. 95 points for aim assists, and with a 115 point conclusion for them potentially, right? Who knows? Like if they manage to win like they did earlier, maybe they'll be in the top 5. They'll want to shake things up here a little bit. Over to Unknown. And Unknown, one of the teams that is currently sitting at the bottom at 17 presently. But they could ruin the day for any of our top teams. So do not count them out, not by a long shot.
Absolutely. And that's the thing that these teams are worried about. Like we said, so much pressure on the likes of those top 3, top 4, MVP, NRG, Rogue, and Team Superior. An early exit here would be absolutely heartbreaking. We talk about just how a 16-game grand final is such a great test, but it's incredible that we still have one game that's really going to decide it without a doubt between these two teams. Now, also taking a look here at Team Liquid on the Tri-Choke.
Team Liquid at 10th place, 85 points if you're just keeping track at home. They won't really have a chance to fight for the final position, but anything else that they can benefit from. And being in top 10 is nice. They'll just want to improve that just a little bit more. That was iShiny, Muffins, and Protectful down low here in the triple choke. So they'll just hang out here for the time being. I don't think they have much of a reason. Some pokes will happen, in which they can make those pokes happen because they have Watson, so they will get their shields back if they need it. But now NRG, their NRG are here at the triple choke as well. So Liquid was here, and iShiny, Muffins, and actually Designful does get Casper down off into the distance, but NRG are looking to handle business inside. They know that there's going to be a player here, which will prompt some,
oh boy,
I guess some scouting and flanker on top of this, just ratting out in this higher position.
Look at Nocturnal. Just take a look at that on your bottom left. He's already taken all that damage undoubtedly from the side. Like, at least from NRG. He's got to go all the way towards center, kind of just drop past Hillside Outpost. But NRG was smelling blood in the water there without a doubt as you saw them make that push. And now Nocturnal trying to get away. Flanker, actually, if I remember correctly, had to spend a Phoenix on those white shields. Very unfortunate for him. And now it's going to be just one more player alive for the side of Liquid. And that's going to actually be iShiny, Protectful, and Muffins that push out of the Tri-Choke for just a second to get a little bit of that extra damage. And they're going to hold here for just a second. What can NRG do? Actually, they nope out of that and go straight a little bit more towards the center, towards bunker.
Yeah, I think NRG does not want to try and risk it here. Perhaps this is the game where they play safe for the placement, which would go counter to their style. So imagine that they are going to try and poke, but they won't get reckless with it. And also, this is going to be a way slower game. The stakes are very high for our teams in the top 4. The top 3, most definitely. And the stakes couldn't be higher for Rogue. Imagine if things had gone differently in those last 2 games. Rogue could realistically be in 2nd place, maybe even 1st place with how they have been playing. And I know that they're going to be kicking themselves for that one, Bravo. But we'll just have to
even think about
count the lucky stars are still in this.
How about Rogue's? Exactly. How about Rogue's first 2 games when they were playing Revenant Crypto? And then how about their first, maybe, excuse me, not the first, but the middle 2 games today where they had 2 0-point games? They're definitely aware of the opportunities they've had, but they know that they have one more game, only down by 10 from first, down by 3 points from second, where they can absolutely clutch it up here. Flanker is going to be the solo for Team Liquid, and he was able to get away and hide, like we said, spend that Phoenix on just a white armor, which is unfortunate, but he is going to be our solo here, and maybe one of our last rats. We'll have to see.
Do you have a poem standing by at all?
I don't know. There's too much action. I want to focus on the action here. If we get we get opportunities for poems later, we could do it. But right now, let's take a look at Sentinels here.
Yeah, well, the action has not been panning out nicely for Sentinels, and they are out of here. Sentinels have been removed from the tournament. It is unfortunate. The second place team in league play went out in the position that they did. Right now, Sentinels, they were at 14th. They were at 20th at one point. So an improvement from where they were previously, but not the result that Sentinels wanted. Not at all.
And here is Rogue as they continue to get even a little bit closer towards that watchtower. And it's actually on that watchtower. Now a great switch from our observers here. It's going to be MVP who's holding that height. And talk about a top 3 battle. It's already MVP holding, and they're aware of that choke. You just saw pings going down. You're even seeing sights being set on exactly where Rogue is. They're trying to make this move. Look at Sweet. Sweet already on the scout. Let's see what Sweet's able to find here and how he plays this. TP is down. We'll see if he tells the team to take this low.
So if Rogue go in for the fight, this interaction will have massive repercussions for the entirety of this competition. Also, just want to highlight real quickly that Nocturnal was cleaned up, so no opportunities for rap poetry as it stands. But that's fine. I'm sure that the chat is very happy about that because this game deserves all of our attention here. MVP up on the high ground in the watchtower, Rogue directly underneath them. If they fight, it will be massive. I don't expect that to happen quite yet, though, Brav.
That's right. I mean, Rogue has a lot to lose. I mean, both these teams do, but with a 10-point deficit, Rogue needs to be very careful here, as MVP is just going to continue to hold this. Taking a look here at the map once again, really on the outer edges. The only thing we're seeing here is one team still at Market, as well as this team still at High Desert, making their way through. You might see that High Desert bunker battle happening soon. We're going to keep an eye on that towards the western side, see if anything develops over on that side as well.
Yeah, we'll expect the battle to take place there when the time comes for it. For right now, that's not going to be the case. Aim assist, though. Outward. Sending some charge rifle shots forward, and not really getting much there, but I'm sure they'll be all right. That's, I believe those are going to be shots sent out toward, I'm going to say, what is that, containment out there where they were shooting toward?
No, towards MVP, actually. They're towards MVP.
Oh, on a watchtower.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and actually see how that plays out as they're going to continue to move here on this low ground. And this is the exact area that I was talking about earlier on. This is the newer part of the most recent Kings Canyon update in terms of this area with the pills and the trees in this low ground. We've seen end circles here for quite a few tournaments as well as scrims. All these players are going to be so familiar with this area of the map, and not surprised to see teams really getting cozy and trying to see any angles they have. But look at Solafia. Let's see exactly who they're engaging here. It's actually going to be Crummy that's the first one down.
Yeah, Crummy out of here, which will hurt for Unknown. I know that they would rather be able to fight with their full might. It won't really happen. Solafide out of the LCQ. Got a few wins there in that battle. That's the bunker team. So that was Unknown coming from High Desert going into Solafide in the bunker. Yep. Now, while that's going on, I think that's aim assist that was inside of that newer area here in Kings Canyon. Rogue is going to force him out of there. But also another team sends a Gibraltar Barrage 2 to handle that. Rogue will then just move forward further inward into the safe zone, not really concerning themselves with that battle and getting safe haven for right now. Aim assist, only player left alive, is Designful. It hiding inside of this pill or around this pill.
Yeah, it needs to be careful. In the pill. You're correct. In the pill. Just going to see what he could do there, kind of looking around, wondering what on earth he might do here as
Imagine you can close the pill. That'd be nice.
Maybe, I wouldn't put it past the Pathfinder. Pathfinder could figure out a way to close the pill without a doubt. But now aim assist in 7th place. It's going to be a tough battle for him, certainly, as we take a look at that bunker battle. That's the one we are kind of keeping our eye on in terms of teams that we're pushing out from that High Desert into that western bunker. This is undoubtedly a big choke at this stage of the game. If you're playing this far out on the edge, that battle is going to be inevitable. But take a look at some of our player outlines still happening out there. And now it's actually Matt Pickett that's going to do a little bit of poke damage there as he continues to hold.
Yeah. So that was a Max Dog and Unknown. So Unknown were the team coming from High Desert, and it is apparently, and Matt Pickett, by the way, running Mirage. So I do
was going to say,
appreciate that.
We didn't get to see any Matt Pickett on Mirage. If you watch the stream, you know that he is one heck of a Mirage player, especially after the last patch. We got to see a lot of it, so I'm glad we got to see a moment of Mirage play and even a little bit of Mirage Heirloom as well on screen. But now take a look at Max Dog.
You have to have the Mirage Heirloom, so that was a win for me personally. Max Dog, though, still in this scuffle outside of the bubble. The bubble has gone down. Solafide do have the tab on this opponent, on their opponent, which they will be able to clean up. So Solafide will get some more KP there to add on to their total. They're playing this one until the bitter end, and I like it.
That's right. I mean, Solafide team has had a lot of recent success, but not necessarily in our GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals. Haven't seen a lot of that, but there you see your bottom 4 teams that are already out, and now 16 squads, of course, still left in this as things are going to get thin in a few minutes' time up towards containment, as well as just as we said, south of Watchtower North. It's going to be absolute bloodbath as we see teams just slowly trying to make their way in, and one of them is NRG. This is your second place team, knowing that they need to exist well into the late game if they want to win this tournament.
So NRG on rotation duty currently. MVP were on top of that Watchtower.
Yep.
Which they will still be okay around there, if I'm correct. I haven't seen the overall map, Brav, but I think they'll be fine. Now, NRG, I am a little concerned for coming from behind. This isn't the best spot for them to be.
I'm kind of okay with this rotate. We'll have to see. They're just gonna have to win this this battle.
They're gonna run into a team.
Map was glitching out just a little bit, and we'll have to see exactly what it looks like. And they might nope out of this. It's just gonna depend on if they're able to time this engagement, and you're gonna be sure that they're gonna try to time that perfectly. And if not, they're gonna nope back around. I think the OBS map was glitching out just a little bit, and we didn't see exactly how many enemies are actually out here. So I'm gonna retract my statement and say this was a little bit riskier than it first looked when I wasn't seeing enemies flash on this part of the overhead map. So we might see NRG actually flank all the way back around for a little bit of a longer route. But here's TSM in a world of hurt. We didn't get to see exactly what got them in this trouble, but trouble they are in.
Yeah, they are, and they're in a fight with 303 and one other team as well. I think HRN's also
probably HRN based on that.
Yeah. So HRN were in the scuffle. So this has been a. Well, actually, no. Wraith One Tricks were involved as well. So HRN, Wraith One Tricks, TSM, and 303 were all fighting one another at that point in time. Because I saw a few downs going for Zenial over toward TSM, and then TSM were dealing with 303. So there was just so much activity taking place here. Now, ISMP, Ice Shining, Muffins, and Protectful will stay inside of this hut. Ziploc bags looking southern side, and NRG was in that direction, but that is by the bunker as well. So they'll move their way underneath here.
Yeah, this is a team that was coming from High Desert, and they've actually made their way to Connector. There's another team that's still making that High Desert run across Oasis, probably going in through Pit. This is who Ziploc Bags is engaging, so they're going to know that a team's going all the way up through Pit. Now, that team that gets into Pit has a tough choice ahead of them. They're going to have to either try to take this fight. It's right here on your screen now. It's going to be New Brainers, and I don't think they don't have the time to go through Pit, so they're going to have to try to take this fight.
Yeah, their options are going to be rather limited. They're just tucked away inside of here. They will be able to move and just hold on for right now. We'll see where this pull is going to happen next. NRG bail out. There was a fight, or I should say they were outside of the safe zone here, but they will manage to get through to this next building here by the river center.
Oh,
presently.
boy.
They are getting pressured from up above, though. This is dangerous territory for them to be in now, Brav.
Terrible. They're not aware there might have been a team on that height. Otherwise, they might have changed the route that they took. But here it is, Team Superior. But actually, Team Superior going to go back up. Prod looks like he was doing a little bit of scouting. He's going to come back up with his team. So that explains why we saw NRG make the move. They did not see anyone on that roof. So instead, Prodigy Ace is playing super conservative, doesn't even try to take any damage there, get a possible opener. Instead, he just queues right back up to his team who's going to hold this. From Team Superior, it's a good decision because keep in mind, Team Superior here in fourth with 109, they can absolutely break into the top 3 if they also play well into the late game and put a bunch of points on the board.
Exactly. I was going to say just that. Team Superior against NRG of all teams. That will be so horrible for NRG if they end up falling in this fight here against Superior, which could very well happen because they're going to have to make their way up through this area. Now, we're getting to the final moments, Bravo, or not the final moments, I should say, but rather the circle is just going to continue to get smaller and smaller. And there's no space for them to work with. And it seems we have a rat in the water presently.
We do. We got a solo. I got a poem, but this action's been too great. I don't want to jump into it just in case we miss any action. I'm going to focus everything on the action right now. You mentioned the top two teams, MVP and NRG, and we were tracking them as we see Hal as the solo bottom mid, not something we're used to seeing once again. But we also got to talk about Rogue, who early rotated into containment. We saw them earlier not wasting any time. You saw Sweet getting his team in there, so we have to assume that Rogue is already in containment and set up in a very good position for how this circle's pulling. Look how much cliff face at containment is in this circle. Essentially, the entire eastern part is all just the open area just south of containment, just north of connector.
Brav NRG are in a sticky position. They have to play the low ground and inside of the water. Their options so limited. And the zone is going to be closing.
Here we go.
They're sending nades out. Their only option is to play inside of the river. This is going to be massive for MVP if NRG die right here. And it'll also be really big for Superior as well, who are currently going to be sitting in 4th place. Now, they're going to be tracking this one. Activity happening over to their left, but they're not going to be too concerned about that right now. They're worried about these guys who are going to be down low. Nathan does go down, and Rocker dies to the ring. So only one player left alive for NRG. It could be doomsday for them.
No.
Rexus is out. Oh, the humanity. NRG are out of this matchup here, and now it's wide open for Rogue and MVP to try and overtake. A battle takes place presently here. Solafide, by the way, no one's trying to stop them from trying to climb up onto this leaderboard. They do not want to be stuck in the position where they are, and they're getting even more KP. Superior can have this position, Bravo, on the outskirts, but they will continue to get shot. Still alive, Rogue, the full might of their roster, as well as MVP will be alive here, and Superior, your top 4 teams, but NRG have been eliminated.
That's right. 3 out of your top 4 still in this game. Like you said, Solafide doing pretty well here. They're playing just off of connector, and players are going to be really familiar with this in terms of the team that has that height that's just to the building that is all the way at the highest part that we were seeing Team Superior play at. Now you have teams playing connector, and Rogue is still going to be one of the teams that's in containment as.
This is the rattiest of rats.
Look at this.
It's stupendous.
It's mercy only from New Brainers there, and he's just going to try to play this one out with 10 squads left, and keep in mind, New Brainers in 9th right now, so this won't be a huge difference maker, but I'm very curious to see how the story unfolds in the flatbed of that truck. But MVP actually on the central tower at containment to see how they play this. Lots of pressure is coming in here. They need to be careful because they're susceptible to nades, of course. No Watt in that comp. Now as we go back over to the Rogue side and see how they'll play this.
So this is great for Rogue because everyone's looking up at where MVP is right now. They have no choice but to try and abandon the position. They're going to go right in for the fight, but this time it actually could be Rogue that comes out on top of this battle here. Dropped is going to be very low. He drops down low. Now it's going to just try and battery up. Snipe Down gets a kill on the Madness, and he sees it on the feet. He knows that they're going up against MVP, which is going to be massive for them here. Another kill coming in hot with the Devotion. Snipe Down locks in on his opponent. He drops down low as well. Metro off screen, by the way, do die. Solafide, they're going to be out, but right now our attention is going to be focused here.
That's it. MVP out.
MVP's out. MVP's out. This is an opportunity for Rogue to take first place, Bravo. What a turn of events.
Oh my gosh, I have chills for the second time during our Grand Finals Day 2 here because this, like you said, it is Rogue's tournament to win. Here's we Joe back downstairs with Muffins, Shiny, and Protectful also trying to win this battle as well. Hal still appearing in the kill feed as well. But you have to think Rogue is up top. They know what just happened in the feed. They saw NRG go out. They know the deficit that Superior has. It is all up to Rogue to see if they can win this tournament. MVP will wait in the wings.
Yeah, now Rogue can't make any foolish decisions here. What they need to do is obviously get a little bit more KP. There's not going to be all that much available to them right now. You have only 2 teams that have 3 players besides Rogue. That's iShiny, Muffins, and Protectful, and I believe there was just one more squad there. Hal's going to be tagged up. He just has to go inside of this open box here and hide it out for the moment. I can't believe that Hal still was getting some KP while this was going on. Now, Rogue gets the kill here. That's another point on the board for them and one step closer to winning this event.
Their hearts are pounding without a doubt. Like you said, I mean, it's nothing secured because they were down by 10 right now. You don't know exactly how many KP MVP might have gotten through this game, but there's no time for them to be doing that mental math. They just need to hold this height like they've been doing. But take a look here at Prodigy Aces as well, surrounded. He's a solo, going to try to sneak in as well for the side of Team Superior, but now TPH still with 3 players up on purple armor as well as we look at our final 6 squads.
So according to the numbers as it stands, Rogue has 127 points, right? This is not obviously counting what they have right now, what they've already gained. MVP had 137 points. So the math is 10 points is what separates these teams. Get a placement point, guess what? 12 points for you. And you get the win if they manage to get the win. They also have a decent amount of KP here as well. MVP's out, NRG's out. Superior just has 1 player left alive. And all the teams that are going to be left here in this final battle really don't play a factor into the end results of this competition. Rogue are going to be the team, and they have this whole area locked down. But now you actually are getting pressured from the crypto, which is something they were certainly not going to be expecting here at the final moments. Now, Hal finally cleaned up.
Hal's out. I believe the Superior solo is out as well. That brings us to our final 4, but I love what I saw from Snipedown as soon as that EMP hits, right? The second ult is down. Fences go back up right away. They are set up exactly where they were and how they were looking here as we have our final 4 squads. Once again, all eyes are on Rogue on height.
iShiny, Muffins, and Protectful in 18th place, but can ruin Rogue's chances here if things don't go in their favor. But he's holding on to this portal and waiting for the moment to push. There are not a lot of opportunities here for iShiny, Muffins, and Protectful, but you best believe they're going to do the best that they can with it. 42 seconds left in match 16, Bravo. The tension is high. Rogue is right there, and they see all these players hanging out low like the rats. They just want to stomp them out. Oh, 1 player potentially as well. Hey, I'll go ahead and just lace you up with that devotion. Oh, nice shots there from Snipedown, forcing Uri's down. They will get the res, though, and bring him, or the revive, and bring him back into the fold. Uri's not out of this quite yet.
Second time we've seen great trigger discipline from Snipedown. He let Uri's actually go a little bit further out so he could land even more Devo shots on him as well. But you have to wonder, in this scenario now as round 7 is closing, exactly how Rogue will play this out. Here we go.
This is it. This is it. The zone's going to be closing now. The action's going to begin. As ISMP do manage to get inside of their bubble, they will try and just shield up and give themselves a fighting opportunity here. Rogue's still going to be on the high ground, but iShiny's going to go right in for the action with this EV8. He does get some shots in, but it's not going to be enough to down Uri's. Uri's does manage to get the better of him, but Uri's is going to be picked off by Muffins instead. Snipedown jumps in. Snipedown's going to be in the low with the devotion just right through everybody there. Now he's going to be in this low position. His teammates are going to be up there to help him out. 2 squads remain. The EMP is going to drop there right at that moment in time. More is going to go down. It is now just going to be this. Just Rogue, the only team left standing here, but Tech still going to be alive up on the high ground. Now TPH. So this is the thing. They have given up the high ground position, but they do get down, and they're just going to survive this for as long as they can. TPH, they are going to win the final game, but was it enough for Rogue to walk away as the winners of the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals?
Absolute carnage, as you saw Snipedown drop down with the Devo, and he was punishing with it the whole game. In the end, like you said, it will be TPH that gets the win there, as they're able to get onto that rooftop and just live it just a little bit longer than we saw Snipedown do. But my God, the question was just how Rogue would play that, if they would simply just try to get in at the last minute, and you saw Snipedown just jumping in with that Devo to try to get as many KP as they could, certainly also trying to get that first place as well. And I know that I'm going to be spamming refresh on the Play GLL site as well as Liquipedia to find out exactly how this is going to end up. I know everyone at home is as well. Nothing is certain. As a reminder, Rogue was down by 10 points behind MVP. MVP exited a lot earlier. I need to take a breath. Let's take a look at some highlights.
Yeah, so there's just a lot to discuss. MVP, how much KP did they get, right? 1 or 2 could have been the difference. Rogue gets 9 points there. So MVP needed to get at least 4 points, maybe from kills. I don't know. This was also Snipedown was he was John McClane. He was John McClane. He totally went into the tunnels, and you know what, man? Yippee-ki-yay for you, my friend, because that was just a great play. He goes in with a devotion, and he's just hit firing, just spraying through them all with that weapon. It was filthy. Also, HRN, way to go for them, staying alive all the way till the final moments. And it seems like at the best time, right, for TPH, right, the crypto worked out. They managed to force Rogue off of high ground. There's just a lot to take away from this matchup. But this KP that they got at the bottom for iShiny Muffins and Protectful maybe was the difference. my heart. I honestly, man, like, I haven't casted a Battle Royale game in like a very long time. So, you know, I've been doing a lot of like slower paced FPS games. So my heart is like beating a lot currently.
Yeah.
I am getting too old for this. Like, truly getting too old.
You definitely are getting too old for this. Let's take a look at some highlights from earlier today, as well as the statisticians and the mathematicians in the back in the studio do all the tallying of the points that we saw from our 16th game in the Americas. And like you said, the question is, does Rogue have enough points on the board with the few that MVP were able to tally to take this tournament win? It would be a huge come from behind tournament win if they do all the way from third place. And my, oh my, what a day it has been.
I feel for NRG though, man. That was a heartbreaker, because we were talking about with their play style, where they were going for some frags, picking up KP along the way, and then like wherever they ended out in the top 3, like that was just you know, hey, it was icing on the cake. But what they needed to have happen was play for the placement and then get whatever KP they can get, so they can try and outlive either MVP or Rogue, only to then get caught off by Superior. So that was the highlights from our matchup that happened earlier on. 303, huge shout out to them for that game 13 win, because they've also been struggling to maintain their position. TSM too, that was another squad that was struggling. They out of league play looked dominant, and then they ran the crypto rev combo and it didn't work at all, just nullified. I wonder what the conversation's going to be on the competitive Reddit and across all the different social media channels regarding this composition, because it wasn't something that we were seeing have that much success, despite the fact that TSM were just dominating with it in league play. And then they woke up. They were able to get a win. They were able to climb the leaderboard even more so than what they were doing beforehand. But even then, the focus still and will continue to remain on Rogue, NRG, Rogue and MVP actually now, because those are the only two teams left in the conversation regarding who wins this event.
Absolutely. And it sounds like we do have a leaderboard ready, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go ahead and see exactly what we have here. And it is going to be Golden Boy, our overall leaderboard.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the GLL Masters Summer is Rogue. Congratulations, 143 points that they got just for clearing MVP. Those kills that they got against iShiny, Muffins, and Protectful were enough. They were able to yank that away, and they will be your winners. What a comeback for them. They've had the worst of journeys too. In two games, they were just down with one player remaining, Sweet, and then dropped. And Sweet managed to get a second place finish. Imagine if Sweet got bodied earlier on in that Swamps closing there, Bravo. The results would have been way different.
I mean, we got to talk about also just having 2 0-point games today, Rogue. This is a come from behind win and a huge story for them. I think everyone was wondering what they were going to do up top. Can they hold? And can you ask for a better ending than MVP trying to rotate out of central containment off the tower and flying in, and it's Rogue that meets them there, takes them down themselves. They win not only do they win the tournament, they win the 1v1 battle against MVP to do it as well. We're going to take a look now at the scoreboard just to see exactly how the points went in the end, how Rogue did it here as we look at the scoreboard for our 16th match.
Yeah, so while TPH did win, HRN were still fighting inside of that building that Rogue were going to be resting on top of, but they died at the final moments. But 11 kills for HRN is absurd. Rogue got 7, and MVP
Only
ended up,
2.
they got 2 placement points. They actually got no KP that game. What?
And Rogue only wins this tournament by 4 points. And they do it in a game where they get 16 and MVP gets 2. Ladies and gentlemen, looking at that scoreboard, this had to be the absolute perfect set of circumstances for Rogue. They had to have MVP get 6 or less points, and somehow, and also make sure that NRG does not get the same amount of points, because keep in mind, Rogue was losing to NRG coming into that game. Rogue had to step up, and all those other factors had to fall into place, and that's exactly what we saw in our 16th and final game. This has been an absolutely amazing day and an amazing tournament here at the GLL Masters Summer.
Yeah, it has been a wild, wild ride, my friend. But there's no other person I'd rather have done it with than with you, bro. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, we got to give a huge thanks to everyone who's worked on the show.
Yeah.
Of course, the biggest thanks to everyone in Twitch chat who's hung out for all these games week in, week out. Also, of course, Onset and Gaskin, Matchroom Lawler, as well as Axotos for carrying us through amazing amounts of league play, as well as the EMEA finals. But all of you guys for hanging out. These were a lot of games, and of course, a big shout out to all of our production studio in Sweden. Of course, all the GLL crew. These tournaments have been a blast. We wish we could be in studio with you. We wish we could be at all of the planned LAN events that GLL had. Of course, we can't do that right now, but it's great to be able to have such amazing tournaments that are testing these teams and delivering some of the most competitive lobbies in competitive Apex history.
That's right. And folks, that's going to do it. Congratulations to Rogue. Once again, they are your GLL Masters Summer Champions, and they'll get themselves a sizable amount of ALGS points as well. Let's not forget about that. All these teams that competed here, this event was not just important because of what they were getting out of it with the money and also with just the prestige of winning this competition, but also the ALGS points that will surely play a role as we move forward throughout the rest of this summer season. What an incredible experience this has been. I know for myself, it has been a wild ride seeing all these teams compete here. 16 games for the Americas, 64 games total across APAC, Europe, or EMEA, and the Americas. An absurd amount of Apex Legends was played this weekend, and I cannot thank the crew that made this happen. GLL, EA, Respawn, all the casters, all the players, everyone who made this event possible. What an experience. And folks, it's only going to get better from here because there's more Apex Legends coming on the horizon. And on this day for EMEA and for the Americas region, it's for North and for Rogue. Results have been absurd. The matches have been crazy. And we hope that you enjoyed the show. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Peace.